We open in the district of Nagasugai, Fukuoka during December 2012.
Oh, that was the London Olympics.
As people wander through the town at night, a street sees a lineup of men on both sides, one dressed in red tracksuits, the other in professional suits adorned with crest pins, both giving icy glares to one another. A vehicle then pulls up in the middle of the road, one of the men in suits proceeding to open the back door, welcoming back the Tojo Clan's chairman, Daigo Dojima.
Let's go!
Who asked the other man in the car to give the matter some consideration, this being Tadashi Madarame, the patriarch of the local Yamagasa family. Madarame tells him that he seems to be a trustworthy man, and despite his sudden request, he agreed to cancel their hotel meeting and instead meet within his private car, an intimate space with no room for bodyguards, potentially putting his life in danger, and yet he still decided to get in and trust him. Daigo hopes that this shows how serious both he and his clan are about taking this alliance, and that he couldn't imagine the honourable leader of Kyushu's Yamagasa family resorting to trickery, intending to follow their rules whilst his group are in their turf. Madarame questions if Daigo, the leader of a clan with over 30,000 men, would truly defer to someone with less than 500 soldiers, the 6th chairman answering that's what it means to be an equal alliance.
What it could be is that the Tojo Clan is trying to take over the Yamagasa.
The Yamagasa patriarch states he shows as much decency as he does daring, and that it's no surprise he's come to lead the Tojo at such a young age, adding that he has much to consider about the alliance, but he is hopeful, claiming he'll give a final answer within the week. Daigo telling him he'll be waiting, and to take care in the meantime, as the world is a dangerous one.
He just sends like an email at the end of the week.
Once Daigo exits the car and Madarame is driven away, both families are dismissed by Yamagasa family captain, Yahata, and Tojo Clan chief of HQ, Minoru Aoyama. With the streets clear, Daigo goes to have a smoke, which is lit by Aoyama, commenting he's glad he's returned unharmed, as he wasn't sure what to expect after the hotel meeting was suddenly cancelled. Daigo assuring him that their counterparts aren't fools, and that they have no reason to stir trouble, adding they're the ones trying to pressure them into an alliance they wouldn't normally consider, leaving him to have anticipated some risk. A car then pulls up, Aoyama saying they should head back to their hotel whilst he opens the back door for Daigo, as it's not safe for him to be in the open for so long. However, the chairman starts wandering off, claiming he just needs some time alone in order to unwind, that he won't be long, so to not worry about accompanying him. However, once Daigo's out of earshot, Aoyama calls over 2 Tojo men to follow him.
I hope nothing bad happens to him.
If this was a horror film, then I think it's pretty self-explanatory what would happen.
The 6th chairman ends up approaching a line of taxis, walking past the first 2 before asking the 3rd cabbie if he could give him a lift. And after seemingly ignoring his request, the driver, who's hiding his face with a mask and pair of sunglasses, tells him if he wants a ride to ask the one at the front.
So I just saw like, in my head, I saw like a hockey mask and like the sunglasses that Squirtle wears or something like that.
However, Daigo states he'd prefer to get in this one, claiming that he has no reason to turn him away, and that drivers can't refuse a paying customer without justification. The masked cabbie then opens the back door for the 6th chairman, and when asked where to go, Daigo tells him to just drive, not caring where they go, at which point they begin heading down the road.
Oh my god, it's Miley Cyrus. Shut up and drive,
What?
drive.
Shut up and drive. On the motorway, Daigo catches a glimpse of the driver's ID, which states his name is Taichi Suzuki.
Wait, hold on. Is that a Yakuza 4 reference?
He attempts to start up conversation by complimenting the town, adding he can see why so many people end up there, asking the driver if he's been here long, Suzuki answering about 6 months. The 6th chairman figures he doesn't quite have the lay of the land yet, and after the driver confirms his suspicions, he's disappointed as he was hoping to learn what life is like in Fukuoka, revealing he's come down from Tokyo for some pressing business deals. He then tells him he's going to think out loud for a bit, asking to pay no mind to him.
He just starts saying like, oh, I can't wait to kill everyone in this room. Wait, did I say that?
Daigo states he runs a company in Tokyo, it being one of the largest in the country with over 30,000 employees. And despite business having been bad the last few years, even being in danger of going under at one point, they've managed to turn things around. The main reason for this being they managed to establish a business partnership with a competitor from Kansai, the pair having been rivals for years with a history of fierce competition. But due to the changing times, they were both forced to undergo reform to stay in business and avoid falling behind. So faced with an impending crisis, they formed an alliance to get through the troubling times together.
Okay, that's... I don't know how to feel about that, honestly.
However, despite this, their alliance is currently under threat, and unless he does something, it could lead to conflict that could destroy one of them. The problem in question is that the president of the Kansai-based firm is gravely ill, having been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and given less than a month left to live. The man being known for his wisdom, with Daigo placing a lot of trust in him, but with the end of his reign on the horizon, the company's next president will be chosen soon. There's currently 3 likely candidates for who that could be. The company's self-made vice president, the managing director who runs the Osaka business scene, and a director favored by the current president, each one having what it takes to run the business, and all 3 having a common hatred for Daigo's firm, meaning if any of them take charge, their alliance is over, splitting the East and West again, with all of Honshu being pit against each other.
Oh, that's what you want to hear.
Ew.
Because of this, he's come to Fukuoka in the hopes of arranging potential mergers and acquisitions with like-minded companies outside of Kansai, planning to get as many people on their side as possible in the event of direct competition, with him having sent people to sort similar deals in both Nagoya and Sapporo, only being able to hope those talks are going well too.
I don't want to see talks, I want to see fights.
After a while, the driver eventually pulls over at a bridge and opens the back door. Daigo tells him that he didn't say to stop driving, leading Suzuki to state he can forget about the fare, and that he can't keep going without a concrete destination. With the chairman's questions of if he's telling him to walk home, prompting him to change the dashboard sign from occupied to available. He picks up that he's saying he needs to learn how to find his own way forward.
これでも俺なりに精一杯茨の道を歩いてるつもりなんですよ4代目
Later on, Kiryu pulls into a parking area to grab some food. Whilst there, he overhears 2 other drivers complaining about the economy and lack of good rides. As Kiryu eats his soba, the TV starts playing an interview with Haruka, the program being part of an amateur pop idol concert called the Princess League, the winner getting signed to a big-time label.
We talking American Idol or what?
No, like a Japanese pop idol. Like Hatsune Miku, but it's an actual person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's probably the best way of describing it.
The other drivers start discussing how idol types have to be sleeping their way up the ladder, and how staying in the business too long can screw with a person, and how it's often down to the parents for the kids getting in those kinds of situations, usually being part of an effort to chase a long-lost dream without giving a thought to the wolves they're throwing them to. Part 1. Kazuma Kiryu.
Gee, I wonder who that guy is.
Yeah. Chapter 1. The Wanderer.
I wonder if there's gonna be a Wanderer. Haha, we're back, baby!
Kiryu pulls into the Nagasu taxi parking lot, where he locks up and cleans his car, before heading into the office to clock out and hand over his fares for the day. He then gets called over by the company's president, Yotaro Nakajima, who asks if he can just have a quick word with him.
Wait, is Kiryu like an actual taxi driver?
I have so many questions.
He explains that due to him taking a customer from the middle of the line, they've been getting complaints from another firm called Tenjin Transportation. He asks if he could be a bit more careful, given they already get flack from the other firms, with Kiryu apologizing for making such an amateur mistake. But Nakajima tells him to not be so hard on himself, adding he was just about to head over with a gift to apologize for them. But Kiryu insists he should be the one to go, since whilst it's Nakajima's company, he's the one who messed up, with Nakajima giving him directions to Tenjin's office on West Gion Street, along with asking he give a call once he finishes. After Kiryu apologizes to the firm, along with offering a gift to help smooth things over, he calls Nakajima to inform him that things went over smoothly, with him being glad it's all sorted now, along with admitting that Tenjin's owner scares him a bit, so he did him a real solid for handling things himself. Kiryu states it was only right for him to apologize for making the mistake, though Nakajima tells Suzuki to stop with the humility mumbo-jumbo, as he wasn't planning to fire him or anything, as well as the fact that what's done is done, so to not fret over it. Nakajima then remembers that today is payday, and he asks if he wants to hit the town, with Kiryu saying there's something he has to do first, him already knowing he's planning to send some money off again, figuring he doesn't even hold on to half of his paycheck. He then asks if he had to leave some family behind before coming there, Kiryu answering it wasn't family in the traditional sense, it being hard to explain. Nakajima understanding and decides not to get too personal, saying he just wants to see him with money in his pocket and a smile on his face. Kiryu thanking him, though the boss retorts that he doesn't have to be so formal with him, and either way they're going to be celebrating by hitting up the bars, instructing him to meet him on Osei Bridge.
You know what, I gotta hand it to Kiryu, at least he's taking some time out to relax.
Once Kiryu sends 10,000 yen to Morning Glory via an ATM, he heads over to the bridge to meet with Nakajima. When he gets there, the boss mentions how Suzuki's lucky to have a family, and despite being at the age where he should have his own, he doesn't even have a pet dog, answering Kiryu's question of being single as something in that neighborhood, but decides they should stop living in the past as tonight's on him, as it's time that he give a proper taste of what the town's got to offer. As the pair start walking, he asks if he's managed to settle in yet, with Kiryu's answer of mostly, prompting him to say that if he's got a problem to just ask, as Akata folk don't feel right if they aren't helping someone. Kiryu tells him he's done more than enough by taking on an unqualified stranger, Nakajima retorting that he wouldn't call him unqualified, adding that he hired him because he knew he was perfect for the job, prompting Kiryu to ask why he approached him in the first place. The boss supposing he just went with his gut, elaborating it's hard to explain, but he only hires people he takes a shine to, and Suzuki seemed like a guy he could trust, so he asked him on board. Kiryu brings up how he didn't exactly make the best first impression, Nakajima admitting he didn't quite come off as a saint, but after being a cabbie for 30 years, he's become a pretty good judge of character, and he could tell he has a good heart. Though he does wish he'd be more reliant on him, guessing he's not the most dependable looking fella. With Kiryu thanking him for everything, saying he's lucky to have met someone like him so soon after moving there, Nakajima telling him that he's making him blush, and that they should start painting the town redder than his face, with them starting their night out by grabbing some muzutaki at a restaurant called Hanamadori.
So they literally are just like, yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Once they finished, Nakajima asks how it was, Kiryu saying he never realized how good a chicken-based hot pot could be, due to him usually getting a soy-based one, with Nakajima being able to figure out that he's from Kanto based on his broth preference, laughing it off before apologizing for putting him on the spot, going on to say that he reckons he has some skeletons in the closet based on how he seems to get flustered the moment he tries to pry into his past.
I think that's fair enough. Maybe leave out the tigers.
He moves on by saying he's glad he enjoyed the food and reckons they should go knock back some cold ones, Kiryu appreciating the offer, but ask if he's had enough to drink already. Nakajima saying he's fine before claiming he used to be called the Iron Stomach, though Kiryu picks up he's already far gone and he should stick with him just to make sure he gets home safe. The pair end up going to a local food stall, Nakajima saying it's Hakata tradition to stop by one for a bite after filling up somewhere else on a night out. The place causes Nakajima to remember when they first met at a similar food stall, Kiryu adding it's hard to believe that it's already been 6 months. Nakajima goes over the story saying he near enough gave him a heart attack, first spotting him jumping in to save a lady being harassed at a nearby stall, resulting in him getting the bad end of a beating. Not being sure how it all went down, but from what he did see, he thought he was a goner.
Someone beating the shit out of him, that doesn't sound right.
No, he's supposed to. They can take on waves of hundreds of people.
Kiryu comments it's not his proudest memory, but Nakajima finds a positive spin on it by explaining that's how he figured he wasn't an average Joe, if he could still stand after something like that, and in turn, when he knew he had to help him, as it was obvious he was someone he could trust with his life. Kiryu says he couldn't thank him enough for the opportunity, but Nakajima retorts he should be the one thanking him, as he always wanted his company to be a place where people like him could make an honest living. He explains that a lot of people want to live a good life, but they end up being chained down due to a troubled past or zany circumstances, saying he knows from personal experience how life can take a decent guy only to chew and spit him out with nothing to lose, revealing he lost near everything that was important to him because of something he thought was right at the time, with that being why he's so trusting now, as he knows what it's like to fall on hard times and how much it can mean to have someone in your corner, leading him to think how could he not bring him in, especially given how alone he looked, and that it was like looking at his younger self.
But there's too much betrayal in this series, you can't trust anyone.
Yeah, but we're also kind of getting hints that the reason Kiryu lost that fight is because he is currently in like massive depression mode.
I swear, he keeps suffering every game.
He states that no one makes it by themselves, and you need at least a few good pals in life, and that the company is the closest thing he has to a family, so he can drop the formalities as he's just another member of the team. Nakajima apologizes for the lengthy speech before ordering himself a highball, with Kiryu asking him about being so open about himself despite him not giving an inch. Nakajima answering he promised not to ask about his past, and that he can keep those cards to his chest, telling Suzuki he has no idea what brought him to Nagasu, but if someone as honest as him is keeping it locked away, it's probably for the best to keep it that way. That if he goes and spills the beans now, what was the point of keeping it secret in the first place? Telling him he can explain if the cops ever catch him on traffic violation or something, wondering what kind of mess he'd get dragged into otherwise, with Kiryu thanking him.
It sounds like Nakajima's actually better at reading people than I thought.
He does mention there was something he did want to ask him though, that being if he kept in contact with the lady he saved. Kiryu answering that's not really his style. Nakajima calling it a damn shame, as there aren't many women around that looked as good as her, adding that he would have at least gotten her number in his shoes.
It doesn't seem like the most appropriate time.
He then asks why he brought it up, with him explaining that there's been some rumors going around the workplace, elaborating that since Suzuki is single in his 40s, never goes out drinking, and won't even step foot in a cabaret club, it's led some people to wonder about him. Telling him he kind of brought this on himself as a result of him being so straight-laced all the time, suggesting he come to a cabaret sometime just as a change of pace. Kiryu reluctantly agreeing to do so, leading to Nakajima deciding they should go right now. Once they head out of the food stall, Kiryu mentions it's already gone pretty late, so another spot might be overkill. Though Nakajima, who's completely wasted by this point, says he already promised they'd go, and a real man never takes back a promise, with him attempting to ease him by saying he'll cover the bill. He then takes him over to Club Olivia, which Kiryu seemingly recognizes, though he tells Nakajima he's never been there, with the boss then heading over to book themselves in, requesting they get a seat with the club's #1 girl. Once they sit down, the pair are approached by a girl named Momo, Nakajima rudely questioning if she's supposed to be the #1, to which she retorts that she gets customers lining up for her every day, at which point they're then joined by the club's #1 hostess, Mayumi. Nakajima calling her a real #1, with her telling him to not tease her as she's long past her prime, leading him to try and get Suzuki to back him up that she's top shelf, Kiryu supposing he's right, with them then getting down to drink. Their moment together is then disrupted by the noise of some thugs complaining about the Tojo being in town and demanding another drink. Nakajima asks who they are, Momo explaining they're the club's protection, both being small-timers for the Yamagasa family, leading to Nakajima asking why they've shown up if there's no trouble, with Momo answering it's due to a group from Tokyo coming to town called the Tojo Clan, her believing they've come to stop any Tojo men from getting in.
Well, this is awkward.
Nakajima doesn't really get everything going on, but reckons it stinks of trouble, wishing they weren't here on payday, getting Kiryu to back him up. Momo states that it's a real problem, as on top of scaring off clients on payday, they're sloshed out of their minds. The two Yamagasa men start whining about having to waste time at the club, claiming they should just kick the Tojo out of town, one reckoning it's due to the main family not wanting to ruffle feathers, them not buying that the Tojo would treat them like equals if the alliance were to go through, stating the main family don't get it before they start shit-talking Daigo, bringing up his young age for a big shot Yakuza at 36, and how it's believed he only got the job because of his dad, neither of them standing for it.
Nepotism.
Pretty much. One of them then goes for a drink, only to find the bottle is empty, leading him to complain about the service before shouting for another bottle, and slapping the waiter for being too slow. By this point, Nakajima's had enough, so he gets up declaring he's gonna toss those guys out. Though, as soon as he starts shouting at them to quit ruining his evening, he gets knocked down cold with a punch to the face. Kiryu then steps in, saying they're pretty quick to attack a civilian, figuring the Yamagasa don't teach etiquette, and when the thugs question who he is, he chuckles to himself about how it's no surprise they don't know, leading into a fight against the drunk thugs.
そうか。おかげで気が楽になった。いいぞ。いつでもかかってこい。
なんわけわからんことざぎようとや。こっちはただでさえイライラしとったぜ。こげんなったら思い切り憂さ晴らしばさせてもらうけんな。死に去るぜおら。ここで死ぬかんかい。
After Kiryu takes down the thugs, he apologizes to the staff for causing trouble, though they tell him it's fine as they're glad he ran them out, doubting they'll show up again. Nakajima then wakes up asking what happened, Kiryu answering that he showed them who's boss, causing him to celebrate his forgotten victory, with the pair then heading home for the night. When Kiryu gets back to the flat, he sits on the floor alone while smoking as the kettle boils with the light off, whilst the words of what Daigo told him ring through his head. He then hears someone say they're home, turning off the kettle and switching the lights on.
ただいま。
ああ。おかえり。
So yeah, I guess, what are your first impressions of, well, I guess both Yakuza 5 and Part 1?
There's been some very big changes, and I'm very interested to see how everything falls into place. But there's also like a lot that we don't know right now.
It works as a very effective opening just by setting up the questions of what is Kiryu doing here, why is he living under a false name, and why is he not with the kids?
Yeah, it's very interesting of the exploring the Kiryu has depression arc.
And I also love how his night out with his boss also works as a very cool way to like naturally introduce parts of Nagosugai as well. And it makes this place that we've never been immediately feel like home. What are your thoughts on some of the other characters other than just Kiryu?
Nakajima just seems like a really sweet guy. Daigo Dojima is... We know him.
To be fair, he does seem to be taking the ass-kicking he got from Kiryu to heart as he's trying to find more efficient ways of resolving clan issues.
Yeah, I hope we don't have like another villain arc for Daigo. I don't think that's what we need.
We really don't need that.
Chapter 2, Uninvited Guest.
I wonder if there will be an uninvited guest. Ahaha.
The next morning, Kiryu wakes up from his bed, Mayumi being in the middle of making breakfast. She mentions how she also took the time to wash his work shirt, so he has a fresh one to wear. Kiryu bringing up that she doesn't need to keep doing that, leading her to ask what's the harm in helping around the house, him answering that he can take care of himself and doesn't need mothering. Mayumi tells him to lighten up, with Kiryu stating that she's been staying over every day recently, and that she should go to her own home sometime. However, she changes the subject by bringing up Kiryu's drunk boss, with him reckoning it's likely a result of still being single at his age, to which she claims he had an imprint on his left ring finger, implying he's been married for decades, with her not being surprised he didn't notice.
It's really unfortunate for Kiryu, because whenever he gets a love interest, it's either like it just ends abruptly, or like she's a psychopath or something. I forget what the other ones were, but yeah, it just never seems to work out well for him.
Kiryu then gets up to get dressed for work, taking off his jumper with Mayumi asking if he'll be home late, him stating he's on midnight shift, telling her she should go to her place for a change, as he wants to be alone tonight. Mayumi shooting him down, as she can tell Suzuki's happier when she's around, Kiryu claiming he doesn't know what she's talking about.
Oh.
That's nice.
Mayumi then helps straighten his tie, and after heading over to put his shoes on, he looks over to the side at a picture frame facing the wall, staring at it until Mayumi asks what's up, him claiming it's nothing before heading to work.
Methinks it's of Yumi.
Once Kiryu finishes his shift for the day, he pulls into the Nagasu taxi parking lot, when he's then approached by the two men Aoyama sent to follow Daigo, the shorter man asking if he's Taichi Suzuki, and that there's something they'd like to ask him. Kiryu tells the pair he's busy as he starts cleaning his car, the bigger man attempting to approach him only to be stopped by the smaller one, who continues by saying that'll only take a moment, before revealing that they know his true identity. Kiryu noticing that the pair are wearing Tojo Clan crests, with the man suggesting they take the conversation somewhere more private.
I'm sensing tension. Will there be a fight? One can hope.
The group head to a bridge underpass, Kiryu taking out a cigarette, only to put it away when one of the men tries to light it, with him then asking what they want. They explain that they're both from the Tojo Clan, and were given orders by Aoyama to serve as bodyguards for Daigo whilst he's in Fukuoka, the smaller man introducing himself as Yu Morinaga, with the larger man being his junior associate, Masato Aizawa. Kiryu demands they skip the intros and just get to the point of what they want, Morinaga stating they want Daigo's whereabouts, revealing that he's gone missing since the previous night, the last time they saw him being when he got into Kiryu's taxi, before losing track of the cab due to their unfamiliarity with Fukuoka's roads, though they managed to track down the driver by cross-referencing the taxi's license plate number with the Road Transport Bureau, finding that it was registered to a Nagasu taxi company, soon figuring out the driver's name of Taichi Suzuki. They were initially confused as they had no reason to believe the chairman knew anyone by that name, hence why they waited to meet with the driver face to face, not knowing what would compel him to pick a taxi in the middle of the queue, but they have an idea now that they know who Taichi Suzuki really is, Morinaga still being in disbelief that the driver was the clan's legendary fourth chairman. Kiryu tells them that they have the wrong guy, Morinaga proceeding to ask if he has any idea where Daigo is, with him answering that he picked up a passenger on the highway and dropped them off in Nagasugai, having no idea where he went afterwards, him then going for a smoke, only to find that he crushed the packet of cigarettes in his hand. Fed up, he asks if they're done as he has a shift to get to, prompting Aizawa to question if that's how things are, that he's really going to abandon Daigo without even batting an eye.
I love the sassiness of like, are we done here? And it's like, oh, I see how it is.
Declaring that this is a pivotal moment for the Tojo Clan, and that the chairman vanishing isn't an insignificant matter, as he could have gone in an accident, or possibly something worse. Yet despite that, Kiryu doesn't seem to care at all, asking if he's hanging Daigo out to dry like he was nothing to him. Aizawa's starting to march towards Kiryu, with Morinaga attempting to get get him to stay back. Aizawa states he hasn't been in the Tojo long, only hearing the stories of the 4th chairman, but it was the 6th chairman telling those stories, Daigo declaring it his duty to protect the clan, revealing that the other execs didn't want to sort a deal with the Yamagasa, claiming they're not even in the same league as them, but Daigo took it all in stride because of what he promised Kiryu, with him begging he tell them where he went that night.
Cut this guy a break, Jesus.
Kiryu states that he already told them he doesn't know where he is, but as he goes to leave, Aizawa grabs him by the shoulder, asking how he lives with himself, that Chairman Dojima is supposed to be his friend, and that whilst he doesn't know why he's doing this, he's not letting him turn his back on him. Kiryu then demands he get off him, throwing Aizawa back. Morinaga then steps up, asking if he truly is just Taichi Suzuki, declaring Kiryu's answer of yes makes things much simpler, as they'll just have to rough him up a bit, explaining that if he was the 4th chairman, they wouldn't lay a finger on him no matter what, but if he's just some random cabbie, then there's no issue, as they'll get the truth out of him, even if they have to beat it out.
仇に手を出すってのか。
間違いは承知の上。しかし今一刻を争う時、綺麗事を言ってられる状況じゃありません。我々はヤクザなんです。いざとなれば暴力を使うということはご存知のはずだ。
いいだろう。そういうことなら相手するしかねえようだな。
覚悟してください。勝負。
After Kiryu takes them down, he starts to leave, Morinaga declaring he can't go.
4代目。
俺が知っていることは全て話した。それだけは本当だ。この後どうするかはお前たちの仕事だ。
We leave on a cliffhanger, I see.
So yeah, I think there's two main takeaways. First, we've got the major reveal that Daigo has gone missing. And then secondly, we're getting more and more confirmation that at this point in his life, Kerry wants nothing to do with the Tojo clan, even if it means abandoning people who he would normally consider friends and family.
My god.
That's... okay, so evidently something happened between 4 and 5, which caused a rift.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there's definitely some sort of, like, traumatic backstory event that must have happened in those 2 years with Kiryu. There must have been something, we just don't know what.
I guess only other thing then is, what are your first impressions of Morinaga and Aizawa?
They look exactly how I pictured they would look.
Yeah, they are like peak goon, and I love that.
Chapter 3, The Plot Unfolds.
I wonder if a plot will unfold. Dang it, you almost beat me.
We flash back to the early summer of 2011 in Okinawa. Kiryu walking out from Morning Glory with a bag in hand towards Haruka, who sat on the beach out front. She asks if he's really going, as she's already said she'd stay there with him. Kiryu explaining she'll be starting high school next year, with Taichi and Koji graduating junior high the year after, so they don't need him to watch over them anymore. Telling her not to assume he's doing this for their sake, claiming he's just tired of babysitting.
Yikes.
Haruka calls him out for lying, Kiryu insisting that this is the best thing for him, and her going into show business has nothing to do with it, though Haruka retorts that she knows there's more to it and he's lying through his teeth.
I love how Haruka is just like, she can see through all of his bullshit, and I love that for her.
I think I know why this might have been considered a bit controversial. Is it because people think that Kiryu wouldn't do this?
Haruka asks if it's about the money, mentioning how Park said they'd all be taken care of under the condition that Kiryu left. Haruka apologizing as she knows he's only lying for their sake, but that doesn't mean she doesn't deserve the truth. Kiryu brings up that Taichi is planning to skip high school and start working, with both Ayako and Koji having similar plans, with even Shiro talking about finding a job, them all being ready to sacrifice their futures to help Haruka and protect the orphanage, saying they can hold things together until she comes home. Him explaining that Haruka is their ray of hope, that nothing would make them happier than if she came back as a star. However, Kiryu's adamant that they're too young to be throwing their lives away, that they may be strapped for cash, but that's not a reason to squander her chances, so he won't let them do it. Haruka retorts that more than anything, the kids want Kiryu to stay, her agreeing with them, him being thankful for it, but tells her the timing's right, saying he always knew they'd have to go their separate ways someday. So he's going, because he loves her and the other kids at the orphanage.
Oh god, I have such mixed feelings about this.
Back in the present, Kiryu heads out for another day's work, taking a glance at the faced-away picture on the way out. When he heads to the office, he's given an urgent pickup request at Nagasu Bridge, the passengers turning out to be a pair of Yakuza from the Omi Alliance heading to Hakata Station. During the drive, Kiryu finds out the pair are in a rush as apparently one of their higher-ups just died in an accident, so they need to head back to Osaka for the funeral, leading him to ask if he's referring to an incident in Nagoya that was in the paper, the thug confirming it along with mentioning that a Tojo officer also died up there, both of them dying in separate car crashes on the same day, the other Yakuza thinking it's too perfect to be a coincidence.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Or is it?
Yes.
They then shift to discussing how the 7th chairman needs to pick a successor, one of them asking if he even can given his condition, and how he's not taking visitors, the other reckoning he should do it soon, or else the decision will come down to consensus between the patriarchs, effectively meaning the biggest faction wins out, which leaves the options of either the Watase family, which is run by the Omi Alliance captain and holds the most turf and soldiers, Osaka Enterprises, which is led by their chief of HQ, who rules over Sotenbori and gains influence through his large tributes, or the Takachi family, which is now out of the picture following their patriarch's death in Nagoya, the man having been a lieutenant for the Omi who wasn't a major player, but no one messed with due to the chairman taking a liking to him. One of the thugs then asked the other if money is going to start getting thrown around in an attempt to improve the standings, the other answering it would take a lot more than money, as being made Omi chairman makes you the biggest name in the entire Yakuza underworld, so they'll have to prove they deserve that spot. Something like killing a Tojo higher-up such as Daigo or Majima. Which leads Kiryu to bring up how he heard that Daigo recently went missing in the area, the Tojo having been on the hunt for him all day, leading the thug to figure his hunch wasn't too far off, suspecting it's possible he was kidnapped by either the Watase family or Osaka Enterprises, though if he had to guess, it sounds more like something Watase would do. But at the end of the day, none of it really matters, outside of it just being more shit to worry about for the lower rank members like them, before demanding the driver hurry it up. After dropping off the thugs, Kiryu thinks about what he heard, but decides he has nothing to do with the Tojo or Daigo anymore. When Kiryu finishes up his work for the day, he ends up spotting Morinaga and Aizawa in the distance still on the hunt for Daigo, the pair attempting to ask a Yamagasa family member for more info, who ends up accusing them of trying to pin Daigo's disappearance on them as an excuse to steal their turf, causing Aizawa to fly off the handle, with Morinaga's attempts to ease things over falling flat as the Yamagasa man tells them that he's going to report what happened to the family. Once he gets to his apartment, Kiryu finds Mayumi already inside, explaining she had the early shift today, leading him to ask if she doesn't have anything of her own to take care of, insisting he's fine on his own, leading her to question if she really annoys him that much. He affirms that he greatly appreciates all she's done for him, making her ask why he keeps trying to push her away, and if it's because he met someone else. dates. Kiryu stating that's not his style, instead just finding it weird they're practically living together despite not being a couple, leading her to suggest they become one, though Kiryu shoots it down as now's not the time.
Not now.
Her deciding to just wait around until a good time comes around. Kiryu then asks if she has any family, just realizing she's never talked about it before. Mayumi stating both her parents are long gone and she lives on her own, leading him to apologize for prying with her and deciding to get started on making dinner. Whilst Mayumi is cooking and Kiryu is having a smoke, they get a knock at the door, answering to find Aizawa carrying a bloodied Morinaga.
Oh no.
Aizawa asks for Suzuki's help, Kiryu questioning how they found him. Aizawa stating he'll explain later, but he needs somewhere for Morinaga to rest, who apologizes for the intrusion, having told Aizawa not to do so before passing out.
So not dead.
Yeah, Morinaga's not dead, but he's passed out.
Okay, that could be worse.
After leaving Morinaga at the apartment, Kiryu and Aizawa head to an underpass, explaining that he didn't mean to intrude, but he couldn't take him to a hospital and there was nowhere else to go, leaving Kiryu's place as his only option.
I mean, fair.
Kiryu once again questions how they knew where he lives. Aizawa stating that after they learned about Taichi Suzuki being the driver of the cab Daigo got in, they tracked him down via the local real estate info, his being the only place with a rental contract for someone under that name. The pair having not gone earlier due to Morinaga believing that as representatives for the Tojo, they can't be seen breaking code, the guy being very by the books, hence why they waited for him at his work instead.
Oh my god, there's only one guy named John Smith.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, is he the only one who's called John Smith? It's so strange.
Kiryu then asks what happened to them, it turning out the pair were jumped by some Yamagasa men, Aizawa elaborating that ever since Daigo's meeting with Madarame, the Yamagasa have been jumping Tojo men left and right, the group already being down 10 men, the reasoning for the attacks being that whilst things are going well amongst the higher-ups, the street-level thugs aren't happy with the Tojo's presence in Fukuoka.
That seems like an intelligent thing to do, attacking random people on the street.
Kiryu then questions why they had to come to him, figuring they could have gotten help from some other Tojo men. Aizawa stating that's not possible, as Morinaga's already in deep shit for letting Daigo go missing, so admitting to getting beaten by Yamagasa grunts will only make things worse, it not being his fault not mattering to Aoyama, who hates excuses and won't let mistakes go unpunished. Kiryu states that Yakuza family shouldn't be run as a company, and he won't get far playing authoritarian. Aizawa understanding where he's coming from, but claims that Aoyama's discipline is what has reinvigorated the clan, that he shows no mercy to anyone who betrays the group or violates an order, even axing a big name family from the time of the third chairman for causing a scandal, whilst promoting younger groups that show loyalty and produce results, saying that whilst things may seem harsh, everyone knows where they stand and overall morale is high and the Tojo stronger than ever, leaving Kiryu to figure him and his brothers from the day have fallen behind the times. Back over at Kiryu's apartment, Morinaga has been bandaged up with him lying on a futon, Mayumi proceeding to hang up his jacket, and after making sure he's not looking, starts digging through his pockets, eventually finding a crest which she recognizes as belonging to the Tojo. Morinaga silently waking up to see her looking at the pin, which she quickly puts away as soon as Kiryu arrives back with Aizawa.
When you said digging through his pockets, I immediately thought of Animal Crossing for some reason. He just searches his pockets and trying to get bells.
Kiryu then asks if she can head home for the night, explaining the pair work with an old friend of his and they have some catching up to do, with her agreeing to leave. Once Morinaga's fully up, Kiryu once again confirms he has no idea where Daigo went after dropping him off, with him asking if the pair have found any leads, Morinaga stating there's been no sign of him going back to his hotel or grabbing another taxi, with them not really having any reason to go into hiding, leaving the only option that he was kidnapped. The Yamagasa seem likely given how much the foot soldiers seem to be against the Alliance, but Aizawa doesn't think that fits, as he doubts they'd kidnap a guest of their patriarch. Kiryu sharing similar doubts anyone would be that foolish.
Yeah, that does seem a bit out there.
Before they can continue thinking, the discussion is broken by Morinaga getting a phone call, with him being stunned by what he hears, that Aoyama is being put in as acting chairman, Aizawa questioning the move as Daigo's only been missing for 2 days. Morinaga guessing it's due to the execs rushing to finalize the alliance with the Yamagasa, with the two of them needing to go to a meeting at midnight back at the hotel.
That's okay. Okay, it's not a coincidence anymore. There's definitely something up.
No, I still think it's a coincidence. I think I'm going to stay strong.
Okay. The pair then head out to leave, Kiryu apologizing for not being much help, though Morinaga states that knowing he's not given up on Daigo completely is more than enough. Kiryu tells the pair to stay safe, with them then heading out for the night. But just before they go, Morinaga remembers something he needs to tell him concerning Mayumi, though based on the look Kiryu gives him, he figures out that he already knows whatever he was going to tell him, with Morinaga and Aizawa finally leaving.
Before I go, I must say something cryptic for the audience to not be able to pick up on.
Yeah.
The next day, towards the end of Kiryu's shift, the officer's secretary asks if he could do a quick errand by looking for Nakajima, the guy having went out for food a while ago but not returned, suggesting he's likely at his favorite diner, which is over by the alley at the north end of Chikuzengawa Street. As Kiryu walks down the alley, he ends up running into the old guy who watched him drive away from the parking area during the intro, who questions if he's the Nagasu taxi driver Suzuki, proceeding to show his badge, which states he's an Osakan cop named Kazuhiko Serizawa. He explains that he's looking into Daigo's disappearance, asking if he has any idea where the guy went, knowing about how he got a ride in Kiryu's taxi prior to vanishing. Kiryu lies by saying he doesn't have any idea who he's talking about, with Serizawa saying he's talking about the guy who he dropped off at Daimo Bridge, leading to Kiryu insisting he let him out like any other customer, with no clue where he went afterwards. As he tries to walk away, Serizawa grabs Kiryu and pins him against the wall, not believing what he's saying due to knowing Kiryu's real identity, saying it's not wise to try and pull a fast one on a cop, and whilst he doesn't know what he's doing here, they've been keeping tabs on him.
He says that it's not easy to put a fast one over a cop, but throughout this series, I think it's been remarkably easy.
Kiryu then questions what an Osakan cop is doing in Fukuoka, Serizawa saying he's here due to the presence of Masaru Watase, the Omi Alliance captain. He brings up the Omi's dying chairman and how the moment he passes, the truth between the Tojo and Omi breaks apart and a war between the two organizations is almost guaranteed, hence why the Tojo have been going around the country trying to form alliances, with him believing Watase came to town to stop the Tojo's alliance with the Yamagasa. Kiryu questioning if the Omi are trying to get an alliance with them first, though Serizawa is unsure of the exact reason why, but if they don't get their way, they could crush the Yamagasa with ease, suddenly making Nagasugai the current hotspot for Yakuza, with all eyes on the town like it's ground zero.
That's not good.
He mentions that the Tojo already know about Watase being in town, with the Omi also being the most likely culprits for Daigo's disappearance, as without him, the alliance talks stall, with him being a good bargaining chip to swing things in the Omi's favor. Kiryu asks why he's telling him all this, Serizawa elaborating that he needs him to stop Morinaga and Aizawa from doing anything stupid, since if Watase actually did kidnap Daigo, the two will come after him, which will be the spark the Omi needs to justify a war against the Tojo. So he's getting Kiryu to meet with him to prevent that from happening.
Oh, but I want to fight.
He questions why it has to be him, as he's long cut his ties with the Tojo and Yakuza. Serizawa stating that is the exact reason why, as he has the knowledge and influence, but is far enough removed to be impartial, making him the perfect guy for the job, it also helping that he's good in a fight.
That actually makes sense.
The man out of the Yakuza, but you can't take the Yakuza out of the man.
He then asks why the cops don't do something, Serizawa claiming he couldn't even say all the shit that would go down if they arrested an Omi officer, the best option being to try and resolve things peacefully, with him wanting to do it as if the Osaka PD are the ones who do this, it could help them stop having to grovel to the Tokyo PD, bringing up how after a certain female detective got a bit too friendly with a certain big name Yakuza, their organized crime division has been the butt of every joke, so they need to show they can still handle large-scale cases like this, meaning going after Watase benefits them both. After he agrees to it, he tells Kiryu that Watase is over at Club Olivia, knocking them back with his top men, with him promising that no matter how rough he gets, they won't ruin his new life here, Serizawa hoping for the best as he leaves. After having a brief run-in with Nakajima shortly after the cops exit, Kiryu heads over to Olivia. He goes to the back of the club where a group of men are sat, telling one he's come to speak with Watase, leading to them questioning what family he's from, Kiryu answering he's a cab driver, which they take as a joke, though they say he's lucky as the boss just came back. The group then all stand up as a man in a white suit enters, wiping his hands whilst bemoaning about his stomach snivelling after just a few drops, guessing he's just getting old. When he sits down, one of his men tells him about the taxi driver, the boss being confused as he didn't call a cab, though his associates reckon he's not any regular taxi driver. The boss takes one look at the driver, proceeding to tell his boys they're in the midst of a living legend, namely the Tojo's 4th chairman. All the men giving glares before the boss introduces himself as the Omi Alliance captain and patriarch of the Watase family.
Okay, he looks really cool.
Yeah, Watase is cool as fuck. Watase signals the hostesses to leave them for the time being. With him being surprised, Kiryu managed to track him down first, explaining the entire reason he came here was to meet him, though Kiryu demands he stop lying and tell him where Daigo is, Watase reckoning he should ask the Tojo where he's gone, with Kiryu's insistence that he kidnapped Daigo to mess with the Yamagasa Alliance, leading him to realize Daigo actually has gone missing, having heard the rumors but not being sure it was true. Kiryu tells him to drop the act, with Watase catching on that he's not really interested in what he has to say, saying he can hide it all he wants, but he sees the real him, the dragon on his back still having a spark of life. Kiryu states they should just get on with it and settle things, with Watase sending in his men to fight to see if he lives up to the legends. After Kiryu manages to tame them down, Watase applauds his efforts, figuring he's not lost his touch. He then asks for the truth, and after Watase acts ignorant, Kiryu claims that if he's a real Yakuza, he knows when he should get serious, him answering that he doesn't need to go full protocol as there's no rush, proceeding to order the fanciest bottle on the menu. Offering to treat Kiryu to something nice for his trouble, Kiryu walks over to the table, Watase questioning if he's going to have a seat, with a waiter then arriving with the drink. Watase grabbing it and explaining that if he was going to drink with Kiryu, it's not a good look drinking any old sewer juice. After opening the bottle and taking a swig, he offers a drink to Kiryu. He proceeds to punch the bottle, splashing its contents on Watase, who remarks that he's a real charmer.
Real mature.
The dragon answering that he prefers drinking alone, with the Omi captain saying that's not what he heard, being aware of Kiryu's visit to the club alongside Nakajima 3 days ago, having figured he would show him the same courtesy. Kiryu immediately questions how he knows about that, Watase explaining he's sworn brothers with Aoyama, and due to being his secretary, he knows more or less everything Daigo does, including Kiryu's current living situation, having been keeping tabs on the guy to make sure he didn't do anything funny.
Oh, That's oh no.
with Kiryu's glare back making him realize he's finally said something that takes his interest, requesting he take a seat, with the dragon complying. Kiryu demands he tell him everything, starting with what his relationship is with Aoyama. Watase explains they became sworn brothers about a year back, him having no interest in it due to outranking the guy, but agreed to it due to being insisted to do so by the 7th chairman, it being part of an effort to prevent conflict between the Tojo and Omi.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Though he plans to start doing whatever he wants when the 7th chairman passes. Kiryu asks if he came to Fukuoka as part of a plan alongside Aoyama to get rid of Daigo. Watase stating he was only told about Kiryu being in town, stating he couldn't care less about the Tojo chairman, and after finally managing to get through to Kiryu, he was only here to see him. He then questions why he'd go that far to meet him, as doing so does nothing to improve his chances of becoming the next Omi chairman, with Watase explaining he has no interest in fighting over the throne, instead being interested with what comes after, his war with the Tojo after becoming chairman, as he's confident that he's got the spot in the bag already, instead being interested in who's going to be running the Tojo when he takes charge.
Oh god. The fact that he's already like, yeah, we're gonna go to war, we just need sort of this one tiny thing here.
Kiryu states it would obviously be Daigo, which disappoints Watase, as fighting a weak-ass clan led by a weak-ass man isn't worth his time, figuring there's far better candidates for Daigo's spot. He tells Kiryu the Omi have never managed to beat the Tojo, going as far back as the 5th chairman, despite having more soldiers, cash, and power. Him believing the reason why was because they had Kiryu's strength on their side, bringing up how he single-handedly stopped Ryuji Goda's attempted takeover, and how even when the Tojo was ripping itself apart, all they could do was sit back and watch out of fear of Kiryu being back in town.
Yeah, that checks.
Kiryu states that he's wrong, that Daigo was the one protecting the clan, and he was just helping finish what he started during his time in the Tojo, leaning Watase to state that's the worst part, that he has no ego, even less ambition, and yet every move he makes draws a crowd, anyone getting a whiff of that power following him to the ends of the earth, including Daigo. He demands Watase get to the point of what he wants, him requesting Kiryu rejoin the Tojo, elaborating that at some point he will have to fight them if he wants to control the country, but right now they're nothing but a bunch of losers that are barely worth slapping on the head. So in order to prove that he's better than someone like the Dragon of Kansai, he has to make an impact. So he needs a dangerous rival like Kiryu in order to make everyone wake the fuck up with him having come to Fukuoka to beg him to rejoin. Kiryu then throws their table to a side, Watase asking if he's calling it a night as he wasn't done talking, asking what he's playing at when he grabs and lifts him up from his tie. Kiryu figures that Watase kidnapped Daigo in order to convince him to go back to the Tojo, Watase retorting he hasn't figured shit, grabbing Kiryu's arm off of him before declaring he doesn't give a fuck where Daigo's gone, the real problem being that Kiryu's here instead of trying to solve it himself, that if Dojima kicks the bucket, the Tojo will collapse in on itself, asking what good is a war if the enemy's already dead, exclaiming that's not the Yakuza way. He states all he cares about is the fight, not being a sad sack who sits back and counts the money, wanting the Yakuza to go against the strongest of the strong, elaborating that seeing the Tojo in this state makes him want to cry, and that if Daigo bites it, literally anyone from the Omi could take them down, saying that's not the Tojo he knows and that they deserve better than that. Watase proclaims that he knows deep down Kiryu shares the same bloodlust that he does, asking they drop the pretense as they're both as Yakuza come, that he can see in his eyes how bored he is out here, requesting one more time that he go back to the Tojo so they can have a blast making a real war out of it. Kiryu then turns to leave, Watase questioning if he's not even going to say anything, with the dragon stating he has him all wrong, that he's nothing like him, as while Watase views the Yakuza as a way to die, to him, it's a way to live, elaborating that whilst they may walk the same path, he's barreling towards death, while he's fighting for life, adding that he'll get it one day. Watase answering that he's looking forward to it, with Kiryu then exiting the club.
This is very metal.
This is, oh my god, I think that's got to be in top 10 Kiryu speeches.
As soon as Kiryu leaves, he runs into both Morinaga and Aizawa, explaining he was there for the same reason as them, as he was worried they wouldn't be able to keep their cool, with him informing the pair that Watase didn't kidnap Daigo, them taking his word, though there's still the question of who actually did, with Kiryu deciding to chat things over with the pair in his taxi, as it's currently the safest place to talk to them, bringing up how Watase knew about Kiryu being in town and what he got up to following Daigo's drop-off, with his source being Aoyama. They're not sure why he told Watase the information, but it's clear he's had his eyes on Kiryu even before Daigo's disappearance. Morinaga suggesting he might be trying to put pressure on the Yamagasa, as by luring in Watase, it would naturally lead to the Yamagasa assuming the Omi were trying to stop the alliance, with the threat of conflict forcing them into agreement. However, there's still one thing Kiryu's not sure on, whether or not Daigo knew about Aoyama's plan, remembering that he said he was willing to put his life on the line to succeed during his cab ride. And given that resolve, if he would have been okay with using the Watase family as leverage, leading him to believe that the one responsible for his disappearance was Aoyama. How do you rate Aoyama being the culprit, just as a theory?
I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10.
I will give it an 11 out of 10.
He asks where he is now, Morinaga answering that he left to negotiate with Madarame over at the Yamagasa family HQ, the trio immediately heading over. When they reach the place, Kiryu tells the guard he was called for a taxi pickup for Aoyama, prompting the guard to run off and check if someone did call for a cab, allowing the trio to sneak in, with their initial stealth plan falling apart almost immediately, with the group proceeding to fight their way through the HQ to reach Madarame's office.
Well,
Here we go again.
With them hearing a gunshot from the room once they reach the top floor. When they enter, they find Madarame lying on the floor, Morinaga asking what he's done, Aoyama having figured they'd come here. After being further pressed on his actions, Aoyama retorts that it doesn't take a genius to figure out he would never settle for the humiliation, never having the slightest intention of allying with the Yamagasa, his plan being to dangle cash in their face and then slowly wring their neck via a bomb hidden in a briefcase of cash, remarking that he can see how Madarame has lasted so long even if he was the leader of a backwoods family, having been suspicious of Aoyama from the start, only needing a brief distraction to have his gun train on him. However, he ended up missing, so Aoyama took him out with a knife. His reasoning for doing this being that he believes that a mighty rock like the Tojo has no business with pebbles like the Yamagasa, Morinaga questioning if he's really planning to go against the wishes of the chairman. Now, Aoyama claims that as long as Daigo remains missing, he's the chairman now.
I mean, that's technically true.
Proclaiming that in the Yakuza Ocean, you either eat or get eaten, so why waste time negotiating when they can just swallow the Yamagasa whole, and that it doesn't matter if you're Kiryu or Dojima, the moment you leave the throne, you become a relic of the past.
Holy shit. Why are the lines just so hard in this game?
Morinaga, now believing that Aoyama was the one who kidnapped Daigo, reaches for his gun and aims at the acting chairman, him proceeding to ask what he's doing and to put the gun down, though he just shouts at him for an answer, though Aoyama just questions if he realizes what he's doing, and if he can really shoot the man who is currently the highest ranking person in the Tojo, with Morinaga saying that depends on his answer. As Aoyama reaches into his breast pocket, Morinaga proceeds to unload his gun, only to find Aoyama is unharmed as he cleans his hands with a handkerchief, revealing his gun was filled with blanks, as it was the only way he could be sure he can trust him, not being able to give a loose cannon punk real bullets in case he mistakenly shot a civilian.
he's a renegade, he plays by his own rules.
And given his strictness on misconduct, he should be aware of what happens next, taking out his own gun and shooting Morinaga several times, Aizawa grabbing him when he falls to the ground. Kiryu questions how he could do that, Aoyama demanding the fourth chairman not not get involved, as he'd prefer to keep this an internal matter. He then raises his hands and kicks the gun over to Kiryu, thanking him for providing the out he needs to make a clean getaway. Aoyama then falls to the ground with a Tojo associate knocking out Madarame, at which point the Yamagasa family captain Yahata storms into the room, Aoyama proclaiming that Kiryu, Aizawa, and Morinaga were the ones who assaulted Madarame, Yahata immediately running over to his boss and telling the other Yamagasa men to call an ambulance, then carrying out the patriarch with Aoyama using the opportunity to escape.
I'm starting to think that Aizawa is going to be the big bad of this game.
I am also starting to think that. Do we have a niche key level threat, do you think?
Yahata then asks who Kiryu is, him saying it'll take a while to explain before demanding Aizawa get out with Morinaga and that he'll hold off the Yamagasa, demanding he not even dare let Morinaga die, with Aizawa proceeding to carry out his sworn brother whilst Kiryu stays behind. Yahata asks if Kiryu was the one who stabbed the boss, him answering no, but given the circumstances, he probably won't believe whatever he has to say.
That's a fair assessment to make, I suppose.
言い訳はよか。きっちりここで弾取っちゃうけ。死に去らせボケが。大言ばい。八幡兄貴までやられた。すぐに来てくれんね。雑魚が何倍気が通って畜生が。
When Kiryu finally gets out of the HQ, he sees Aoyama standing by a limo at the front entrance, who commends him for being able to get out before taking out a remote control. Kiryu asks what he's doing, though Aoyama explains he should thank him, as soon there'll be no trace of his fight with the Yamagasa, with no police at his door, allowing him to stay as a taxi driver and pretend nothing happened.
Aoyama, 貴様! Aoyama.
I'd probably say the definite highlight of this chapter is Watase. He is definitely the fan favorite character to come out of Yakuza 5.
He is the coolest looking, and he's generally just the coolest one.
Sorry, I was going to say, I don't want to get on his bad side on Dragon's Den.
I will add one interesting tidbit. Apparently at one point they were actually considering making Watase a playable character, but due to a kind of unwritten rule they have where you can't play as people who are active members of the Yakuza, they ultimately decided not to.
I think that's fair enough. I think he'd be more effective as a supporting character anyway.
Yeah, and I think even from a societal standpoint, it like in that sense it doesn't glorify the Yakuza like the real Yakuza.
But none of this changes the fact that he's cool as fuck. Oh, and then going back to the very start, we also have the explanation for why Kiryu left the orphanage, with it basically being so that Haruka could pursue her idol career whilst not getting in the way of potentially destroying the futures of the other kids at the orphanage.
I don't know how I feel about that. I think I can see the controversial crack starting to form, I will say.
I will say now, they do explain it more later, but that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people just don't buy Kiryu's reason for leaving the orphanage.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound like something he would do.
Chapter 4, Destinations.
I wonder if there will be a destination, or maybe even plural destinations.
The next day, Kiryu returns to his apartment, where he finds Mayumi wearing a nightgown. He questions what she's doing, at which point she takes it off and hugs Kiryu, mentioning how they've been together 6 months but never had a moment like this, saying a little affection might be nice.
Oh, they're dating!
After some silence, Kiryu takes her arms off him, wraps her in one of his work shirts, and sits on his bed.
Dude!
He then asks who hired her, bringing up how the Tojo Clan somehow learnt about his night at Olivia with Nakajima, the only people being in the club being the Yamagasa thugs and club staff, but since none of them would know Kiryu's true identity, it means the person who told them must have been her.
Bum bum bum.
After the room goes quiet, Kiryu proceeds to start heading out, only for Mayumi to stop him, as there's someone she wants him to meet.
Oh no.
She ends up leading Kiryu to a hospital room, the patient turning out to be none other than Madarame. The Yamagasa patriarch thanks Kiryu for showing up last night, though he does mention how he ended up in a fight with Yahata, explaining he survived mainly thanks to wearing a bulletproof vest, him having been warned ahead of time that something was off with the Tojo Clan meetings, the person who warned him stating that if he went missing and someone else from the Tojo approached him, that someone would betray him, revealing the warning came from Daigo.
I love how Daigo has been kidnapped so many times that he started to have a contingency in case it happens again.
Flashing back to 4 days ago, we see Daigo and Madarame's meeting in the car. Him being surprised by the Tojo chairman's sudden call to cancel the hotel meeting and suggest the new meetup in the private vehicle. Daigo states that the sudden change was due to the fact that at least one of their lives was in danger, explaining that the Tojo were the ones who organized the original plan to meet at the Nagasu Grand Hotel, but something about it was wrong, as usually meetings like this are held in the outskirts of town in a room featuring small windows, as efforts to minimize any kind of attack or assassination attempt. However, their meeting was to be held in the middle of Nagasugai in a suite with large windows, a spot where people like them would be practically begging to be shot, not helped by the fact that due to the hotel's labyrinth-like design, it would be impossible to seal off completely in the event of a raid. With all these issues, he realized that the venue defied any semblance of common sense, meaning there's a traitor within the Tojo, bringing up how the Alliance has seen some opposition amongst the rank and file. Because of this, he requests that Madarame stick to the story that he requested the change of locale, and to forgive him for disappearing afterwards. How do we get charisma of Daigo's level?
I don't know.
Back in the present, Madarame explains that Daigo wasn't kidnapped, instead intentionally going into hiding to get out of Fukuoka, him believing it was due to him being out of options with his life in grave danger, using the fact his disappearance after meeting him would cause people to naturally assume the Yamagasa kidnapped him, managing to escape amidst all the confusion.
Interesting, and also a tad confusing.
Kiryu asks if he's back in Tokyo, Madarame answering that there was apparently something he needed to check first beforehand, with him needing to get off the grid to do it, leading to follow-up questions of what it was he needed to check and if it's in relation to the Tojo traitor. Based on what Daigo told him, he was already fairly suspicious of Aoyama, meaning he's not the real traitor they're looking for.
Oh my god, there are 2 imposters among us.
Madarame then sits up, getting some assistance from Mayumi, telling Kiryu he owes him an apology, revealing that he was the one responsible for sending her to monitor and report his activity to the Tojo Clan, having done so at the request of Daigo in order to keep his cover safe. He explains Daigo seemingly knew he was in Fukuoka, and living under an alias the whole time, only wanting to ensure he got to live in peace and not get dragged back into the Yakuza, with him deciding to come down and ask for Madarame's help, pointing out the situation isn't exactly a common occurrence, and ever since he's been relaying the information given by Mayumi to the Tojo chairman. Kiryu asks what their connection is, Madarame revealing that she's his daughter, having sent her because the fact Kiryu was in Fukuoka had to be kept secret at all cost, so he needed someone he could trust unconditionally, making someone who is his own flesh and blood the natural choice. He then remarks that had he known what kind of person Kiryu was, he might have thought twice about letting her get near him, since it's blatantly obvious she's fallen for him, and as her father, he can't bear to see her deal with feelings that aren't being reciprocated.
Aww.
He then gets her to hand over a letter, which he then passes on to Kiryu. He opens the letter to find it's a declaration for the dissolution of the Yamagasa family, Madarame asking him to take it to the police. Kiryu questions his decision to dissolve the family, with the patriarch explaining his men have grown too big for his small castle, the group having always been small, but he thinks he took in too many children, it now putting a strain on their relationship with the Tojo, the best he can do being to make sure his boys get a chance at life, and by ceasing to be Yakuza and ceding their turf, the Tojo and Omi will stop coming after them, it's simply being the safest option now. Kiryu states that if he's going through with this, it would only be fair that his men heard the announcement from their leader. However, Madarame retorts that once a Kyushu man's blood starts pumping, they can't be stopped, even ignoring orders from him, so it's better to let the law handle things, that by being at the mercy of law via dissolving the family, neither Tojo or Omi would want to get involved. He then asks why he has to be the one to do this, the Yamagasa patriarch explaining that he would under normal circumstances, but his attempt at trying to stop the Tojo going to war ended up with him in a hospital bed. Plus he feels that if Kiryu's the one who handed over the letter, Yahata might accept it, explaining his captain isn't the brightest, understanding a man by fighting them, viewing it as a sort of silver lining to the pair getting in a fight. He says he knows that what he's doing is putting a burden on Kiryu, but asks him to grant an old fool his wish, him being the only one he can trust to do it right. Kiryu then begins to head out, with Mayumi chiming in, declaring she's willing to do whatever it takes to make up for deceiving him, asking him to please do this for her father. Kiryu tells her that he's not the man she thinks he is, that he, her father, and Aoyama are all Yakuza, but being Yakuza doesn't make them the same, that he's far from ideal, but he'd never turn down a good man's request. He confirms to Madarame that he'll pass on the letter, calling it a soft spot for brats that grow up in the margins, and that if this is what he wants, he'll make it known, along with thanking him regardless of why for putting a good woman at his side when he was at his lowest, promising he won't let Aoyama get away with this before leaving the room.
He can't keep getting away with this.
He can't keep getting away with this.
When he exits, Madarame apologizes to Mayumi, telling her that if she wants to go after him, now's her chance, and if that's what she wants, he won't get in her way, at which point she falls in his lap, pleading he not say another word as this is hard enough as is, with him doing the best he can to comfort his crying daughter. When Kiryu gets back to town, he decides he should tell Yahata about Madarame's decision, proceeding to track down some Yamagasa men in town to figure out where he is, and after a handful of fights and a chase, he finds out he's in a small base located on Suzukake Lane, having to battle his way through more Yamagasa men on the way to him. Once he reaches Yahata's office, the other men in the room immediately recognize him and draw their guns. However, Yahata demands them to stand down, approaching Kiryu to ask what he wants. He proceeds to hand over the letter, Yahata reading it and figuring the move to dissolve the family is fitting for the old man. Kiryu explains Madarame's reasoning for the letter being to protect the organization from the Tojo, and how he trusted him to deliver it. The Yamagasa captain then gives it back, leading to Kiryu questioning why he wouldn't destroy it. Yahata stating they're only alive to serve Madarame, still intending to follow him regardless of if the Yamagasa exists or not, them being fully intent on avenging their boss as he's all they've got. Kiryu then smirks at their commitment, telling them that if they want revenge, to come and get it, though Yahata states he's now aware that Aoyama was the one who attacked his patriarch, not Kiryu, having figured it out when the HQ got blown up. From their fight, Kiryu isn't the kind of person that'd go for a low blow like that.
Can you imagine Kiryu blowing up anything?
I can imagine him just decimating thousands of people because he's done that several times.
After understanding that even if the family is dissolved, the group are going to head after Aoyama, it being a matter of Yakuza justice now, Kiryu rips up the declaration, telling the confused Yahata that the family isn't being dissolved as he needs them for something. He states that when he first came to Nagasu, it felt the same as being in Kamurocho, so for better or worse, the Yamagasa is needed to keep balance in town, as if they leave, some other group is just going to fill in the void, which wouldn't be good for his taxi business. Yahata starts getting pissed at Kiryu's declarations, leading him to say he's got the right attitude, but they'll need more than that, as if they go for the Tojo now, they'll be coming back in body bags, saying that if they want to go after Aoyama, he won't stop them, but he needs to see if they can get through him, declaring it will only take one hit to take Yahata to the floor, with the captain retorting that he may have beaten him before, but he's never lost a rematch.
2度目に相手をボテクリこけしゃよか話やけんな。
ガキの理屈はいい。いいからかかってこい。
After fulfilling his promise to take him down in one hit, he tells the guy to not take it too hard, as he can't be fighting at his best after that explosion. Yahata being fully aware of that, but also knowing that if he doesn't do anything, the Tojo is going to take over their turf, meaning he has to get back at Aoyama no matter what. Kiryu states they won't let the Yamagasa fall, and that he'll crush the Tojo, down to the last one in Fukuoka.
So, hold on, let me just get this straight. Kiryu is now against the Tojo Clan.
Yes.
Oh no.
We then shift over to Aoyama being driven around in his car, where he gets a phone call from Yahata, the man he's with, asking if he should hang up, though he decides to answer believing he's calling about a deal. He tells the captain that the Tojo has no plans to make a deal with them, and that their houses are in open war. Yahata then tells Aoyama something that confuses him, declaring war against them to avenge their boss, giving a time and date of tomorrow night at Warehouse 27 on the Hakata Pier, adding that he's looking forward to caving his face in before hanging up, then asking if that works for Kiryu.
Hey, so can we... You're good for tonight. That's when we're gonna beat the hell out of each other?
Yeah, can we pencil him in for Wednesday?
Aoyama tells the man he's with about the proposed fight, who suggests the acting chairman not give in, as it might be a trap, though Aoyama throws the phone at him, saying that not showing up would play into their hands, as the Tojo can't be seen backing down from backwater hicks, since they'll need to demand respect once they control their turf, giving the call to round up every Tojo man still in town, mentioning how his sworn brother might finally have a use. Back over to Kiryu, he commends Yahata for doing the call perfectly, with the captain questioning why he wanted the fight to be held tomorrow, as it gives the Tojo the chance to regroup. Him answering there's still some things he needs to sort out, namely how there's a bunch of people who have helped him without knowing who he really is, so he needs to set things straight with them to avoid making things worse. Yahata bets they'd shit themselves if they found out he was the Dragon of Dojima, wondering why the boss never told them, Kiryu stating it was to protect him and Daigo, the captain believing he helps a little too much and wasn't exactly cut out for the Yakuza life, joking it's them that always got shafted for it anyway. Kiryu remarks how people like him and Madarame seemingly keep getting dragged into messes like this, guessing that's their lot in life. The two then split to arrange for tomorrow, planning to meet at the pier on the day of the fight, with Kiryu heading off to Nagasu Taxi. Once he gets there, he tells Nakajima he's leaving the company, as he doesn't want to cause him any more trouble. After getting him to admit that he knew the whole time that his real name isn't Taichi Suzuki, he confesses to being an ex-member of the Tojo Clan, how he left to start over by running an orphanage in Okinawa before having to leave that life behind, which is when he ended up in Fukuoka and the two first met. He then informs him about the upcoming war between the Tojo and Yamagasa, and how he needs to stop that from happening, saying that regardless of how things turn out, it would be a big problem if word got out that he worked there, so he needs to quit before that happens.
When you put it like that, it's kind of funny, because it was like a former Yakuza boss was a taxi driver.
Yeah, it's quite the evolution of careers.
Kiryu apologizes for things having to turn out this way, with Nakajima saying he is too, as Kiryu's not going anywhere, telling him that he doesn't need to worry about harming the company, as he's part of the family now, elaborating that he wants his employees to live true to themselves without holding back, being able to tell he wasn't an ordinary guy from the start, even thinking something like this would happen one day, but he can't afford to lose a good man for no good reason, saying he doesn't need the details, but asks he make sure he comes back to them. He then suggests Kiryu wrap up any loose ends, and once he's ready, he can use one of the company's cars to help stop the war. One last mention of how Nakajima is the most based boss in existence.
Oh yeah, for sure.
When the time of the fight arrives, the Tojo Clan swarm in a sea of black cars, where they come face to face with the Yamagasa on the pier. As the Tojo start lining up, the Yamagasa ask where Aoyama's hiding, one of the Tojo grunts declaring that these worthless rednecks aren't worth the acting chairman's time.
Whoa!
We then see Aoyama sat in one of the cars alongside Watase, the Omi captain questioning his decision to not stand in the front lines, Aoyama retorting that the general doesn't dirty themselves with a soldier's job, with Watase's belief of punching a guy being the best way to get adrenaline pumping, leading him to say he's not like him or Kiryu, gaining no pleasure from brutality.
I don't think Kiryu really gains pleasure from brutality either.
Yeah, but he's also known for punching a lot of people.
Also true.
Watase then asks why he even brought him out here, having thought he needed backup. Aoyama answering he's here as insurance in the event a certain someone shows up. The Tojo then start heading in to begin the fight, only for a light to come from one of the warehouses, the source being a taxi which drives in between both families, with Kiryu then stepping out, him declaring that this fight is his.
Oh yeah.
A Tojo grunt immediately recognizes the fourth chairman, though Kiryu tells them he's not with them anymore, instead just being a taxi driver. The grunt then asks if he's come to help them, calling it an honor, Kiryu answering that he is here to help, but not them, declaring the Tojo in front of him have no idea what it means to be Yakuza, so he's going to put them on the right path.
It's like, we've come to save you! Hooray! It's Kiryu! From yourselves! Oh no, it's Kiryu.
Aoyama then heads to the front alongside Watase, having figured he'd show up at some point. Aoyama figures that Madarame asked Kiryu to step in to help his family, Kiryu telling him that Madarame is still alive and he failed to destroy the Yamagasa. Aoyama then says that for someone that's been around for as long as he has, he's really imperceptive, revealing he never intended to kill Madarame, instead just wanting to ruffle feathers, saying that if he wanted them dead, he wouldn't have gone with the half measure of a bomb, the point of it being pretext for a fight with the Yamagasa, his plan having been to attack Madarame and set up the war, in order for it to act as bait to lure Daigo out of hiding, him being aware the two were working together the whole time.
Interesting. I mean, it seems like a long walk for a short glass of water.
He then asks if they're ready to start the fight, however Kiryu has one thing he needs to check beforehand. If he takes down all the Tojo soldiers single-handedly, then this isn't a war between families. Aoyama is taken aback, confused by Kiryu's question, to which the dragon remarks that if he takes them down on his own, this is just a fight between some Yakuza and a civilian, asking if he's wrong.
I mean, if anyone can do it, it is Kiryu.
Both Aoyama and Yahata are taken aback by Kiryu's logic, however, he just promises he won't leave a single Tojo man standing, and that he won't let the Yamagasa fade away. Aoyama starts laughing, figuring he's taken too many hits to the head, asking if he really thinks he can take on an army, telling him he doesn't stand a chance. He goes on to say that times have changed, that war isn't about who locks fists with whom anymore, going into another laughing fit about how the old-timers refuse to change, at which point he gets punched to the floor by Watase, who tells his brother to watch his fucking mouth, proceeding to tell Kiryu that he accepts his conditions, that if he single-handedly takes down every Tojo man present, there's no war with the Yamagasa.
Jesus.
Again, Watase being cool as fuck. Aoyama tries to fight back, but Watase reminds him of his position as Omi captain and patriarch of the Watase family, with his questions of whether he really wants to challenge him being returned with silence.
よし、それじゃ始め。この喧嘩、立ち会い人はこのわしや。何をしてるお前ら。4代目だからといって手加減はいらない。行け。
ああ、そうだ。手加減はいらねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。 よくこれだけ集めた。正気。
Against all odds, Kiryu manages to defeat the Tojo army, leaving those left standing awestruck. Aoyama starts panicking and reaches for his gun, claiming he's done playing around. However, his hand is forced down by Watase, who says he can't have him shaming his reputation as a witness, asking if he really wants to try tarnishing his name. As Kiryu starts heading towards them, Aoyama states this wasn't part of the deal, recalling Watase's desire to take down Kiryu, at which point he starts twisting his arm, stating he's not his soldier, and that when he fights Kiryu, it will be on his terms, snatching the pistol out of his hands before smashing him in the face with it. Aoyama is then picked up by Kiryu, who proceeds to beat the ever-loving shit out of him, his futile attempts to escape only being met with more punches, with everyone else only being able to look on from a distance. After punching him against his car, Aoyama claims this isn't what he was told, that Kiryu never kills and is merciful, the dragon making him spill he heard as such from the other Tojo men, prompting him to shout that he's never been a saint before taking one last swing at him, Aoyama ducking out of the way, causing the car's window to get smashed.
Oh my god.
Kiryu then remarks that he can hide from his past all he wants, but no matter how much he hates it, he'll always be a Yakuza, telling Aoyama that being clever only gets you so far, and that this is his last warning. Again, it's so fucking raw, bro.
It is, honestly.
As Kiryu walks away, Aoyama asks why it had to be him of all people, that had he known this would happen, he would have never agreed to this. Watase then heads over and picks him up by the collar, shouting at him to stop whimpering and that if he wants to run the Tojo, he has to grow a pair, questioning if he's determined to disappoint him. Aoyama then states he was only done as he was told, in order to lure Kiryu out of hiding, leaning to Watase asking who gave the order, at which point Aoyama is shot in the head, instantly killing him.
Oh my gosh.
Classic Yakuza trope.
The shooter remarking that he talks too much, revealing himself to be Morinaga. He tells Kiryu he hadn't planned on seeing him again like this, firing a shot as he tries to head over, remarking the next one is going through his brain. He then asks how long has he been betraying Daigo, Morinaga bringing up that the chairman was the one who disappeared and left his men to fend for themselves, calling that a real betrayal. He explains that his job was to get Kiryu where he needed him to be, having planned for every scenario like Madarame, with him killing Aoyama due to no one liking a Yakuza with loose lips, him being ready to spill all the secrets after just a few punches. Morinaga starts heading off, but Kiryu stops him to ask one question. Where's Aizawa? Believing that he's not the type for backstabbing, and that he would have told him about the plot against Daigo. Morinaga looks off to the side, saying he was truly a good guy, but he knew too much to reasonably turn away, answering he's currently on Mount Ainubo, 6 feet under, having buried him with his own hands.
Oh my, off screen! Oh, boo. Boo.
The answer prompts Kiryu to start charging at him, ignoring his demands to stop until he's forced to after getting shot in the leg, his fall being caught by Watase, who demands he leave him for now. Morinaga then says there's more he has to do, and he can't have Kiryu die here, telling him that if he wants answers, he'll find them in Tokyo, at which point he gets in his car and drives away. Jumping ahead 2 days later, Kiryu is stood by a fence across the road by Nagasu Taxi, where he's approached by Serizawa, who remarks he's got a hell of a work ethic if he's going back to taxi driving just after his big scrap, the detective being fully aware of what went down at the pier, asking how his leg is doing. He then lights cigarettes for both himself and Kiryu, before telling him that Watase went back to Kansai this morning, the guy apparently having stopped by the police morgue to light some incense for Aoyama. Him finding it crazy the guy never realised he was being used by him, calling him a bit of an idiot, being surprised the Omi keep old-fashioned American guys like him around, and then figuring his likeness of the guy means he's going soft. Kiryu asks if there's any kind of closeness between them, him remarking that when you've been on the force as long as he has, even your enemies start making you sentimental, likening it to Kiryu potentially seeing eye to eye with a cop or two. He then passes on that Watase wanted to give his regards to Kiryu, claiming he'd sort out stuff with the Omi side, then settle things in Tokyo. He then asks if he's going too, Kiryu getting lost in thought before heading towards his cab, at which point Serizawa tells him about how they found a body in Mount Ainubo, it not being ID'd yet due to the face being jacked up, but they did find a Tojo pin on it.
Oh.
He asks again if he's sure he can stay out of this, as it's a crucial time for someone as important as Daigo to go missing, and that Kiryu might be the only one who can sail the Tojo through the upcoming storm. Kiryu then gets in his cab, rolling down the window to tell the detective he'll give him a ride, but those are the only directions he'll be taking from him, the path he walks being his to choose. Serizawa decides to let Kiryu have his way, but recommends he should turn on the news, reckoning the two of them will get to know each other well very soon before leaving. Kiryu then turns on his radio, where he then hears a report of a shooting that happened in Sapporo the previous day, the Hokkaido police determining the victim was senior member of the Tojo Clan, Goro Majima.
What?
Majima's fucking dead, he died off screen.
No, wait, no.
No, that's bullshit.
No, there's no way.
Cut off-screen Majima.
They haven't done that.
Outrage. A scandal.
Kiryu's only response to hearing the report being to smash the car's horn. Back at his flat, Kiryu takes a shower before donning his grey suit. As he heads out, he looks over to the picture facing the wall, finally picking it up, revealing it to be a picture of him alongside all the kids from Morning Glory.
Haruka.
Before we properly delve into this, I'm gonna say ahead of now, Part 1 is my second favourite section of Yakuza 5. There's another section later on that we'll get to that's my favourite, but Part 1 is really good.
I think it was a very cool setup. It was a bit difficult to hook me in at the beginning because it was a different setting. Also, there was Kiryu
In his depression arc.
in his depression arc, yeah. There was a lot going on that we didn't really have answers to until like sort of towards the end. But I think now with the setup of Morinaga being like the big bad, and I had a feeling that Aoyama wasn't going to be the overarching villain, so it's cool that they have established. I feel like they've established the big bad earlier compared to the previous games.
To be fair, I did kind of think that, he's just going to be the major villain for just this part only. I suppose that made the most sense, because I feel like they're setting him up as this. There must be some other force in the background, but I think probably the hardest things about this part for me to grasp is Kiryu's characterization in certain aspects, and also the off-screen deaths, obviously. I think we had a big reaction to some of these, but yeah, that's about it, I think.
In my personal opinion, Yakuza 5 is home to my favourite iteration of Kiryu, because the whole part, it's basically Kiryu being conflicted about who he is. Because you have the Dragon of Dojima, who's like this legendary Tojo Clan figure that everyone sees him as, but he doesn't want to be. Taichi Suzuki, the taxi driver, the identity Kiryu's just putting on so he can get through life, but there's nothing going on behind it. And then you have Kiryu, the actual person who wants to be at Morning Glory Orphanage, but due to various factors is just not allowed to be that person. And this part is basically Kiryu recognizing that all those parts, to various degrees, no matter how much he may like or dislike them, they're all true to some extent. And that fight where he accepts his identity as the Dragon of Dojima as a way to help fight off the Tojo, you will find this in the textbook definition of peak fiction.
I think I would say that I'm not opposed to the ideas it presents. I just think it needs a little bit more time to explain it, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I could see it playing out better over the course of a full game, maybe, but as just like its own self-contained part, it's really good. And then, the overall story of part 1, it both works as its own, like, self-contained story and as the setup to a much larger conspiracy that we're going to learn more of as the game goes over. So, to me, it's basically a case of it's the perfect mix of a well-written story that works on both its own and a larger narrative, as well as having some really good characterization from both the main cast as well as supporting characters like Watase.
Yeah, he's definitely the standout, I think, so far.
Part 2, Tiger Saijima.
Do we do the running gag for parts?
I think we tried doing that and it just didn't work.
Yeah, it's not as good.
We flash back to December 2010 in Kamurocho, in a Korean barbecue restaurant called Kanrai. Saijima chowing down on meat whilst Majima bemoans why they're here, figuring there's gotta be a better barbecue joint than this, but he's brought them to one in a ghost town. Saijima just telling him to stop whining and eat.
Sajima, he looks like the kind of guy where like he would know where to get good KBBQ.
He questions why out of all places to pick for a final meal together, he chose one of their usual haunts in Kamurocho. Saijima in turn asking what's wrong with that, and to eat his food before it burns, before ordering a plate of tripe. Majima bemoans that he doesn't have the stomach he used to, and that all fatty meat tastes like shit now, being long past the point of eating kalbi and rice, which causes him to mention how it's impossible to go back in time to when every day felt worth living.
Is he doing alright?
Why does everyone have depression in this game?
Yeah.
When the tripe comes over, Saijima puts it on the grill before asking what he's being such a sad sack for, telling him to eat some of the tripe. Majima complains about it being burnt, prompting Saijima to say the tripe is similar to the pair of them, that when you overcook any meat, it becomes too tough to eat, except for tripe, which just gets flavor when it's burned, claiming you've got to make it black all over in order to bring out the flavor. Majima then tries the burnt tripe to find that he's right, with Saijima then handing over one of the pieces on the grill, which the Mad Dog proclaims is still raw and immediately spits it back out, him adding there's few things worse than half-cooked tripe, so both of them need to keep getting burned, them being Yakuza to the core, the worst kind of meat, just like the trashy tripe in front of them, so they need to jump back in the fire, as tripe that isn't burned through isn't worth the plate it's sat on, but once it's charred, that's when it takes on meaning, something the modern day Yakuza tend to forget.
That was a metaphor on top of a metaphor on top of another metaphor.
It is a, quite literally, tripe speech. Majima figures that's the reason Saijima's planning to go back to jail. His brother explaining that he made a promise to Kiryu to drag the Tojo out of the gutter, being ready to take a year or two if it'll help, planning to burn himself blacker than ever.
Well, we've already done this. We've done the prison arc.
Well, you're getting more prison arc!
Is it like the new orphanage filler?
He then mentions that whilst he's gone, he'll have to keep the Tojo running smoothly, asking he give the young chef the support he needs, referring to Daigo, explaining he's got all the ingredients, but the guys surrounding him are all half-cooked trash. Majima adding that the Tojo's never been bigger, but none of them know anything about war, calling them a bunch of half-assed fakers, predicting they'd scatter like roaches if they ever ended up fighting someone like the Omi. Saijima states that there's nothing wrong with acting the part for a living, but they won't survive if they're only in it for the cash, believing it all comes down to strength, so they both need to set the example, that being the reason for old-timers like them to stick around. Majima then decides he's going to eat until he pops, only for Saijima to snatch the food he was reaching for, telling him it goes to cinders if he isn't fast enough, that by letting it burn too long it might as well not exist, causing Majima to snap at him for pulling that giant speech just to pull a move like that before ordering another 10 plates of tripe. Once the pair finish eating, Saijima decides to take one last stroll around town before the cops come for him that night. Majima telling him to enjoy it and to see him at the batting cages once he's finished to give him a proper send-off. During his look around, he decides to stop by New Serena, where he meets with Date.
Hey!
The two getting to talking about Sajima's arrangement to spend a couple years at Abashiri prison in Hokkaido. Date comments that tensions are high between the Tojo and Omi, and that whilst things may be fine now whilst they're both equal in power, if the scales end up leading either way, war is more or less guaranteed, in turn creating an opening for foreign and smaller scale gangs to get a foothold in the regions, with even the cops wanting the Tojo to rise back to its former glory, preferring the devil they know, especially when that devil is already on a leash. He then mentions how the Tojo, in addition to lacking quality foot soldiers, has also been gutted of its leadership, the ones remaining being old businessmen that only know how to make money, the good-looking numbers on paper covering up the serious cracks under the surface, bringing up how a minuscule group like the Ueno Seiwa Clan was still able to take the Tojo for a ride, and how some of the more remote subsidiaries are leaving the group, claiming the Tojo is a husk of its former self.
What a very fragile organization they've got going there.
Sajima states that's the reasoning for him going back to prison, him being set to become the Tojo Clan captain once he's released, the sentence allowing him to make amends, as there's plenty of old heads in the Tojo that are pissed about him being allowed back in, so he'll prove his worth and keep the other members from trying to backstab him. Date asks that he try to not extend his sentence, as with their old friend seemingly being done with the clan for good, the Tojo will be dependent on both Sajima and Majima to keep it from collapsing, so his 2-year sentence is pushing his luck as is, the tiger agreeing before deciding to head out. Once he's wrapped up everything he wants to do, he heads over to the batting cages to meet with Majima. He ends up catching the Mad Dog practicing his swing in anticipation for upcoming pitches, and when the ball comes flying, he whiffs it. Sajima then steps into the cage, saying he's never seen him swing that bad before, Majima joking it might be because he's full of trash meat, before admitting he's been striking out more frequently as of recent, leading to his brother asking if his other eye is going too. The Mad Dog then asks if he's sure he can hold up, stating that the pair of them aren't getting any younger, and that whilst his sentence is short, prison can ruin even the toughest of people, offering to yank some chains to get rid of the prison time. Sajima tells him, fuck that, bringing up how he's already survived decades in prison, so what's a few more years? Leading his bro to ask if that's his final answer, and after confirming so, Majima then raises his bat above his head, signaling the Majima family to enter the cages.
Uh-oh.
Sajima questions his decision to not fight him one-on-one, Majima saying his men can handle it as his stomach has been playing up, but he still needs to know if Sajima can handle things at Abashiri. Sajima steps up to take on the family, questioning him one more time if he's sure he wants to stay out of this, as they may not get another opportunity to fight each other again.
それでもいいんやな。ああ。わかったわ。ほな、あんま時間もないことやし、さっさと片付けたろう。俺の今の力、目ん玉ひんむいて、よう見とけや。
After taking them down, Sajima asks if he thinks he's got what it takes, Majima proceeding to state he knew he did before the fight started, explaining his reasoning for staying out of the fight being that he can't do it anymore like he used to, figuring he's gone stale after the years of trying to keep the Tojo afloat. His brother states the self-thrown pity party isn't his style, the Mad Dog stating that as a Yakuza, he wants to keep the tough guy act, but he knows himself better than anyone else could, and he has to face reality, so he had to make sure at least one of them still has what it takes, it being a relief to know Sajima does. He claims a Yakuza isn't worth anything without strength, with someone coming to take your spot the moment you slip up, telling Sajima he's the Tojo's muscle, so he needs to come back to Kamurocho stronger than ever, with him promising to do so. Majima then jokes it's getting hard to tell who's getting the send-off, with the pair's moment together getting interrupted by police sirens, signaling it's Sajima's time to go, with him stepping outside to press in police, with Sajima quietly and respectfully getting into one of the police cars. We then jump back to the present day of December 2012 at Abashiri Penitentiary in Hokkaido. In one of the cells, we see a man looking over a town map, being set alongside a younger man looking at the ceiling and an older man reading a book. And over by the folded up futons is Saejima staring out of the window. Chapter 1: Ends of the Earth.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
You're gonna sit this one out. When it gets to rec time, Saejima wanders around the prison courtyard, where he ends up running into one of his cellmates named Hamura, who comments it's odd seeing the boss outside, given he usually spends rec time in their cell. Saejima retorting he does come out sometimes, and to not call him boss. Hamura states he's only being respectful, being fully aware of Saejima's past as the Slayer of 18, before shifting the conversation how it's almost time for him to be considered for parole, the decision coming down to the deputy warden Kosaka, who tends to be really cold to those under his keep, advising he stay out of his way.
I feel like he might be important later down the line.
Although they mentioned the massacre of 18, didn't he use rubber bullets that day?
Yeah, it's a case of Saejima technically is innocent for that, but it's also the thing he's famous for, so... He then remembers that their younger cellmate, Shigeki Baba, wanted to speak with Saejima, wanting advice from someone who works in their line of work. In other terms, another Yakuza. Though he's unsure where he is right now, suggesting he ask their older cellmate, Heihachiro Oshima.
He kind of looks like Mao Zedong. I'm sorry,
It's the hair.
It is the hair.
When Saejima heads over to him, Oshima initially thinks he's come to ask for more painkillers, recalling that a gang has been coming after him for months, yet he's refused to tell any of the other cellmates, with him saying it's because he doesn't want them getting involved.
I was going to say he must have like a very big bounty on his head, but that doesn't exactly work. Whatever you think I mean is what I mean.
Oshima questions what he could have done to piss them off. The Tiger Reckoning it couldn't have been something he did on the outside, given how short he was out for, but for some reason they've zeroed in on him since they arrived 6 months ago, leading him to suggest it might be that they have beef with the Tojo. Oshima asking, regardless of why, he be careful, as they seem to act differently from the typical prison gang, and if things go south again, he might need more than painkillers.
You might need more painkillers.
It's like that thing with Mr. Krabs with the pill. He then asks why Saejima refuses to fight back, him only giving the vague answer of needing to get out as soon as possible, so he'll just have to keep persisting, leading to Oshima to claim he won't survive if he keeps letting them beat him, suggesting he tell the guards, being sure that Kosaka would listen to him given his zero tolerance for rule breaking. However, Saejima claims he doesn't know if he can trust them given his experiences at places like Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2. Oshima assuring him that this is a legit prison and he should give reporting the gang a thought. He then recalls Baba asking for Saejima, the kid being worried that he won't get parole, and when he tried asking why he was so eager, he just broke down crying. Oshima learning he went to prison for killing someone on behalf of his family, only to get abandoned by them. Both he and Saejima being surprised by what he was convicted for given his timid nature, the kid apparently having been in the slammer for 10 years, committing the crime when he was only 20, him being nervous about returning to society after a decade with no home or family to return to.
That's so sad.
The parole being set to get approved in just a few days, asking Saejima to chat with him given their similar line of work. He ends up meeting Baba over by some benches, however once they get chatting, he reveals that he turned down his parole, explaining that he has nothing waiting for him on the outside, elaborating he used to work with an Hokkaido-based group which were at war with another family, with him agreeing to commit murder to help his Anarchy rise the ranks and become an officer. Despite his bro promising to pull some strings once he got to the top, he hasn't heard from him in years, initially thinking it was due to him being too busy in Kansai, but after a decade of silence he took the hint that he was just being used as a tool.
Yikes.
Baba apologizes for unloading on Saejima, but reckons things are fine now, that this is what he deserves for committing murder, never being able to get a clean slate regardless of how many years he spends behind bars, so properly finishing his time is the least he can do. Saejima asks if he's sure that's what he wants, asserting that he's just scared of the outside, confiding in him that once he felt the same way, where the fresh air starts smelling wrong after years of the prison air, admitting that he's not wrong that his past will always cling to him, but once you get burned, there's nowhere to go but out, stating he should see the light of day, take on reality head on, and never stop living, those being the first steps towards atonement and finding his place in the sun, no matter how hard things get.
It's very deep.
You may notice Saejima's becoming a bit of the speech guy.
Yeah, I think he's taking over from Kiryu quite a bit.
As the pair are being watched from above by the deputy warden, they're approached by 3 prisoners from the woodworking crew, them being here to take Saejima to their chief. Baba asks what's going on, though Saejima tells him to stay out of it, along with demanding the gang leave him alone since they're only interested in him. The group take him over to a storage room where they meet their boss, Hiroshi Kugihara, 2 of them putting Saejima in a hold as the boss approaches.
Oh my god. He looks like a James Bond villain.
Oh yeah, that must be one of the scars from a cat.
He attempts to start discussion by bringing up that it's been a week since they last met, though Saejima just demands he shut up and get on with it, leading to Kugihara requesting he not spoil things, or it'll ruin his favourite part. He proceeds to remove Saejima's shirt, revealing a bunch of cuts and bruises underneath, remarking he's pretty clean for someone who could barely stand after last time, before jamming 2 fingers into one of Saejima's wounds.
Oh my god.
He then licks the blood off his fingers before telling his boys to start, sitting down to watch as they proceed to beat the shit out of him with a pipe.
Yeah, as I said previously.
Sometime later, Baba, Himura, and Oshima enter the shed to find Saejima unconscious on the floor. Oshima explains that for about the last 3 months, Saejima has been targeted by the woodworking crew, bringing him here once or twice a week to beat the daylights out of him, learning of this when he made the man confess what was happening when he came to him for painkillers, not telling the others due to Saejima wanting this to remain a secret.
He's only got like 2 months in prison, right?
Few days, maybe a few weeks.
Okay. So he doesn't have to put up with this shit for too long.
Himura laments that they could have done something if he wasn't so closed, though Oshima states they would have just become new targets for Kugihara, and regardless of that, Saejima made it clear he doesn't want to fight back, despite being perfectly capable of being able to mush those guys into paste if he wanted. When Himura asks why he's so adamant about not fighting back, a couple of guards then enter the shed alongside Kosaka, who ignores their attempts to hide what happened before telling the men alongside him to grab Saejima, pushing off both Baba and Amora whilst ignoring Oshima's questions. When Saejima wakes up, he finds himself being held in solitary confinement, Kosaka arriving at his door to deliver his meal, before questioning what's holding him back. Saejima states he just can't eat right now, with the deputy warden stating he's referring to Kugihara, being fully aware of the assaults and wanting to know why he's been silent, believing that he's trying to be a model prisoner to get his parole faster. Kosaka states that in his prison, anyone who causes disorder is not a model prisoner, even if they brought it unwillingly, especially ones that plan to return to the criminal underworld the moment they're released.
Oh, come on!
However, as he can't turn a blind eye to a prisoner under his care being harmed, he can take steps to protect Saejima from Kugihara's gang, offering to let him stay in solitary confinement if it means keeping him safe, only needing to tell the warden that he shows no signs of remorse. Saejima tells him to stay out of his business, claiming that if he goes to solitary, the gang can end up going after his cellmates, that he doesn't consider them friends, but he knows if it's not him getting beat, it will be one of them, and they can't handle the pain like he can.
It's fair enough, honestly.
Kosaka questions if he thinks he's some kind of guardian angel, stating that he's their only target, and that whilst Kugihara likes causing trouble, he's not stupid enough to just assault a random inmate, so he's not accomplishing anything by putting up with the punishment, though picking up he's not changing his mind, he tells Saejima he can be let out once he finishes his food. Over in his cell, Himura ends up shouting at Baba to quit fidgeting, Oshima picking up that he's worried about Saejima, Himura saying he understands why, but they can't really do anything other than sit on their asses, plus people usually end up stuck in solitary for at least 3 days, so they'll just have to wait. Baba claims he's aware, but he can't stop worrying, with Himura then remembering about how he wanted that chat with him, leading him to ask why he doesn't trust him or Oshima, only for Oshima to answer that it's because he's scared of the outside, specifically of the storm waiting for a person like him, with his decision to turn down parole also getting brought to light. When the pair ask Baba to explain his choice, the conversation is interrupted by the return of Saejima. He explains he was let out by Kosaka, not knowing how the guy thinks, just that he doesn't like Yakuza and he's not getting parole. Oshima reckoning he doesn't want him using the prison to expand his network.
That's kind of fair, but it's Saejima.
But to be fair, if you heard that the guy who's set to be promoted as like second in command of one of the most famous Yakuza groups was coming to your prison, you would be suspicious. Baba ends up staying silent, the pair suggesting he go apply for it tomorrow, that all he needs to do is show remorse and he should get parole. Himura then shouts they should be celebrating and not be all gloomy just because Baba's in a mood, with him then getting an idea of what to do. He takes out a map of Tsukimino, a town in Sapporo not too far from the prison, suggesting they use it to try and imagine what life will be like once they get out there. And despite some pushback, he manages to rope everyone into it, though due to Saejima being unfamiliar with the area, he helps out by describing a story from when he was there, proceeding to recount the time he went to a hostess club called Rosehip to go on a date with one of the club's girls, Kaguya, only to end up having to fight a gang whose leader had a thing for her.
Classic Yakuza dates.
I'm pretty sure that's like the entirety of like Kingpin's character, right? Or am I just misremembering that?
I would believe you, but I'm not sure. At nighttime, Oshima claims all of Himura's stories smell of bullshit, who insists they're true, just that he only tells the ones with some sparkles, given how long it'll be before they can go out in reality, adding that he's able to get through his time here by holding on to his dream for the tomorrow outside of the walls, just needing to make amends for the fun the world has to offer. Oshima agrees that being here doesn't define them, all of them having lives before and after their sentence, and in the end they'll die outside on their own terms. The group then goes to sleep, with the last to doze off being Baba, who tries to ask Saejima something before lying down himself. The next day, during rec time, Saejima comes out from receiving treatment for his wounds, meeting up with Oshima and Amura to ask where Baba's gone, the idea of the woodwork crew pursuing him crossing his mind. Oshima explains that after they went to the infirmary, Baba left to meet with Kosaka, likely being in his parole hearing, finally getting the determination to put his life back on track, believing he needs to get out to do something to truly atone.
Hey. Yay.
They then see the deputy warden come down to the courtyard, though Baba's nowhere to be seen, Himura deciding to ask a guard what's up. When he gets back, he tells them that Baba's hearing apparently ended over an hour ago.
Well, I hope he isn't dead.
Oh no, perish the thought.
Saejima decides to ask around to find out if any of the other inmates have seen him, eventually finding one who saw him being brought into the storeroom by Kugihara's gang, with him, Himura, and Oshima all agreeing to head over there.
Yeah, no, that guy, he's dead.
When the group enter the storeroom, they're shortly followed by a pair of guards, finding a scene where one of the woodwork crew members has been stabbed in the leg, claiming Baba attacked him out of nowhere, with his insisting he didn't do it falling on deaf ears due to the bloody chisel still being in his hands.
Oh, okay. I got a bit confused. I was like, wait, oh, is Baba the one who, like, killed someone and escaped? But no.
With the guards making the call to take the victim to the infirmary and put Baba in cuffs, commenting that this has ruined his chances of getting parole. All the while, he still pleads he didn't do it, begging Saejima to believe him as he's taken away.
Maybe he just stabbed himself.
The group are all in agreement that Baba has been framed in some way, with Amora suggesting they try to fill in some of the gaps of what happened by asking the other other inmates if they saw anything, with the search ultimately concluding with the fact that no one actually saw Baba do it, but they also didn't see anything that would suggest he didn't do it either, with Homura explaining that since the guards have the direct evidence of the victim saying Baba did it, along with the testimony being backed up by Baba holding the bloody chisel, that's not going to be enough to make them reconsider what could have went down, as it's strong circumstantial evidence that's backed up by a piece of direct evidence. The three are adamant that the woodwork crew must be lying, but Homura points out they don't actually have anything that could back that up. However, that leads them to suggest that instead of trying to find something to prove Baba wasn't the attacker, they should look for evidence that the woodwork crew are lying. Specifically, finding a way to show the chisel must have been given to Baba by either the victim or one of his friends, since it's a woodworking tool and Baba isn't part of their crew, with the idea that he snatched it off one of them being shaky due to the victim claiming he attacked them out of nowhere, suggesting he already had the weapon on hand.
And besides, would they just let them have access to weapons? Like, you wouldn't just leave them lying around or, like, around any of the prisoners, surely.
Oshima then questions why Homura knows so much about evidence, causing him to reveal that he actually used to be a detective for the Hokkaido police, ending up in prison on corruption charges, not telling the others out of fear of what the inmates might do to him if they found out he was a cop, figuring his term was so short he'd managed to get out before anyone discovered his past, but reckons he's fine revealing it now that someone he broke bread with every day is in deep shit.
Are we going down the corrupt cop pipeline with this story, do you think?
I guess we are.
The group then split up to ask around and find the origin of the chisel, with Saejima eventually getting pointed in the direction of an older inmate who acts as the prison's informant, and after doing him a favour by transferring something between another prisoner and a guard, he's able to learn there's only two groups of inmates that have access to chisels, those being the woodworking and leathercraft crews, the latter of which haven't gotten any work in years due to the weak economy causing a decline in leather orders, meaning only the woodworkers would have been using them. On top of that, every chisel is marked with a unique number, with prisoners only being allowed to use the one assigned to them, so that guards can keep an easy track on tools that could be used as a shank.
Yeah, they wouldn't let them just get away with that.
With the last thing he tells them being that Kugihara is part of the woodworking team. Saejima regroups with Homura and Oshima, them now having confirmation where the tool came from, but still not knowing whose tool it was specifically, and the only way they can do that is to get their hands on it. The issue being that the guards took it when they grabbed Baba, with there being a very low chance the guards will let them just look at the thing, with them likely being set to solitary if they get caught doing that. Oshima then tells the pair to let him do what he does best, stealing stuff, explaining he won't get caught, revealing to the pair his alternate identity as businessman Heihachiro, an infamous thief who managed to commit over 15,000 counts of theft without getting caught once.
Damn.
Homura commenting that the guy was already a legend by the time he became a detective. Saejima questions, if he was never arrested, why is he in prison?
A very good question.
Oshima saying he turned himself in on his 60th birthday, elaborating that the whole time he kept his crimes a secret from his wife by pretending to be a businessman every time he went out to commit a heist, promising to leave that life behind once he turned 60, but on that day, he came home to find his wife was gone, having left him for another man, not realizing until it was too late that during his time thieving, he was being robbed of the one he valued the most in the world, with him deciding to turn himself in due to being disgusted with himself. Homura comments that between the three of them being a Yakuza boss, a legendary thief, and a detective, there's really no telling who you'll encounter in life. Oshima saying he had left the theming business behind him, but he's willing to do it one more time to save Baba, guaranteeing he can swipe the chisel from the guards. Homura suggests that whilst he does that, he and Saejima should get more witness accounts, figuring they have time as Kugihara's gang are being interrogated right now, specifically saying they need an account of who was using the chisel prior to the attack. Saejima deciding to head over to the informant from earlier to find out what number is on the chisel assigned to Kugihara, the man agreeing to tell him if he does another favor, this time around having a guard chase him around the courtyard, which turns out to be for no other reason than to entertain him, with the old timer giving the info that the number for Kugihara's chisel is 134.
I like to live in a world where they have that many chisels just lying around.
After some time passes, Oshima comes back with the chisel, remarking that he's had farts that were harder to get out.
Wait, what? What?
Sorry, keep going.
I love how we break down at the fart joke. With them being able to confirm it's Kugihara's as it's marked with his number. Oshima says they should take this info to Kosaka, however, that plan changes when Saejima spots Kugihara. The three head over with him joking about how they look mad, Saejima saying he didn't need to drag Baba into this, shutting down his attempts to push the narrative Baba attacked one of his friends by presenting the evidence they gathered. Kugihara asks why they'd want to help that waste of space, as it doesn't improve his chances of getting parole. Saejima answering he doesn't give a shit about that, and they're going to the guards to settle things. Kugihara then states that this could have been avoided if Baba just did what he was told, revealing he ordered him to kill Saejima in his sleep the previous night, promising that if he did so, he'd give him a job once he got out, framing it as him trying to protect someone that got ditched by their family, with him causing Baba to lose his parole as punishment for not following orders.
What does this guy have against Saejima? We still don't know this.
He just doesn't like him.
He then explains what actually went down. He had his men fight each other, stabbed one of them in the leg with the chisel, then Baba was brought in, with him putting the chisel in his hand as he pretended to break up the fight. Saejima tells him that even within a trash hole, Kugihara is the most toxic type, to which he retorts that they all end up in the same incinerator, reminding him that Baba's a murderer and that they're all trash here, him and Saejima being no different, which prompts him to punch Kugihara in the face, launching him backwards onto the bench behind him.
Oh yeah, I forgot that, like, by technicality, Saejima's never really committed a crime.
I mean, he still committed a lot of assault and like 20 attempted murders. Saejima then demands he get on his feet, telling the bold creep that if he wants him so badly, now he's got him. Kugihara questions why he took constant punishment for months on end without flinching, only to lose his shit the moment they went after someone else. Saejima just shouts at him to shut up, that he's not angry at him, but that he's angry at himself for only ever thinking of himself and doing whatever it took to get out ASAP, which is why he never raised a fist to them before, asking what kind of Yakuza does that, let alone a captain, with him then removing his shirt. He declares that Baba is like a brother to him, so he's not going to turn his back on him, it being time he tastes all the pain he put him through.
やれるもんならやってもらおうじゃねえか。久々の喧嘩楽しませてもらうぜ。
After he's taken down, Kugihara starts laughing, proclaiming he's finally won, remarking that Saejima put on quite the show, finally doing what he wanted, revealing the reason he's been coming after him this whole time wasn't for some petty revenge, but to make sure Saejima would stay in prison, saying if he wanted revenge, he would have just shanked him ages ago, instead wanting Saejima to fight back in order to ruin his chances at parole, which is why he ended up having to drag Baba into it.
Wait, that's it?
Oh, that's Snike.
Really?
What?
That's so stupid.
Saejima points out they don't have a history outside the prison, so what does he gain from him staying here? With Kugihara answering he doesn't know himself, he's just doing what his boss told him to do, refusing to say who his boss is.
Oh, for God's sake.
At which point the deputy warden arrives, with Kugihara immediately playing victim, him, forcing Saejima to admit that he attacked him before gloating about his parole being taken away, and that they're going to get to know each other very well over the next year, with Kosaka demanding he quit it before sending in guards to take them to the infirmary.
ほらこっちに来い
Please don't tell me the entirety of Saejima's story is just in a prison.
Not all of it is in prison, just half of it.
Okay.
But yeah, you might notice there's already a few issues with part 2. For starters, the whole prison thing, like, it's not one-to-one the same, but it is very similar to what Saejima was doing in 4.
Yeah.
I get it, but at the same time, I'm getting a bit tired of prison arcs in Yakuza.
And we don't even, like, know what the motivations are. He's just like, oh, my boss wants me to, but I don't know why.
None of the prison stuff is helped by the fact that a lot of people just don't buy Saejima's reasoning for going back to prison. Within the game, they basically explain it as Saejima is going in for 2 years, essentially so that he can get the respect of people who are questioning why he's being made captain after being brought back after 9 months, after he was kicked out of the clan 25 years ago.
Is that even how it works? I don't think you can just be like, I'm gonna book myself in for prison time for the next 2 years.
So there's the confusion of that, but then you also have to remember, this guy was on death row for 25 years over a crime he didn't commit. So apparently that 25 years doesn't mean anything, but these 2 years are supposed to prove something?
I think he's proved more than enough.
Yeah.
And come to think of it, most of the storyline that we follow could have easily been outside of a prison. Like, imagine he's like friends with all these guys in the regular world, and one of them gets framed for attempted murder. Like, that just seems like it could happen anywhere, not necessarily in a prison.
The other problem, like, it's only creeping in a bit now, but you might have noticed nothing really happened this chapter. It was mostly just prison shenanigans.
The only thing that we did really get was that someone wants Saejima to stay in prison.
Again, compare that to, like, Yakuza 4, and by the end of the first chapter, Saejima had already escaped.
That's a very good point.
So it's like, we've had arguably more runtime and less has been accomplished than what they were able to do in 4. Like, granted, there's more characters you have to learn, but like, would you rather be introduced to more characters or the story just getting on with it?
I kind of just want the story to go on with it at this point.
Yeah, it's honestly quite confusing. I really don't know who in their right mind would go to prison for 25 years, get out, and then go back in. I really don't.
Chapter 2, The Way of Resolve.
Wonder if there will be a way of resolving the thing.
In the Deputy Warden's office, he asks Saejima why he didn't stop, leading him to recall that not too long ago he was asking him why he wasn't fighting back, which prompts Kosaka to take out a piece of paper, it being Saejima's parole application that he's been writing for the last few days, which he questions since he made it clear that Yakuza don't get parole. He then takes out a postcard which was sent to the Warden a week ago, it being a formal notice that Saejima has been expelled from the Tojo Clan.
Very interesting choice of words, like it's a school.
With Kosaka reminding him that the place's purpose is to reform the criminals it holds, with those that show sufficient reformation getting reduced sentences, the most efficient way for someone that's Yakuza to reform being to cut all ties with organized crime, which seems to apply in Saejima's case. He then reveals he knew about him being planned to have been made captain upon release, that when he first arrived at the prison, he was provided a note that recommended to keep his future promotion hidden from the other prisoners, along with pointing out the only reason why someone would be serving such a long sentence for a minor charge are either he was set up by a hostile third party so he'd be forced to leave, or he wanted to tidy affairs for the sake of his group.
Yeah, that does sound a bit fishy.
He recalls that Saejima dealt with the beatings without defending himself so he could get out as soon as possible, with all he can answer back being that since he's expelled, it's pointless now. Kosaka tells him that he's willing to overlook what happened today, as since he's no longer a Yakuza, there's no reason for him to continue suffering here. Saejima struggles to say anything. Kosaka attempting to ease him by saying he understands his pain, given all the time he spent here was for nothing. However, Saejima states that's not the problem, instead being ashamed of himself. He then heads out, stopping when Kosaka asks for answers, proceeding to say he's not interested in getting parole anymore, elaborating that getting expelled made him realize something, that it was never about being Yakuza again. Instead, he just wanted to be with people he believes in, not caring about what family he's with or what title they were going to give him. But as long as he can atone and get out, that's all he needs, with him then leaving the office. When Saejima gets back to his cell, he picks up that Barber being here means that everything got sorted with the frame job, the kid proceeding to thank him, but not being sure what to say. Tiger says that seeing him safe is enough, before asking how his parole chances are looking, with him managing to get the pass, the deputy warden having just pushed it through. Saejima then sits with his cellmates, telling them that Kosaka decided to overlook what would usually land you at least half a week in solitary, Kimura reckoning they have some kind of guardian angel given how things worked out for him and Barber, before he explains it was due to him getting expelled, leading Barber to ask what he did to deserve that, Saejima answering he's not sure, but something about it doesn't feel right.
I'll say.
Their cell then gets a delivery with a newspaper, Himura being surprised by the headline before showing it to the others, the front page story being a report on Majima being murdered in Sapporo.
It's kind of giving the vibes of, hey, just so you know, Majima is totally dead, by the way.
He's not though, there's no way. I refuse to believe it.
Oshima asking if it could have something to do with his expulsion, with Saejima then throwing the paper on the floor in disgust, refusing to believe it's real. Just then, a guard comes in to tell them to quiet down, then asking both Barber and Saejima to come with him, as they need to go over the work they did the other day. The pair end up being brought into the courtyard, where they meet up with Kosaka, Saejima proceeding to ask what he wants. He apologizes for having them meet outside, but he had to make sure no one could eavesdrop on them, before revealing that Saejima's parole got denied, and he's not sure why. Explaining that the normal procedure is that the applications are examined by their regional parole board, but the rejection notice ended up coming from the Ministry of Justice, suggesting his status as a major Yakuza figure could be why they stepped in, but he has doubts about that. Saejima reminds him that he doesn't want parole anymore, and Barber doesn't have anything to do with this, stating there's only one thing he wants to know, with Kosaka being aware that it's about Majima, prompting him to explain to Barber the relationship between the tiger and the mad dog. He then reveals that based on the information they have, the person responsible for Majima's death was Taizo Kitakata, patriarch of the local Kitakata family, elaborating Majima was in the region as part of an attempt to sort a deal for the Tojo to acquire them, before being shot and killed during his meeting with the patriarch. All this being the reason why Barber is here, as the Kitakata are the family he used to be a part of. Kosaka then suggests they take their discussion elsewhere, telling the two to meet him in the storeroom, as they need to avoid being seen together, prompting Saejima to ask why he's trusting they won't try anything, him flatly retorting that he doesn't trust them, but believes they'll want to listen to the rest of what he has to say. Once everyone is in the storeroom, Kosaka tells them that he's concerned about their safety, believing everything that's been going down has been carefully planned out, bringing up how Kugihara's gang arrived 6 months ago and immediately started going after Saejima, making it obvious they went in with the goal of extending his sentence. This was then followed by his expulsion from the Tojo, prompting Kosaka to start work on Saejima's parole request, at which point Kugihara changed tactics by setting up Barber so his request would be denied, asking why he's going so far to extend Saejima's prison time. Barber suggests it might be to prevent him from getting revenge for Majima, potentially knowing about the hit before it happened, the Kitakata definitely having the influence to send someone in to prevent another person from getting out.
That would actually be a very valid reason.
However, they're far from capable of being able to manipulate the Ministry of Justice. Kosaka states that there are only 2 organizations strong enough to do that, one being the Omi Alliance, and the other is the Tojo Clan, meaning the most likely scenario is Kugihara Kugihara was sent by the Tojo, meaning there's a traitor within their ranks, one who might have wanted to prevent Saejima from becoming captain and eliminate any power he has within the clan, which is why he was expelled. However, they wouldn't just expel him and leave it at that, as doing so would actually improve his chances of getting an early parole. Hence, they pressured the Ministry of Justice to reject the request.
I mean, very convoluted. I think there's definitely an easier way of doing that.
He then hands over a key to the pair, specifically one for a snowmobile parked just outside the southwest gate, revealing that he's allowing them to break out, stunning the two prisoners.
This is the weirdest prison break I've ever seen.
Kosaka explains that Abashiri's warden has been murdered, an investigation currently being underway as to who did it, the man being in the process of traveling to Tokyo to ask why Saejima's parole was denied, only to end up being attacked as he was leaving his taxi in the Sapporo airport. On top of that, the place is set to be getting a transfer of almost 100 new inmates that afternoon, far larger than any influx they've had before with no explanation given, with him believing they're being sent in to kill Saejima.
That doesn't sound feasible.
Due to these circumstances, he understands that by doing nothing, it puts both Saejima and possibly Baba's lives at risk. And since he's sworn to defend the rights of all citizens, he's allowing them to escape, as that's the only way he can ensure their safety, being fully prepared to potentially lose his job if it means keeping his integrity. He tells the pair that they have both atoned for their offences and they're free to leave, only asking one request, that they uncover who was responsible for the warden's murder, instructing the two to leave their cell once everyone's asleep, then cross the grounds to exit via the southwest gate, the knight being able to hide them from Kugihara or anyone else coming after them, ending their discussion by making them promise that once they find the culprit, to not kill them, and to instead report them to the police so they can be arrested. Saejima agreeing to his terms, with the deputy wishing them good luck. So yeah, we're finally getting to the prison break.
And actually some plot progression.
Yay!
Back in their cell, the four end up playing cards together, answering Homura's questions of what Kosaka wanted by saying he was going to put in their parole requests again, leading him to joke that he'll feel abandoned with the two of them gone.
Aww.
He then asks Saejima what he plans to do once he's out, figuring he's going to hunt down the guy who killed Majima. And when he states he's not got much else on his mind, he calls that it won't be long before they see him again, prompting Oshima to tell him to not curse the guy, Baba chiming in to say Saejima wouldn't do that. Saejima reckons it's natural to think he'd want to kill them, but he's not going for revenge, as whilst Kitakata might have killed his bro, he hasn't done anything to him personally, instead wanting to track him down so he can learn what the guy is like, and afterwards he'll let him live.
Dude, he killed your sworn brother.
This prompts Homura to ask if he's lost it.
Yeah.
With Saejima elaborating that his bro was the strongest in the world, so it's only right he know his dying words, and as long as Kitakata tells him he's satisfied, stating that if Majima got himself killed, it was his own fault for getting weak, so either he went soft to the point anyone could take him down, or the guy who did it was a whole other level.
Oh my god. This feels very out of character for Saejima.
Yeah, just like, what the fuck, Saejima?
Is everyone going to be out of character? I hope this is like a consistent theme.
Homura's not sure if that's deep or shallow, but reckons it's a lot to take in. With Saejima adding it's still hard to believe he's actually dead, so he has to know for sure, before proceeding to show his winning hand. Homura then reckons they should do his imagination thing again, given both Saejima and Baba are set to be released soon, and despite some hesitancy from Baba and Oshima, Saejima decides they should play along with it, the tale this time around following Homura going on a date with Kaguya so that he could listen in on a conversation between some Chinese mafia planning a weapons deal, following them through an intersection where he narrowly avoided getting run over, only to end up getting cornered within an alleyway as they figured out he was tailing them, leading to him having to fight them off. When night rolls around and the other inmates are asleep, Saejima and Baba get up to leave their cell, a guard having left it unlocked for them, the pair giving their thanks before leaving the cell to escape, Homura and Oshima then waking up. both having known about their escape plan. Oshima reckoning they should be fine as long as the transferred inmates don't get in their way. Hamura reckoning they can try, but their boys will be fine.
I mean, it's Saejima, like, it'll be fine.
The two run through the halls before finally reaching the courtyard, with them spotting a guard lying on the floor. Saejima turning him over to find him dead with his throat slit.
Ew.
Oh my god.
The pair then notice the swarm of inmates slowly closing in on them. Kosaka shouting at the two from upstairs to run, telling them that he did all he could to stop them, at which point he gets stabbed in the back by Kugihara.
No!
Stabbed in the back, both literally and figuratively.
I think just literally in this case.
Oh yeah.
He then steps up to the window, asking where Saejima is going, since if he leaves, the friends he's brought in will have no one to play with, claiming they've been dying to meet them.
Oh god, he's so creepy.
Saejima lays down and closes the eyes of the dead guard before standing to face the inmates, asking Baba if Kosaka would want to let these guys stay alive, him having no doubts he would. Saejima then shouts to the inmates that he won't kill them, but some things in life hurt worse than death, and they're about to find out what. As he lies in the snow, Saejima steps over Kugihara before stomping his foot to the side of his head, before proceeding to stamp on his wrist over and over again to the point it starts bleeding.
Oh my god.
Telling him to deal with it however he wants, and to keep living even if it means cutting his hand off, before crushing it one more time, stating this is what happens when you pick fights with a Yakuza, and he should have been ready for this since day one. Kugihara is only able to whimper that they don't kill him, leading him to remark he wasn't planning to, not wanting to break his promise to Kosaka. He then gets ready to leave with Baba, but in desperation, Kugihara starts getting back up, declaring he's not getting off that easy before taking out a gun to kill Saejima. A gunshot rings throughout the courtyard, but Saejima and Baba are unharmed, with Kugihara having been shot in the back by Hamura, who grabbed a pistol off of one of the guards, remarking he's surprised he even landed it given the antique he was using.
Thank God for that.
They're both surprised to see him, with Hamura reminding the pair that he used to be a homicide detective, and that his tales aren't as bullshit as they seem to think they are, along with telling them that Oshima is currently trying to patch up Kosaka, and he should pull through. The old man having hoarded meds, which he's been handing out to the other prisoners, it being a habit he carried over from his brief time as a doctor, reckoning you really never can know someone. He then tells the two to go, as he's planning to call the authorities and play dumb, asking they not get captured. He and Oshima planning to finish up their sentences, saying that if they don't stay, no one can share the story of their escape. Plus, he just hates the cold, only finding it worth going out into to rescue his friends.
That's nice.
Homura asks them to try and stay safe, as apparently there's a 2-meter tall man-eating bear in the area, though Baba doesn't buy it.
Wait, what?
The pair then finally leave the prison, Saejima agreeing to take him to the best tripe barbecue once he finishes his sentence, to which Homura asks why they couldn't have literally anything else. Before they finally say goodbye. Getting on the snowmobile before getting down the mountain, along the way having to deal with more goons sent to help Kugihara, who chase them in their own vehicles.
Oh my god, wait, I was just saying how, like, this reminded me of season 4 of Stranger Things, you know, with Hopper in that Russian prison. You know, like, he is captured, he escapes, he goes back, he escapes, he goes back. And there's a bit where he goes on a snowmobile, so my comparison is coming alive before our very eyes.
When the pair finally escape, Baba ends up struggling to keep hold of Saejima, causing him to fall off, with Saejima crashing when he tries to look back for him. He then slowly starts getting up, attempting to shout for Baba, only to get back the sounds of his own echo and the strong winds of the mountain. He then hears a deep growl, before noticing claw scratchings on a tree, at which point he's then attacked by the giant bear Homura warned him about, being left with no other option but to fight it head on.
I
Jesus
knew it.
Christ. I'm at the point where it's like, you know what? Sure, why not at this point? We've had crazier things happen. Well, actually, no, we haven't. This is actually up there now. I think this is the craziest thing that's happened.
Whilst he doesn't fully defeat the bear, he is able to make it retreat, but he soon collapses afterwards from a mix of exhaustion and the extreme environments of the mountain.
My god, this is insane. He doesn't defeat the bear, but it is going to come back with reinforcements.
By sheer chance, a hunter then comes across Saejima's unconscious body, proceeding to pick him up and carry him down the mountain.
Jesus Christ. What is with all these crazy endings? I don't understand.
That was a lot.
So I guess the main details we've got, there's a trait within the Tojo who's planning to get rid of Saejima. Apparently Majima was murdered by the Kitakata family, and then we also just had like the prison break and Saejima fighting a giant bear.
Yeah, it's definitely something.
Finally, the plot is kicking up again.
This one had a lot more in it, but I think it would have been better if, like, some of what happened in Chapter 2 happened in 1.
Yeah, I'd probably say my only real complaint with Chapter 2 is that I feel it could have been just, like, the second half of Chapter 1 if you cut out some of the prison stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
The prison filler.
But as, like, a chapter on its own, it's fine enough.
Yeah, it's
There's
alright.
bears and stuff. What more can you ask for?
Chapter 3, Frozen Raw.
I wonder if there would be a frozen raw? What the hell is a
Right,
frozen
it's gonna be frozen raw.
The frozen comes from the fact it's a snowy mountain, and the raw comes from bear.
Raw side. Oh, raw, as in like.
Oh, raw!
Raw. Oh,
I thought it was raw as in like a raw
It's
steak.
like raw meat.
Saejima wakes up to find himself in a small wooden hut, with him struggling to sit up as the man who found him enters and hangs up his gun on the wall. The hunter sits down and prepares a bowl of food which he hands plans to Saejima, who quickly scarfs down the meal. The hunter explains he saved him off of the mountain, and that he should stay still to avoid damaging the tissue around his frostbite. He then asks if he saw anyone else out there, with his answer of no prompting him to try and get up to find Baba, the hunter reminding him that moving too much will kill him. And while Saejima can't sit there and leave his friend behind, he can't sit there and watch him leave, claiming that if he tries to scale the mountain untrained, he'll just get stranded, asking if he wants that on his conscience. The hunter decides he'll go look for his friend, only doing so to prevent another bear from getting a taste for human flesh, as if that happens the village would get in trouble, knowing about the giant bear that attacked Saejima, and how that one is rumoured to be a man-eater.
Do bears typically eat people?
No, not really. Like, they'll attack people, but I don't think they eat them.
Unless they're on copious amounts of cocaine.
Oh yeah, Cocaine Bear, the classic film.
A horror classic to be told to our generations to come.
He gets up to start the search for Baba, telling him he can go around the village, but if he insists on getting himself killed, to do it where a bear won't eat him, offering some old clothes he can change into. Saejima then thanks his savior, saying he owes him his life, with him simply stating that his name is Okudera before leaving. Saejima decides to at least take a look around the village, realizing the moment he steps out that it's already morning. He soon runs into the village's leader, Nishina, who gives the rundown of the place being inhabited by a group of traditional hunters, before asking what he plans to do here, as the village is generally wary of what Okudera plans on doing, with them referring to him as a visitor, despite having lived there for an extensive amount of time due to his position as an outsider, revealing that none of them even know where he actually came from, him having been found lost in the woods 10 years ago by one of their hunters before deciding to stay there, causing trouble for the locals ever since. He then gets to the point by asking if the reason he went up the mountain in the morning was because of the monster being spotted, referring to the giant bear which the community has come to know as Yama Orochi, with Saejima answering that he was attacked by it last night before being saved by Okudera. Nishina deciding to tell the others about what happened, not having time to properly explain, but tells him to go inside and lock the door if he plans to not die, and to not pursue Okudera.
Interesting.
I feel like this is kind of like disconnected.
Oh, you think? It's a bit disconnected.
Oh, just a bit. Just a tiny little bit.
Just a bit.
Just a tiny little bit.
Curious about what exactly went down, he ends up chatting with another villager called Sakurai, who tells him that Okudera instructed him to stop a 2-meter tall guy from trying to leave the village, not wanting a repeat of the tragedy 9 years ago, when Yama Orochi attacked their village, elaborating that Okudera used to live with a hunting partner called Sato, who one day, when trying to pursue the beast on his own in an attempt to kill it, ended up going missing in the blizzard. Okudera attempted to find him and returned badly injured, when the monster having followed him to the village.
This little, like, village sounds insane.
Luckily, no one died, but buildings were destroyed and their entire food supply was eaten, pushing them to the brink of starvation. Ever since that day, Okudera has been shunned by the rest of the village, with him continuing his hunt for Yama Orochi every winter, everyone figuring he's trying to get revenge for what the bear did. He told Sakurai he was doing an errand by tracking down the bear's food source, referring to Baba, with him advising he should just go home for now. Saejima insists that he has to go, not being able to leave him alone in the blizzard, Sakurai remarking that he's like Okudera said, the man knowing he was likely going to ignore him, telling him in the event of that, to help him so he's not going in blind. He reckons that what he's wearing now should be fine since he's not hunting, meaning all he needs is emergency rations and a map. Sakurai offering to draw on the map for him, suggesting he ask around to see if anyone has some spare food to offer. After asking around, he's able to get some deer meat from Nishina's wife, Kimio, without handing it over under the caveat that Saejima find out why he's so obsessed with that bear, mentioning that the man rarely opens up, but seems to have taken a liking to him. Afterwards, he heads back to Sakurai, who admits he actually did have spare food, but wanted to test how determined assumed Saejima was, before handing over the map, advising for now to stick to the mountain's trailhead, believing Okudera wouldn't have gone any further, telling him to stick to the side of the Mato River. After heading up a bit, he eventually finds a trail of footprints, which is soon followed by a blood trail, eventually finding Baba and Okudera, both being covered in blood, prompting him to ask if they were attacked by Yamaoroshi, the hunter stating he got careless due to his age, telling him to take Baba, who's badly injured but still hanging on. They then hear the beast's roar, Okudera stating it smells their blood, firing his rifle only to miss, telling Saejima to go back to the village while he chases it off, with him reluctantly doing so.
What a jarring tone shift this has been.
Back at Okudera's hut, Baba has been wrapped up while Saejima sits by the fire, only being able to hope he's fine as the sun's gone down. The hunter then returns, reckoning he's more or less fine, saying Baba's gotten things much worse due to being out there longer than Saejima was, but if he takes things easy, he should be fine. He asks if he managed to get the bear, Okudera explaining that due to the snowstorm getting worse, he had to back off or else he wouldn't have made it. He then asks why he's so dedicated to getting Yamaoroshi, Okudera explaining that whilst hunting is about survival instincts and something you do to live, people having hunted for thousands of years for food whilst making sure not to waste anything from what they kill. He doesn't want to hunt that bear, he just wants to murder it. He reckons humans can be odd, that they can easily kill others out of hatred, even if their lives aren't in danger, but only a few will ever fully repent for what they did, a lot insisting they only did it because they had no choice, saying any killing not done to eat or protect themselves is purely on them, anyone arguing different just deluding themselves. Saejima asks if he's being lectured or if he's talking about his own past, with Okudera answering with neither, claiming he's reflecting on his reason for going after the beast, as his only reason for staying in the village is to murder it, ending the conversation by saying they should eat what they killed. The next day, Baba is able to wake up and can somewhat move around, apologizing to Saejima due to feeling he's dead weight now. Him saying it's fine, but he should be thanking Okudera for saving them, along with suggesting he should still rest a bit as he's not fully recovered yet. He then heads out to look for Okudera, finding Kimio digging up some emergency food they buried in the snow, with her explaining that no one else is going out hunting due to Okudera having headed out, the rest refusing to do so as they believe his scent attracts Yamaoroshi. After giving him some more food, knowing he's planning to head up the mountain to look for Okudera, Saejima decides that in addition to that, he also wants to start hunting on his own, and despite initially getting turned away by Nishina due to him feeling Saejima doesn't properly understand the gravity of the situation due to him not being present for the attack 9 years ago, he drops off a rifle for Sakurai to hand over, since as much as he doesn't want to give him one, he wants him going up unarmed even less, with Sakurai also digging out some old hunting gear for him to wear. Once he meets up with Okudera on the mountain, he agrees to give him the basic rundowns of how to hunt, capping the lessons off by having him shoot some deer. When they get back, he hands over some of the deer meat to Kimio, before heading up the mountain again to learn how to use snares to catch smaller animals, specifically wanting to get rabbits as their meat is more tender, so it'll be easier for Baba to digest and help get his strength back.
That's actually a pretty interesting fact about rabbit meat.
We're learning.
They get the rabbit, only to end up being ambushed by Yamaoroshi, with Okudera getting injured, forcing them to retreat. Back in the village, the three eat the rabbit, which does help Baba recover, with Okudera using the fur to patch up Saejima's hunting gear, him giving thanks for doing so, but Okudera says not to, as he's the one who caught the rabbit and risked his life in doing so. He then gets up to check on the village and to see if the roads are still closed from the snow, though Saejima decides to check that himself, as he can't have his mentor do everything for him, plus he can tell he's not fully healed from his injuries. After heading out and finding that the roads have reopened, he heads back to tell Okudera and Baba, the old hunter reckoning they should be fine, along with brushing away Saejima's concerns about the bear by saying that's his problem to deal with, and that his reasons for doing so are not his concern.
He just really wants to kill that bear. This feels like less of a Saejima plot and more of a hunter's plot.
We interrupt this program to present Cocaine Bear 2.
Once Saejima is ready to head to town, and Baba is also lent a change of clothes, they head out with them thanking Okudera for saving them from becoming bear food, who in return says he won't ask how they ended up on the mountain in the first place, or what they plan to do in the city, but as they remember that killing is only justified when hunting or in self-defense, Saejima saying he'll live by that mantra before giving his goodbyes. Now, you may have noticed that Chapter 3 was a bit fillerish, you might say.
Wait,
Yeah,
so the saga for the bear hunt isn't complete?
That is because Chapter 3's entire runtime is basically dedicated to setting up Saejima's hunting side campaign.
I'm sorry.
Come again?
Right, you remember how in part 1 I mentioned Kiryu had a side campaign that was part taxi driver, part street racing? Well, Saejima has one that revolves around hunting, and this entire chapter dedicated its runtime to setting that side campaign up.
I assume that the side campaign isn't relevant to the main plot.
No, it's not.
So Saejima and the bear will have a huge standoff where Saejima has seemingly killed the bear, but the bear twitches its fingers and its left eye opens and says, "I will vow revenge on Saejima," and then in the climax the bear returns. That's not going to happen.
You're only gonna get your answers if you play the hunting minigame.
That's annoying.
Wait, so what's Chapter 4? Is Chapter 4 still going to be about the bear?
No, Chapter 4 we just get back to the Yakuza conspiracy, about finding Kitakata to ask him why he killed Majima. This chapter literally had nothing to do with anything other than just setting up the side campaign.
Oh my god. If you're going to go on this random side tangent, at least commit to it. Jesus.
Chapter 4, Reckless Encounter.
I
I
wonder
wonder if
if...
Saejima is going to be reckless with this encounter.
Dang it, that wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say, I wonder if the bear will return.
When Baba and Saejima arrive in Tsukumino, they catch a news report playing on a large screen within the middle of the town talking about a snow festival that'll be opening the following night, it being a very important event for the economy and businesses within the area. They then shift to talking about a fire that broke out at Abashiri, with the police making an announcement regarding 2 missing convicts, claiming they found the remains of one of them in the mountains that morning, with them putting out an arrest warrant for the other inmate, Taiga Saejima. The cops going full alert in Tsukumino based on tips that he might be in the area.
I mean, he might be in the area.
Maybe, who knows? Whilst Baba has questions about the fire and whose body they found, he decides they should go to the hideout, and after briefly splitting up to avoid having Saejima being spotted, they get to it, it being a bar on Central Station Boulevard called Polaris.
I feel like that's a reference to something.
They head inside to find the place abandoned, Baba explaining that one of his brothers ran the place, though the only life it has left are the rats, proceeding to wipe the dust off a chair for Saejima to sit on. He comments that despite only a decade passing, the place is practically a new city, claiming bars like this ran the town back then, Saejima reckoning it must have gone under years ago.
That's a shame.
Baba then takes out a couple glasses and serves them both drinks, reckoning it should be fine as the seal wasn't broken. Baba talks about how it's crazy that they should both be on parole, and instead they're stuck hiding in a rundown bar. Saejima saying it's not all bad, as he was looking forward to having a drink with him anyway.
That's nice.
The kid then questions why they only put out a search for Saejima and reported him as being an anonymous corpse, asking if the Tojo is truly behind everything, though he takes the silence as meaning he doesn't want to think about it. Saejima decides to head out to see if he can find any leads on where to find Kitakata, not being scared of the cops given his past experience 2 years ago. Baba suggesting he start his search at a bar called Ambitious, as it was a usual hangout spot for the family, due to them running a casino in the back. The way to get in being to tip the bartender, with him also asking he be careful due to the Kitakata being old school, so they won't hold back if they see him as an enemy and aren't afraid to die for their boss, along with handing over an untracked phone and some cash cash before he heads out. When he gets to Ambitious, Saejima attempts to get into the casino, though the bartender shuts him down and pretends he doesn't know what he's talking about. On his way out, he's stopped by someone who offers to give him the details on how to get in exchange for either beating him in a game of pool or paying off his tab. After doing so, he explains that after the police crack down on them, you now need to get a pass to enter, suggesting he ask a homeless guy called Kiyotaka how to get one. He finds Kiyotaka in the shopping area on North Lane, who will only give him the information if he correctly guesses the number of homeless people in Hokkaido in January 2012. After giving the correct answer of 71, he's given a picture of a phone booth on the north end of town on Main Street, which suddenly gets a phone call when Saejima approaches it. The other end instructing him to go to the lottery ticket stand and ask for 7 scattered losing tickets. And after doing so, the person at the kiosk gives him the casino pass.
He's going gambling!
Returning to Ambitious, Saejima shows the bartender his pass and is finally allowed to access the casino. Once he gets inside, he listens in on some Kitakata family members discussing the upcoming snow festival, with them discussing how there's likely to be a big turnout thanks to Kitakata, who helped rope in enough sponsors to fund the event, mentioning how the guy even has connections with the local mayor, which is also why he's been invited as a guest of honor for the opening ceremony. And despite usually hating formal events like this, for some reason he gladly accepted the opportunity. Saejima then decides to step in, asking for confirmation he'll be at the event due to needing to talk to him about his sworn brother, which ends up leading them to assume he's an assassin sent by the Tojo to kill Kitakata as vengeance for Majima, causing a fight to break out.
As it does.
To be fair, this is probably the most logical reasoning for a fight in the series so far.
True, but it's not a surprise.
While Saejima wins the fight and insists that he just wants to talk to him, the family thugs warn him that they'll be hunting him down from now on. Returning to Polaris, Saejima informs Barber about Kitakata being a guest of honor for the Snow Festival, with him figuring that based on his local celebrity status, the ceremony is going to be their only chance to meet the guy, and that waiting around any longer will just cause them to get caught by the cops. Barber questions both how they're actually going to get him to talk, and how they'd actually reach him given he'll be front and center at a massive event. They rule out disguising themselves as guests, as Saejima would stick out too much given his build, as well as waiting for the ceremony to end to talk to him, as he reckons they'd be found by then. Ultimately, Saejima decides that their only option is to kidnap him in the middle of the event, at a point where there's few guards around him. Barber thinks this plan is insane, reminding him the ceremony will be televised to hundreds of thousands of people. However, Saejima insists they have no other options, as every day they do nothing is another day he could end up getting caught and put behind bars again, stating they'll nab him when no one is looking, though they'll still need a plan for when that is. Barber remarking that the only thing harder would be to just raid the Kitakata family office. Which is a small question, why don't they just do that?
Yeah.
Like, that's something that would be ridiculous in any other series, but in Yakuza, that sounds like the most logical option.
I don't know, maybe the writers wanted to be a bit unorthodox on this one.
Saejima then asks why the guy is so popular anyway, Barber explaining he's the family's 3rd patriarch, with the group having ruled the town since before the war. The man having deep ties with the community, with no one having anything bad to say about him. The organization even stepping in to protect the town when a gang from Tohoku tried to force their way in. Saejima remarking that he sounds like someone coming for his heart, which in turn is also why Barber struggles to believe he would have killed Majima for no reason, leading to the suggestion that it might have been done out of resistance from Majima trying to force his family to be absorbed into the Tojo, but he's sure that the boss he knew would have tried to resolve things with reason, not violence.
Reminds me of Gandalf. How could you abandon reason for madness?
It's almost like he didn't actually kill Majima.
I know, it's crazy. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
They decide to scope out the area the next morning to try and find a way to the boss, and once the time comes around, they agree to split up to avoid drawing attention, planning to regroup back at Polaris once they've done all they can. Saejima checks out the main stage, though due to the tight security, the only thing of interest he finds is a manhole cover near the front row of seats.
And Majima is under there.
No, we're not in Yakuza Kiwami yet. When they reunite at the bar, Baba mentions how even if they somehow pull this off, they'll have both the cops and Kitakata coming after them. Saejima saying they'll just have to deal with the problems as they come, as he needs to know the truth of Majima's death no matter what, which again is making me question why they just don't raid the pissing office. Like, why? Just raid the office. Yo, Yakuza, it's what you do best at.
It's like, use your brain. Use your brain. That thing in your head, use it.
He then apologizes for getting Baba wrapped up in all of this, though he reckons he owes him for saving his life in prison and on the mountain. He then asks if he found anything that could help them get to Kitakata, though Saejima feels his journey ended up being fruitless, being no closer to figuring out how to get to him. Baba then suddenly remembers something, and says he needs to go out for a bit, claiming it's nothing important and Saejima should get some sleep for tomorrow. When morning comes around, Baba is already in the bar, apparently having come back late, and once Saejima is ready, they kickstart the plan at noon, deciding to figure out a plan on the way there. Baba reckons security around the site will be ramped up, so they should travel separately to slip by easier. Saejima only asking he not do anything crazy on his own. Noticing a cop on the main streets, Saejima takes the back alley, where he runs into Kitakata family, who have surrounded the city to stop him, as they still believe he's here to get revenge for Majima, the group refusing to kneel to the Tojo.
I like how they see Saejima as that much of a threat.
今何時
あ
今何時か聞いとんのえ
11時半過ぎだ。
そうかほなのんびりしとる時間ないなさっさと片付けて北方のとこまで行かせてもらうで
ふざけたこと抜かしやがって。もう二度と時間なんて気にしなくていいようにしてやるよ。やれー
After taking them down, he decides he should regroup with Baba in the event they set an ambush for him as well, entering a shopping area sandwiched by two cops, forcing him to don a disguise to get past them undetected, continuing his trip through the alleys fighting more Kitakata men. After regrouping and getting rid of his disguise, Baba asks him to follow, leading him into another alleyway where they fight one last group of Kitakata men. After dealing with the last wave of Yakuza, Saejima notices that they didn't hesitate to attack Baba despite coming from the same family. He reckons they must have joined during the 10 years he was gone, as he didn't recognize them either. Going on to say that things are so different now, and that there's no place he can call home anymore.
Aw, dude.
He then shifts the conversation by bringing him over to a manhole cover, explaining that they can travel through the sewers and grab Kitakata from the manhole near the stage, with him knowing every detail of the park due to it being a place he would play in as a kid. When they find the entrance they need, it's already gone noon, so the opening ceremony has already started. However, Baba freezes up a bit, claiming he's not gone cold feet, he's just at a loss of what to say to his former boss. Saejima telling him to not worry about that now, and to focus on the kidnapping.
Just focus on the kidnapping.
Up on the surface, the snow festival starts up, with Kitakata sat in the front row, not really paying attention to what's going on.
That's nothing like I expected.
No, me either. I agree.
He's then approached by a police officer, who informs him that the convict has been spotted in the area, telling him that they've tightened security, but they can't be too careful, asking he stay vigilant. The patriarch looking around to see the line of guards on the ground, as well as choppers in the sky and snipers on the roofs of nearby buildings.
Oh my god.
The officer then leaves before one of the figures sits next to him, asking if something's wrong. Kitakata answering he's fine, just waiting for an appointment, looking forward to being able to honor his promise, wondering where they're going to be coming from. The opening air show then starts with planes flying overhead, and whilst everyone watches the show, Kitakata disappears with the manhole then being resealed.
Is this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Like, what is...
I want to just mention it because it is a pretty common thing. No one knows how the fuck they managed to get Kitakata that quickly, to the point that none of the snipers or helicopters noticed.
I think that Saejima inherited Majima's chaos.
After being dragged into the sewers, Kitakata ends up finding himself impressed with their approach, figuring he's speaking with Tiger Saejima, revealing he's been waiting a long time to meet him, knowing he broke out of Abashiri to find the guy who killed his brother. He says there's something he needs to tell him, the last thing Majima ever said, saying he's got a place they can talk where no one will bother them. And whilst Baba recognizes this could be a trap, Kitakata assures them it's somewhere that not even his own men or the police know about. Plus, they both want something out of this meeting, so they should get a move on. Saejima decides to trust him, with Kitakata leading the pair to a building he bought the previous day, it being just one he got from a speculator that couldn't sell due to the hurting economy. Baba decides to head out to scout the area, not being able to take his word that he's safe. Kitakata complimenting the kid, asking if he's another sworn brother of Saejima's, him having never seen him before. He then says he's not like how he imagined him, having expected a brute, but recognizes him as being like Majima, soft on the inside, remarking to Saejima's comments of this being the first time someone's called him that, being that they work in a space overrun by people who can't see the forest for the trees, reckoning they failed due to them constantly pretending to be tough. He then brings up that he doesn't seem too angry for someone whose brother was killed, Saejima saying that if he dies, it meant he was weak, and that there's no reason for him to get involved just because of that.
Holy shit, dude.
Literally.
Instead, just wanting to know why he had to die and what his last words were, questioning when he's going to stop stalling and get to the point. Kitakata says he's been thinking over and over how exactly to tell him the truth of what really happened that day, explaining his family didn't kill him as they had no reason to.
I knew it.
Revealing that Majima wasn't forcing them to become part of the Tojo, instead requesting an equal alliance with them. In other terms, asking Kitakata to become Daigo's sworn brother, informing him about similar deals being offered in Fukuoka and Nagoya. Kitakata had no objections to the deal being offered, with him soon after arranging a second meeting with Majima to tell him his decision. But when he told him he'd take the offer, the Mad Dog went completely silent, before telling him in a serious tone to not take the deal. Apparently, Majima had figured out something was going on behind the scenes regarding the deal, telling him that if they swore the oath, they'd be playing into the mastermind's hands, this presumably being why he told them to turn it down. Saejima then asks if he knows who's behind everything, but before Kitakata can say who, he's suddenly shot from the building's window.
Oh, for the love of God.
This is getting overplayed now.
Saejima only just being able to catch a glimpse of the sniper, with him deciding to chase after them back on the streets. Eventually, he manages to trap him within a small lot, removing his hat to reveal that the sniper is Baba.
Oh my God.
Saejima asks why the hell he shot his own boss, to which Baba laughs, realizing he's more naive than he thought, explaining that he has never been part of the Kitakata family, only pretending he did to achieve his goal, that his prison transfer and becoming his cellmate were all part of the plan, with Saejima acting exactly as they had hoped, to the point that it actually threw him off, before admitting that he didn't want him to find out, that had he knew it would come to this, he would have let himself die on the mountain, as it would mean he wouldn't have to feel this pain. Baba has a smoke, elaborating his role in the plan was to keep an eye on Saejima, his 10-year sentence for murder being a complete fabrication designed to catch his attention, and that his end goal wasn't to stop Saejima from getting out, instead being to control how long he was there, and when the time was right, to help him escape and get to Tsukimino. When Saejima refuses to believe he could have done that, Baba reminds him that he would have been out on parole if someone hadn't interfered, revealing Kugihara was simply a tool to extend his prison sentence until the time was right, and that he was working for Baba, with the whole situation of the stabbing being fake, except for the fact that Baba actually did stab someone, saying it was his way of making him lash out of Kugihara, commenting that it ended up being a wasted effort in the end, given they had to break out soon after.
Oh my God.
I did not expect that.
They ended up pulling the necessary strings to ensure he would break out, stating that Majima's death was the signal it was time to go free, as it was the one thing that could spur him to get out. Saejima takes in that his bro was killed to make him escape, before stating that events like the warden's death and the ministry rejecting his parole were necessary evils to give him the willpower to get out, it being thanks to Baba that it all happened.
Wait, is he actually dead?
As far as we're concerned, he is dead.
So the question now is, why did this guy want Saejima out of prison?
Baba's saying that he's the most vital part of his boss's plan, though he refuses to answer who that is, as it would mean both of them would have to die, before stating that only leaves him with one solution, proceeding to take out a gun which he aims at Saejima. He confesses that killing him wasn't part of the plan, but he's been left with no choice, believing only one of them can walk out of there alive.
No! Hold on, no, stop. You're telling me that there was this whole plan to get Saejima out of the prison, and then you're going to kill him? Like, what is the point?
However, as he aims, Baba starts to freeze up, prompting Saejima to ask what he's waiting for, demanding he pull the trigger and stop hesitating.
Wait a minute, I think I know where this is going.
Baba lowers the gun, requesting he tell him something. Why did he come back to save him from the mountain? The plan being he should have abandoned him and gone to Tsukimino alone, but instead he put his own life at risk to save him. Saejima answers by saying he couldn't leave his brother behind, which Baba questions as they never swore an oath, having only called him Anarchy since he looked up to him, brushing it aside as just being a dusty old ritual, that the bond is there even if it wasn't made official, declaring that from his view, they've been brothers before they broke out, that being true regardless of what his boss is after. Baba shouts at him to stop calling him that, before turning the gun on himself.
Are you fucking kidding?
Prompting Saejima to shout what he thinks he's doing, running in to punch him to the ground. He demands he get up, that there's a lesson he needs to teach him, as is Anarchy, that no matter how hard life gets, you have to keep living, and keep struggling towards your dreams, something he wants more than anything else, telling him about his own vow to make sure that people who are stuck with no no option but to become Yakuza wouldn't have to travel the same path he did, that being what he and Majima were fighting for, and why he stood there now. He tells Baba that dying isn't going to magically answer his problems, so he's going to teach him how heavy death is by literally beating the fear of it into his soul.
Oh my god.
Baba not being surprised by his plan before accepting to take him on.
きちんと蹴りつけましょう。
来いやババア
正気
After their scrap, Saejima proceeds to help him back up, before asking what his first bite of death was like, Baba joking not the best. The pair then sit together whilst having a smoke, Baba questioning if he's not going to ask who his boss is, to which Saejima answers he doesn't care, as knowing the truth won't bring Majima back. Plus, he's had the feeling since they met Kitakata that he's actually still alive, though he admits he might just be clinging to the hope he is.
Honestly, I think the audience feels the same way.
Baba then gets up, and despite knowing he's not in a position to ask, requests he let him go, explaining that if he lets the truth slip here, he's good as dead, but now he's not ready to die until he achieves his dream, promising to meet him again once he gets there, suggesting they could finally swear the oath for real. Saejima agrees to his plan, telling him that he'll be waiting, with Baba then running away. He then turns around to grab the gun Baba left behind, at which point he's then found by a group of police led by Serizawa.
Oh, so this is where everything starts to link up.
Who declares he's under arrest for aggravated escape and unlawful possession of a firearm, adding that he's been waiting to speak with him for a while.
Well, back in prison you go, Saejima. It was fun while it lasted.
I'm telling you, he's Hopper.
During the drive in the prison bus, Serizawa gets to speak with Saejima, commenting that he came along surprisingly easy given what he went through to get out, before asking how his meeting with Kitakata went, the police apparently having followed his every move. Plus, they just brought the man into the police hospital, having rushed in when they heard the gunshot, assuring him that they know he didn't do it, and that Kitakata is going to be fine. Saejima then goes quiet when he brings up his reasoning for meeting the man, Serizawa taking it as an opportunity to run his mouth without anyone disturbing them. The detective knows that the Kitakata family didn't kill Majima, revealing that his killers were the Tojo Clan.
I'm sorry, what?
Going on to inform him about Daigo's disappearance in Fukuoka, which happened around the same time as Majima's death in Tsukimino and Azumi's accident in Nagoya, the whole thing putting both the Tojo and the police into a panic. He then says he's on the trail of Morinaga, telling him about how he killed Aoyama in Fukuoka, the events of his boss going missing and then killing the acting chairman, making him a suspect, with Baba being another man they were tracking. Saejima then asks what he wants, as he thought they were just here to bring him in. Serizawa saying he does, but there's more to it. That his true goal is to find out who the mastermind is, the traitor in the Tojo.
You see, I'm putting together a team.
Him stating the timing of events surrounding Daigo, Majima, and Saejima are all too close together to be coincidence, and that someone is trying to collapse the Tojo from the inside, reckoning Baba is working for whoever's responsible, with the most likely candidate for the traitor being Morinaga.
Okay,
I feel like if it's the most likely scenario, it probably won't end up happening.
The only thing for certain is a storm is brewing around the Tojo, and Saejima is an essential piece to the puzzle. He recognizes that Saejima wants to help the Tojo, but there's not much he can do without being in Tokyo, which is when he drops the bombshell that the bus is heading for the airport, proclaiming that this case is a nationwide Yakuza conspiracy, and the Osaka PD are going to be the ones to solve it. To do so, they need to find the major players naysayers of Morinaga and Baba, and they want Saijima's help, making the ultimatum to either go to Tokyo and find out what's eating away the corpse of the Tojo, or he can return to prison and allow his organization to collapse from the inside.
さあどうする
Good lord.
Okay, I have very mixed feelings about this part.
Yeah, I want to say up front, part 2 is my least favorite section of the game. Because, for one, it has awful pacing. Like, it is abysmally slow for the first 3 chapters, and then it suddenly just speeds runs through the conspiracy for the last chapter with very sloppy writing.
I genuinely think if it weren't for the bear chapter, this might have flowed a bit smoother.
You combine that with the fact that arguably a decent chunk of this is just recycling stuff from Saijima's section in Yakuza 4, and the fact that, at least in my opinion, Saijima is not only not as interesting, but some of his actions, such as seemingly not caring about Majima's death, is just weird.
Yeah.
I just hope that character's acting, like, I guess, out of character. I hope that's not a common theme, because we've had that with Kiryu. We're not, like, too much with Kiryu, but especially with Saijima.
I think with Kiryu, you could argue that's them just trying to find a new spin on him to do something different, and I'd argue that did work for the most part. Saijima's just screams like they had no idea what to actually do with him after Yakuza 4, so they basically just make him repeat his arc from the last game, except he's kind of being flanderized to just be a bigger, stronger version of Kiryu.
So I think I really didn't like chapter 1. Like, it was a nothing burger. Chapter 2 had a little bit going on, which was like the actual prison break, had some cool action in it. Chapter 3, nothing burger. And chapter 4 had the conspiracy. But I think it was just the way that it all played out didn't really make sense. First off, Baba being the traitor, okay, that's cool. You have that there. But then when he finds out, and there's this big long exposition about like, oh, we needed you out of the prison, why would you kill Saijima then? You need Saijima to go to this location, alive, presumably. Why would you kill him in that process? And then Baba decides to kill himself, and Saijima stops him, which is like classic Yakuza protagonist fashion. But it just keeps throwing me off that killing Saijima was both part of the plan and also not part of the plan at the same time.
I think my main question is, Saijima, shows no sympathy over Majima getting killed, but then he really cares about the living state of a guy he's known for like 2 years at most.
Who stabbed him in the back as well. With Baba, it just like, I think that reveal, I think it would have hit harder if we had chapter 3 to kind of like plant the seeds, but as it stands, it just kind of comes out of nowhere, and this kind of goes contrary to everything we've been shown in the previous 2 parts.
Yeah, I think it's because they waste chapter 3 setting up side content that they end up having to speedrun everything that should have been spread across 2 chapters in just chapter 4.
Or just like having like maybe an extra chapter if it's really that important to like flesh it out.
The thing that annoys me the most about this is that it had the potential to be so much better.
Like, you can see all the pieces there that could work if they were just fleshed out a bit more and they didn't waste so much time on filler.
They both had like too much time and too little. Like, they spent time on stuff they didn't need to.
But yeah, so combine all those writing issues we mentioned earlier, as well as the fact that Tsukumino is generally agreed as being one of the worst designed maps in the series, and it's commonly agreed that part 2 is the worst section of Yakuza 5. That being said, do you think part 2 is bad? Or is it just weak?
That's a tough question. I think it's just weak. I think it had the opportunity to. It just doesn't give itself any chance to actually do anything. I don't think it's bad, because it could have been good.
I like, at the beginning, I was like, oh, this is like Yakuza 3 levels of bad. But then afterwards, I was like, okay, it kind of saved itself.
It's a big step down from how good part 1 was, but I don't think it's worst of the worst. Like, we've definitely covered worse sections before.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to find out why all these games are like mixed, because I am starting to understand why.
We flash back to the summer of 2011, where a lady named Murray Park is meeting with Kiryu at Morning Glory, specifically discussing how after running into Haruka a week prior, she wants to train her to be a pop idol, having spent some time researching both her and the orphanage, in turn also learning about Kiryu's past.
She looks like she's going to blackmail Kiryu about his past as a Yakuza.
They wouldn't do that, surely. No one's ever done that before in this series. She elaborates that whilst Haruka's appearance and style are unpolished, she has a lot of potential, just needing someone to help smooth the edges, being confident she's more than capable of doing so. However, her deal to make her a star comes with a condition, that Kiryu needs to leave the orphanage. Her logic being that when people become fans of someone, they'll want to know every detail about them, ranging from their blood type to their family, allowing them to feel more connected to them, with a desire for knowledge only growing stronger if the person is viewed as unattainable. However, if they end up finding something that makes them feel betrayed by that person, the love will turn to hatred.
Okay, so this isn't like a Yakuza Pass thing. This is like the toxicity of the idol industry in Japan.
Pretty much.
I don't know whether or not that's better.
As Haruka listens in on the conversation, Park declares that they need to erase her connection to Kiryu for the sake of her protection. But before she can continue, Kiryu gets up, deciding he's heard enough, and states there's no chance he'd ever leave this place, as the kids still need him and they'd be left heartbroken if he walked out, so he's staying as long as they're living there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, this actually makes sense, because I was really confused about how Kiryu was like away from the orphanage, but this actually makes sense to me.
Park questions if this is a matter of duty, getting the answer that it's deeper than that, and that this is the path he's chosen. But when he goes to leave, Park says she's surprised, as for all of what Kiryu's experienced, he has no idea how the world works, proceeding to get up as she asks if he realizes that he can't even make one girl's wishes come true. She then declares that during her time here, she's learnt that this is a place where dreams die as long as he stays there, explaining that when she asked the kids if they were happy, they all gave the same answer of yes, figuring it must feel like heaven for an orphan child staying there, but believes they're all afraid that one day they'll lose the happiness they get there.
I was just gonna say, I can't believe she said that Kiryu is like the dream killer when he single-handedly stopped the orphan grinder.
Oh my god, it's the orphan grinder Mark II!
She goes on to say that the kids clearly love Kiryu and the lives he's provided for them, to the point they'd sacrifice anything to keep it, even their own dreams, stating that kids should be allowed to be a little selfish, pursue their own ambitions, and be true to themselves, but they will never get that freedom.
Oh god, that's like a teeth-grinding moral... What's the phrase I'm looking for?
Moral quandary?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
She reckons Kiryu knows the truth deep down, that the children need to find their ambitions, asking who he truly thinks would come out stronger, between someone who clings to the safe option of staying where they are, and someone who actively pursues their own goals, making one last request to let Haruka go after her dreams, suggesting he should find his own ambitions, promising to fund the future of every other child staying there, covering living expenses and making sure they won't have any wants, even letting Kiryu decide his replacement, all in exchange for making Haruka a star, in turn granting her wish, which by this point even Haruka herself is questioning. Kiryu asks how she of all people could possibly know what Haruka wants, Park answering that it's because she had the same dream, and that as long as you can find a successor, someone else can grab the torch and carry out that dream. Part 3, First Half. Haruka Sawamura.
Gee, I wonder who that is. Ha 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 ha.
Chapter 1, Backstage Dreams.
I wonder if there'll be a backstage dream. Haha. I feel like at this point we should have like an AI generated thing that's like, I wonder if there'll be insert title name here.
There's gonna be a video where one of us just dies halfway through and the rest of the video is just Microsoft Sam. We jump back to the present day to the town of Sotenbori in Osaka, where over at the Diner Chair office, Haruka is working through a dance routine in the studio, being watched on by Park and her dance instructor Ogita. Despite her efforts, she's still struggling to get it down, with Ogita reprimanding her for not being able to stick to the rhythm, making her start over from the top. As she tries again, he once again shouts at her for not getting it right, and when she falls over, he states if that's really the best she can do to not even bother getting on a stage, asking why she doesn't just quit. However, she's adamant she can do it, with Park leaving as the music starts up again.
Okay, now that you're explaining his character traits to me, I'm starting to understand why he looks like that.
Okay. After going over the basics again, he lets Haruka have a 5-minute break. Over in the office block, Haruka's manager, Hiroshi Hori, is on the phone talking about Haruka and how she's the agency's current upcoming star, currently competing in an idol competition called the Princess League, the prize for winning being that she'll be signed to a record label for a debut album, whilst her vocal coach, Misa Yamura, works opposite him.
He has a whole, entourage.
Yeah, I know. It's like she's got so many people.
He hangs up after finishing a discussion with his client, at which point Ogita enters and sits on a sofa opposite Park, getting Hori to bring him a drink from the water fountain that's sat right next to him. Ogita then questions if Park actually expects that he can get Haruka ready in just a week, reckoning he'd need months for the results she wants. Park turns to him, saying it's too late for complaints, and that if he's a pro, he'll do his job on time, prompting Ogita to complain that their original agreement was to train her over the span of a year, only for her to shorten it to 6 months, proclaiming that to be unreasonable given how much needs to be worked on, and that they'll have to focus on either just the dancing or singing for her to be passable. Park retorts that Haruka is too special to settle for passable, Ogita agreeing that she's a diamond in the rough, having the moves, instincts, and looks, with her grit also leading her to be the only talent they have left, as everyone else in the last 6 months have walked away. Explaining his problem is that because she's so special, they should be giving her the time to properly develop.
Is it weird that I'm getting stressed just listening to this? It's like, I can envision it in my head, just like a Haruka in the middle, just like turning left and right, like, oh my god, when will it end?
Park simply tells him to shut up and do his job, given what she's paying him. Hori then stepping in to try and defuse things by explaining that he's only saying this out of concern for Haruka, though the glares from Park prompt him to back off. Park then threatens to terminate Ogita's contract if he feels he can't meet the terms they agreed upon, with there being consequences for not fulfilling his end of the deal, which causes Ogita to reluctantly agree to continue being Haruka's dance instructor before storming out. He then returns to the studio where he guides Haruka through the song from top to bottom. After she finally gets through it successfully, he commends her for the improvements shown, but tells her to get plenty of rest due to it being another hard day's work of training tomorrow. When he leaves, Park praises Haruka, before reminding her that the Princess League finals start the next day, and that if she wins, she'll get a major marketing push, so she's arranged the ultimate opportunity, namely that 4 days after the final round, she'll have a debut concert in Tokyo, that just being the start of her journey, and proof that she made it into the big leagues.
Provided her head doesn't explode first, my god.
However, this also means there's no room for failure, with Haruka's toned down response leading her to ask why the long face, her answering that it's just a lot to take in, with Part stating that from now on it's going to be a whirlwind, that her songs will be heard by hundreds of thousands, watched by millions, and that she needs to be ready for a life where what she thought was unreal will become mundane.
This feels like a lot of pressure to put on a 16-year-old.
That's the idol industry for you. Haruka then mentions that they still don't know if she'll actually win, but Park has full faith that she will, reminding her that she'll cut off her support to the orphanage in the event of failure, which would cause the place to shut down. Haruka fully understanding this and promising she'll never give up.
Oh my god, we were right. She is the orphan grinder too.
Park then decides to have a small talk with the upcoming idol about one thing she needs to remember, that whilst the goal of an idol is to be loved by as many people as possible, the fans will express that love in a variety of ways, so she needs to learn how to accept them, elaborating that when someone first becomes famous, they're often thrilled by the attention, but eventually they realize the love isn't real, as the relationship is strictly one-sided, with a good amount of idols ultimately crashing once reality sets in, as they just can't come to terms with the truth due to believing that being loved is a right, taking the affection they got from family and friends when growing up for granted, the love they expect from that normal environment ultimately making them weak, as they can't tell the difference between one-sided and real love. So the realization that the affection from fans isn't real ends up devastating them, feeling like any kind of affection is gone forever.
And also, don't forget that some of the people that like you will be crazy.
Park says that due to Haruka choosing to pursue this path, and understandably being daunted by it right now, there's one thing she needs to know for certain, that she's someone who fully understands what it means to be loved, before reassuring her that she'll be fine and can do this. Haruka then asks if Park was raised in a similar environment to her, leading her to admit that she too didn't get to receive affection from biological parents, having been abused by them before she could walk or talk, with that craving for love being what drew her to the idol industry, after seeing some on the TV, it having been her dream to become one, though evidently she didn't get far.
Yikes.
That's depressing.
She then informs Haruka that tomorrow she'll start the day with a fan-sponsored event, followed by round 1 of the Princess League finals over at Soten TV, so to be at the office by 9 AM, with the pair wishing each other goodnight, Haruka taking one last opportunity to proclaim she'll be giving it her all, Park already knowing she will.
I'm not gonna lie, but Princess League sounds like a fighting game.
That's what I was, because I was thinking, like, what are the finals gonna be? You just stick them in a cage match and it's the last person standing? Like, what are we talking about?
Once Haruka's done changing back into her normal clothes, she heads out of the building with Hori, being instructed to see her home safe by Park. On the way there, the pair get to talking about how she's handling things, him saying it's amazing she managed to get all the way to the finals despite only being in the industry for 6 months, and that Park truly knew what she was doing when she signed her. However, Haruka reckons she's still got a ways to go, given how often she was yelled at, though she still thanks him for the compliment. He then asks how her time at school's going, to which she answers that her studies have been going fine, but she hasn't been able to make any friends, her career not really giving the free time to hang out with people, along with some of the kids having choice words for the kind of work she does. He assures her to ignore what they say and that they're just jealous, Haruka stating she tries to not let it bother her, but feels what she does is kinda weird. Hori proceeding to say that he believes that what they do gives people the chance to dream, and that he can tell her performances are truly something special due to being an idol fan himself, so Haruka should have the confidence to hold her head up high and be proud that she's a pop idol. He then admits that given he gets yelled at far more frequently, what he said likely wasn't very convincing, but whilst he may be pretty new to the manager gig, he'll do everything he can to support them, that all Haruka needs to do if she needs something is to ask, Haruka giving her thanks to his dedication, with the pair then splitting off when they reach Haruka's apartment.
She's 16, she's living by herself? My god, the economy will not like that.
When she wakes up the next morning, she looks at a photo of her with Kiryu and the other kids, promising she'll work hard today before heading out. After having a run-in with one of her classmates named Akari Natsukawa, who befriends and introduces her to her hobby of street dancing, she heads into Diner Chair to meet with Hori, the two starting off the day by doing a handshake event for her fan club. Once they wrap that up, Hori mentions how the afternoon will bring the start of the Princess League finals, and how her victory will bring both a major label debut with a big record company, along with allowing Diner Chair to finally make a big splash in Tokyo. He then discusses how the finals are structured, apparently having her simultaneously perform against her opponent, both performing the same song at the same time, with the winner being whoever gets more fans on their side by the end of the song, the whole thing thing being 3 rounds, with the total score determining the winner.
Oh yeah, so it is like Arena from the anime.
Hori mentions how the whole thing is making him nervous, as the end result will be huge for everyone there, with Haruka saying she'll do her best, leading him to apologize for putting the pressure on her, feeling that she'll be fine given all the effort she's put in, and to not worry if she loses a round, as it's the total score that matters. When she's ready, the pair head over to Soten TV for the Princess League, with Hori deciding to try and introduce Haruka to the show's producer, Manda. They end up spying him, but as they get closer, they realize he's chatting with T-Set, the idol duo of Mai Sanada and Azusa Osawa that Haruka is competing against in the finals, the pair having originally signed to Dynachair before switching agencies to Osaka Talent.
I feel like a 2v1 is kind of unfair.
Yeah, for them.
Haruka's just that goated.
After T-Set leaves and Hori runs in to greet the producer, Mai takes the opportunity to trip up Haruka, causing her to spill Manda's coffee all over him, causing a really bad first impression and prompting the two to start taunting her. Hori tries to clean up the spill, but Manda pushes him off, remarking how you can lose everything from just one mistake, and that Haruka's career will never take off if she can't get along with kids her own age. Though after both Hori and Haruka bow for forgiveness, he decides to let them off as long as they don't make another mistake in the finals.
Oh, I fucking hate that. You know, it's like when the annoying kids are being rude to you and then you fight back and then the teacher turns around and is like, "What are you doing? How dare you, Haruka? You should be ashamed of yourself."
After barely getting away with it, both Hori and Haruka head towards her changing room, but before they enter, he ends up spotting T-Set again, immediately heading over to them and grabbing Mai's arm, knowing she tripped Haruka on purpose. However, this attempt ends up falling flat when she calls for her manager Nakai, who gets in his face asking why he's harassing their girl, warning that if he wants to start something, they won't hold back, that if they step on their toes, they'll crush Dynachair in no time, with Hori's silence leading Azusa to chime in that it's no wonder they can't hold any of their talent.
My brain just went Pitbull when I saw it.
Pitbull?
Oh my god.
I don't know why.
Haruka then steps in, saying they don't have time for this and she needs to get changed. And when Mai barks about what she's going to do about her arm, she asks if she's ever been to Okinawa, explaining that she'd like it given the beautiful sea and clean air, suggesting she go sometime to let her troubles melt away, even offering to tell her some spots they could go to. Haruka then leaves with Hori, T-Set being left confused by the holiday suggestion, when Nakai reckoning that she was suggesting the trip would make them less miserable, proceeding to say he now recognizes what Park saw in her, though the explanation just pisses off the girls even more. Over in Haruka's changing room, Hori explains that there's always been a hard grudge between Dynachair and Osaka Talent, made worse due to T-Set having left them due to not being able to handle how Park ran things, advising she try her best to not agitate them too much, which ends up surprising her as she wasn't trying to antagonize them at all, instead giving an honest suggestion based on them appearing to be very stressed, leading him to recognize she's of a much higher caliber than he thought.
She's too good for this world. And by world, I mean the idol industry.
True.
He then heads out so Haruka can get changed into her idol outfit and do her makeup, and when she's done, assures her that she looks good, being confident she can win as long as she remembers what she's learnt. The show then kicks off with the audience being greeted by the Princess League's presenter, Dolce Kamiya, who after hyping up the audience for the start of the 2012 finals, gives a recap of the rules. The last stage of the competition will consist of a series of 3 battles, both idols performing at the same time on opposite stages, with the audience voting for who they like more by heading towards the stage of the act they prefer, with the stage that has the most audience members by the time the song ends being the winner. For the 3 battles, the first round is a pop showdown, which is determined by who has the most charm and vocal skills. The second will be based on their dance skills, with the performer who does the best across the first 2 competitions being given an advantage in the third and final round.
The death round.
After successfully hyping up the audience, Kamiya then signals to bring out the contestants, the super idol duo of T-Set versus the talented newcomer Haruka Sawamura, with him then kicking off the first round.
Ready, go!
After the performance comes to an end and Dolce announces the round's winner, along with giving them the opportunity to speak to the audience, the first round of the Princess League finals comes to an end. Hori congratulates Haruka on her performance before telling her they should head back to Sotenbori, bringing up that he wanted to apologize again to Manda, though unfortunately he's not been answering his cell phone, only being able to hope that he isn't still mad at them.
Oh no, wait, he can't answer his phone, that's not a good sign.
When Haruka returns to the office after being allowed to have a small break when they got to town, Hori remembers to tell her that he updated her bank book, telling her it's fine given she doesn't exactly have the time to do it herself. When she looks at it, she quickly spots another bank transfer from Nagasu, asking herself if this really is Uncle Kaz's idea of hiding, answering Hori's questions of what she's so happy about as it being a secret, before having to head upstairs to get vocal lessons from Yamura. As soon as she leaves, Hori gets slapped in the face by Park, demanding he get in the office before reprimanding him for what happened with Manda and T-Set, asking how he could let something so stupid happen, reminding him that she told him to keep her away from others, not being interested in wanting to hear his excuses. She explains that Haruka isn't naive to the entertainment industry, and that the more she's shown the business's dark underbelly, the more she'll view it as just a job, which Park won't allow as she wants her to form her own dream that she can hold on to, and that while some girls need to be taught how to handle the harsh reality, Haruka isn't one of them, instead needing something she can take with her anywhere, ending by making the demand that Hori let no more mistakes like this ever happen again. After completing her vocal lessons, Yamura tells Haruka to go to the office to get Ogita for a dancing lesson, with Hori explaining he's currently talking with Park in her office when she gets there. When she goes to knock for him, both her and Hori overhear him shouting at Park about who the bitch thinks she's talking to and what a hack like her knows about dancing.
Yeah, dork.
Park suggests he be careful who he mouths off to, with his quick response to tell her to shut up, prompting her to fire him. Ogita attempts to gloat that he's the only reason Haruka's gone as far as she has, along with claiming Park just assumes she's right because she's the one holding the cash, though she just calmly retorts that he can believe what he wants, but he's mistaken, since in this industry, the one paying the bill is always right, and because of that, he's completely useless to her now, informing him that she has the funds to replace him 100 times over. She then asks how long he plans to stand there and waste her time before flicking a cigarette in his face, with Ogita then demanding that she has to pay him for breaking the contract, to which she states there's no penalty clause in it, meaning she has no obligation to pay him since he didn't finish the work she hired him for, suggesting he should read contracts before signing them.
This is such a weird tone shift from the rest of the series, but I'm kind of here for it.
Ogita claims he did read it, before remembering that she mentioned making a tweak to it before he actually signed it, her stating that if he has a problem with it, to take it with her lawyer, enraging him to the point of picking up Park by the collar, who questions his hesitation by asking if he doesn't have the guts to hit her, with Ogita then shoving her to the ground before storming out the office. Park tells Hori to let Ogita go, with the two then entering the office, Haruka offering to head out to get some ice for her right hand after it got injured from the fall, though Park stops her as she needs the two of them to take care of something, namely finding someone to replace Ogita. Hori brings up that she's fired practically every dance instructor in Kansai by this point, her being aware of that and suggesting he let her finish speaking, going on to say that a legendary dance instructor named Christina is currently in Japan for a concert at Osaka Joe Hall, with the man only taking on to teach people he takes a personal interest in, not being swayed by money or power, meaning they have a chance with him, instructing the two to find and convince him to work for them. And whilst Hori points out how unlikely that is to happen, especially since the finals have already started, he quickly shuts up when Park asks if he's trying to get fired too. She suggests the pair start their search in Sotenbori, as he's apparently been spotted bar hopping around the town every night, with Hori giving some guidance to Haruka by giving a vague description of Christina as a tanned man wearing flashy clothing, along with telling her the names of some bars he could potentially be at, before splitting off to search for him. During her search, she's eventually able to find out he was drinking at the bar Stigil not too long ago, the man having just left to get some fresh air after drinking too much. After stepping outside, she ends up running into Akari, the dance battle girl she befriended that morning, who by sheer chance just saw Christina on the Sotenbori footpath, the two heading over to see if he's still there. When they find him, Akari calls out to him, the man recognizing her and recalls that he already told her they had nothing left to discuss, to which she asks for one more chance, having brought a pro with her. She reveals to Haruka that she already went to Christina and showed her moves to him, only for him to say he wasn't interested, with her now arriving in the hopes of getting a second shot at becoming his dance student, believing that by bringing a pop idol with her, he'll have to find interest in her. Haruka is a bit put off, but Akari begs to help her out as she doesn't have the looks or connections she does. Christina says he doesn't fully get what's going on between them, but agrees to watch them dance, Akari being glad by this. Though Haruka breaks the conversation to say she wanted to ask Christina about work, leading to the man explaining he only works with dancers he's interested in, so if she wants to talk to him, she needs to draw his attention by dancing first, with her and Akari then competing in a dance battle. After watching the two skills, he turns to Haruka, having a feeling they'll be having a good talk, which prompts Akari to ask why he passed her over, as her dance skills weren't that much better, and since he's in a good mood, he decides to explain why he chose Haruka. He states that dancing is more than technique, the key being how you use it to express your feelings to people by doing it, adding that despite having seen more dancers than he can remember, all the ones who failed the audition had one thing in common: they let themselves become nothing more than robotic dancing machines, their perfectly calculated dances and precise movements only being impressive upon first seeing it, as an audience isn't fascinated by precision, instead wanting to see someone that can express emotion with every movement, that being the difference between those who get a chance in the spotlight and those who become backup dancers for life, that in turn being the difference between Haruka and Akari, suggesting that if she wants to improve, she needs to learn how to dance from the heart, not for the approval of others.
Has Haruka joined a cult?
I don't know.
That's what it feels like.
The Dance Revolution cult.
Unfortunately, Akari isn't able to understand what he means, and ends up storming off, vowing that she'll never dance again, with Christina telling Haruka to not go after her, as she needs to figure this out on her own, and after learning of the two's friendship, suggests she show her that friends support and help each other grow. After the lecture, Haruka gives the request for him to become her dance instructor, and how Park wants to speak with him, Christina liking the approach of her sending the dancer to him, and after getting to see Haruka's skills at the dance studio, and being caught up to speed on the work that needs to be done, he makes sure that Park understands that all he can do is point Haruka in the right direction, it ultimately being up to her if she actually wins, though he believes Park won't be disappointed given the amazing talent she clearly already possesses, especially given that she's only been dancing for 6 months, so they should have more than enough time to get her ready. Christina then heads home for the day, with Park then telling Haruka and Hori to come to her office when they're ready. Before they enter, Park can be seen reading a letter, which she keeps within a safe, which is then locked using a pen. She tells the two that they're to head over to Soten TV to resolve the incident with Manda, explaining she called to apologize herself and has arranged a brief appointment for the two to apologize as well. Just before they head out, Park stops Haruka and asks who taught her how to do her makeup, her answering that she's self-taught, with the diner chair head telling her that her foundation is uneven, and she doesn't even have any lipstick, deciding to get a makeup artist to fix her up before she goes, requesting she learn how to do so competently. Hori points out that they don't really have the time to wait for a makeup artist, leaving Park to decide to just do it herself, having him wait outside. As she does Haruka's makeup, she talks about how cosmetics can make even the plainest of girls shine, in turn taking an already pretty girl like Haruka to the next grade, with her then suggesting she should look into getting more fashionable clothes, and to not be content with thinking she's fine as is, to which Haruka states she isn't pretty, which Park spins as more reason she should learn to perfect her makeup, stating that refining your image is no easy task, but now that she's in the industry, she needs to be in constant pursuit of beauty.
That's Toxic.
Again, idol industry.
Yeah, I know. It's so on display.
I know, you think they'd be a bit more subtle with it, Jesus.
After getting to look in the mirror, Park asks if there's something funny, to which Haruka answers that she's just happy, as she never thought they'd get to do things like put makeup on together, which ends up making Park smile before getting back to work. Once she's done with the makeup and starts straightening her hair, Park comments that it's true that every girl needs a mother, promising to take her out to buy clothes next time, with her then sending off the young idol to apologize to the producer, Haruka thanking her for all the help.
I'm still waiting for something to happen that completely turns the story on its head, because I feel like it's going to come eventually.
Haruka and Hori then head over to Soten TV to meet with Manda, who says the pair have perfect timing, as a model that was scheduled to appear on a game show cancelled at the last minute, with him proceeding to ask Haruka to fill in for her, to which she and Hori agree to. After getting through the quiz show, Manda reckons they've done their part to make up for what happened earlier, plus he apparently owes Park for some help back in their heyday. He then asks Haruka who did her makeup, with the confession of Park being responsible leading him to say he asked, as when he looks at her, it reminds him of Park when she was younger. He goes on to say that there are some women that get more beautiful every time you see them, and that in this line of work, you can never be sure on how a girl is going to do, as they're constantly changing and growing, admitting that he initially was confident that T-Set would easily win, but is now starting to believe Haruka could give them a run for their money, though he decides to not dwell on it, giving them his best wishes for the competition before heading off. When they get back to town, Haruka confesses that she's still a bit nervous, though Hori assures her that everyone at Dynachair is in her corner, helping give a confidence boost, with the chapter coming to an end with Hori heading back to the office, whilst Haruka goes to her apartment for the night. So yeah, we mentioned it before, but this part is definitely starting off by giving more office drama vibe than Yakuza drama vibe.
Yeah.
This is definitely a more chill environment, but as chill as it can be in a Yakuza game.
How do you feel about the more fleshed out explanation for Kiryu leaving the orphanage?
I like it in the sense that I understand it, but I don't like it in the sense that I don't like it.
Yeah, like it's a very believable reason for why Kiryu had to leave. It's just, I'm personally annoyed that it's the return of the orphan grinder. It's just kind of a shame that, like, Kiryu lost in this case.
I mean, the fastest way to make Kiryu give up is to make him feel like he's the bad guy. What are your first opinions of Haruka in this game, as well as just, like, the Dynachair employees?
I feel like with Haruka, I think this is also something we've said previously, but she lacks complete agency over everything that she's been doing so far. It just feels like she's been buffeted around by the tides, you know?
Yeah, it kind of feels like she has a bit less agency than she did when she was like a 9-year-old in Yakuza 1.
It feels like she's more of a way to introduce new characters than has a chance to be a character herself.
This might be me speaking a little bit too early, but I feel that this is just kind of more of Haruka being a very resilient character. I think that's a very cool thing, but I'm hoping that later in this part we get to see maybe some kind of growth or regression in her character.
Yeah, then I guess it's just, what are your impressions of Park and the other people at Dynachair?
I guess some of them are like, oh yeah, these guys are cool, and then some of them are like, oh okay, these are a bit complex, and then we have others that are like, I have no interest in you at all.
Also, I feel that Yakuza is it's kind of a glamorized version of the Japanese crime scene. It feels weird that the idol story is very real.
I'm not sure if I'd say they glamorize the Yakuza. With Yakuza, I feel like Kiryu is kind of like the representation of the idealized Yakuza, but he's put in a scenario where he's surrounded by people who behave like how actual real Yakuza behave. Chapter 2, Hope Lives On.
I wonder if hope will live on. Aha.
It probably won't.
The next morning, Haruka heads over to Dynachair, where she goes over the dance routine for the next song with Christina, after which she's then brought to the office by Hori, who tells her about an urgent job, namely a civic event in the nearby Ashitaba Park needs a last-minute substitute after the singer that was originally booked caught a cold, with Park believing it would help her get get used to performing on a stage despite the event's small turnout, with him telling her to meet Yamura at the place. After performing for the local crowd, she then holds a meet and greet for them, which seems to go well, with even an old man in attendance wishing her luck in the Princess League.
I don't trust that old man.
It does sound a bit sketchy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yamura then tells her to find Hori to find out what her schedule is for the rest of the day, the guy currently being out doing some shopping for Park, suggesting she look for him at the local Don Quixote. After meeting up with Hori and telling him how the event went, it turns out that Park has designated the rest of the day to treat Haruka to a night out, with her lightly waiting for her back at the office. Though before that, Hori remembers that he needs to stop by the drugstore to get a compress for Park's hand, with Haruka deciding to tag along. On the way, she decides to stop by a small vendor to buy a piece of jewelry for Park, with Hori continuing to the drugstore, heading back once he's sorted everything there. As the clerk heads off to grab some wrapping paper for the gift, Haruka is approached by T-Set,
I'm not gonna lie, T-Set sounds like the evil Pokemon team.
who mock the brooch she bought, pushing her around when she initially clamps up, with her answer that it's a gift for Park, leading them to state that its ugliness is a perfect match for her.
Oh my god, these guys are Pokemon villains.
Mai then informs her that Park is actually a failed singer, having apparently crashed and burned before anyone even knew who she was, questioning if Haruka thinks someone who couldn't make a name for themselves could actually help her. Azusa then chiming in to say she has no chance of winning the Princess League and she's just there to make them look good, going as far as to claim that the show's fixed, with the producer having some kind of agreement with their agency, Mai telling her to drop Dynachair if she has any level of sense. Haruka then tells the girls to back off, but it ends up failing with Mai slapping the brooch out of her hand before stepping on it, with her follow-up attempts leading them to state their agency could crush hers just as easily as the brooch, with the two then demanding she get on her knees to beg for forgiveness if she doesn't want to lose her career.
Man, teenagers are just insane. Like, this goes beyond, like, puberty levels of psychopathy.
The scene then gets interrupted by Hori alongside Park, who steps in to handle things, telling Haruka to stand up and make T-Set beg for forgiveness, informing the two that modern celebrities don't get time off unless they're at home, and that when you're outside, you're still on the clock, especially given how quickly rumors can spread via blogs and social media, asking what they think the public would say about them forcing another idol to apologize to them in this manner, pointing out the crowd surrounding them and making them learn that their attempts at tripping up a rival can just as easily trip them instead. Park having seen it happen many times, wondering if they're going to fall into the same trap.
Perhaps I judged Park too harsh.
T-Set then try to leave under the pretense that they can't handle a joke, with Park imparting one last lesson on her former talent before they go. That real talent doesn't lie, and that if you're afraid of competition, that usually means you doubt your own abilities, which they've evidently shown they do, given they're here instead of using the time to hone their skills, warning that if all they've got to offer is a cute face, people will get tired of them quickly. Once the pair leave, Haruka attempts to hide the damaged brooch, though Park is able to convince her to show it after remarking that she assumed it was a sweet, thoughtful gift for her, and that she loves the design, thanking Haruka for the gift, before asking to head over to the office when she's ready to go on their shopping trip. When she gets to the office, Park asks she waits just a bit longer while she takes care of a couple last bits, namely writing up a memo for Hori of what needs doing while she's away in Tokyo tomorrow, with Haruka noticing she's writing the letter with her left hand following her injury from Ogita, confusing her as she thought she was right-handed. Park explaining she used to be left-handed but was pressured by her foster parents to switch, supposing stuff like that doesn't really happen nowadays, but it was common practice back then. Once she finishes up for the night, the two head out for their night out, starting with Park taking her to La Marche to get some more fashionable clothes, with Haruka then suggesting they go to an arcade, with them eventually ending up at the local Club Sega, where they play a round of Taiko no Tatsujin, followed by having their pictures taken in a print circle booth. When the pair head outside, they spot a young girl heading out for dinner with her mother, with Haruka's gazing look at them prompting Park to grab her by the hand before walking through town together. We then jump ahead to them being driven around in a taxi, Haruka giving thanks for helping calm her nerves, with Park remarking that due to things ramping up tomorrow, this will be their last chance to relax for a while, making sure she's ready for that. She then hands over a gift to Haruka, it being an early present to commemorate her debut. The present turns out to be Park's fountain pen, requesting she take care of it, going on to explain that the same pen was a gift she got from someone close to when her debut was announced, with her having kept it as a good luck charm, going as far as to take it on stage with her by hiding it behind her microphone. She then states that by comparison, the debut was child's play when compared to what comes afterwards, claiming that her whole life got turned upside down. She explains that at the time, she was 18 years old and was already married, her husband being the one to give the pen, though she had to keep her marriage a secret from both her agency and the world at large, in addition to her troubled upbringing and Korean heritage. She was able to keep it together for a while, until the day she realized that she'd gotten pregnant, with her very quickly deciding to get rid of it, her young age leading her to believe it was something she had to sacrifice to be an idol, not telling her husband until she'd already gone through with it, that being the first time he ever hit her.
Oh no, this is taking a left turn in.
Soon after, the husband left, believing that he was holding her back from her dreams by staying, with her accepting it as yet another sacrifice. However, the agency would then find out about her secret marriage, making them hesitant to promote someone that was a ticking time bomb of scandals. Eventually, all her planned performances started getting cancelled, including a massive concert at the Japan Dome, the concert having been her dream, as a way to show the world and the family who abandoned her that she finally made it, remarking that performing to a crowd of 55,000 isn't bad for someone who wasn't loved by their own parents, thinking that maybe her ex would come to cheer for her as well. But after her marriage was discovered, she could barely get any gigs sorted, eventually losing any opportunities to perform, the final breaking point being when she was given the news that she could no longer have children.
Oh my god. I think we found the character with the most tragic backstory.
I know, it just suddenly just been dethroned, like in this last chapter.
The whole fiasco left her unsure if she could ever make amends for what she did in an attempt to become a star, believing that might be what led her to trying to develop a successful idol, and that her attempts to help Haruka is just her wanting some kind of redemption. But regardless of why, that's all she has left. Park then apologizes for dragging Haruka into this, prompting the young idol to promise that she'll work hard for the both of them, Park thanking her for her efforts, along with mentioning that she may have helped her get back a bit of what she lost, revealing that after she did a magazine interview, after Haruka got into the finals, she received a letter from her ex-husband, requesting they meet again in Tokyo, her believing they would never reunite after he went down a path she could never follow, the letter being the first time she heard from him following their split. Haruka remarks that given how important the pen is, she couldn't possibly accept it, though Park insists that she does, but as part of that, requests something in return, namely that due to a lack of confidence in her own appearance, given how much time has passed since the two last saw each other, she asked if Haruka could meet him in her place, and then bring him over, with her agreeing to do so, adding that she believes Park doesn't have anything to worry about as she thinks she's beautiful.
Aww.
That's nice.
Park explains that they'll be meeting at Haruka's debut in Tokyo, with the pen being a way to help identify who she is to her ex. When the taxi comes to a stop, the pair thank each other for the night out, with Haruka then exiting the vehicle to head towards her apartment for a night's sleep. The next morning, she's woken early via an urgent phone call from Hori, who says she needs to come to the office immediately, though he's unable to explain what exactly happened.
Oh no.
When she gets there, she finds a crowd of people alongside police standing outside,
Oh no.
with one of the cops informing her that they're trying to keep the area clear as someone has committed suicide by jumping off the building's roof, the victim being Diner Chair's president.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Upon hearing who the victim is, Haruka runs past the cops towards Hori, who's in the middle of being questioned by a detective to if Park showed any signs she would be suicidal, him answering she was probably under stress but she'd never do something like this. Haruka attempts to get answers as to where Park is, and when the two go quiet, she heads through some covers hiding the alley behind behind the building, where she finds paramedics looking over a pool of blood as two of them carry out a covered body in a stretcher.
そんな、なんで、嘘。だって社長は。社長。
We transition over to the other side of town, where a man in a familiar-looking red jacket is walking down with some shopping.
寒っ
Well, I'm in physical pain.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Why would you do this to me
I'm
personally?
not gonna lie, this chapter was just at the beginning. It was like, you know, fun idle stuff, and then it starts kicking you, and it kicks you again and again and again until you're on the ground crying. And then it stomps on your head.
I guess now would just be a better time than ever to talk about Park, because I think she's a very interesting character, and she has a rather, I want to say, mixed reception within the fan base.
I wish we got more from her, to be honest. Like, she is a very interesting character, but
Yeah.
I just wish that we had more time with her.
Yeah, I think because we don't really get to see what's underneath Park's sharper edges until just a few scenes before she's killed off, a lot of people just end up not liking her because of how harsh she is in some of her earlier scenes. Though I do feel the need to point out some of the more harsher critics of Park, I guess for lack of better description, just give off the energy of people who can't handle a morally grey female character.
Oh, that's really frustrating.
But yeah, I'm kind of in a similar boat to you guys, because I like Park. I think she's very interesting. I just wish she could have been around a bit longer.
Yeah, because like the thing is that she had a really interesting character like development.
Yeah, it's like right after you get the full proper explanation where it's like the reason she's such a hard ass is because she doesn't want Haruka being burned by the industry the same way she was, and then immediately after she's just gone.
I think what frustrates me is that she's probably one of the most well-written characters, because we start with her and we immediately get like an assumption that she's going to be like the villain or something, like a minor villain, and then the more we see her, the more they strip away those traits and like fill in some other ones that we didn't see before, and it just feels like her story is incomplete because now she's just dead. So it's like, I guess we'll never know where she was going to go with that character development.
Yeah, I guess other than that, how do you feel about the last minute Akiyama jump scare?
I'm like, why?
The tonal whiplash was just insane.
That would have worked better like at the start of the next chapter, not at the end of this one where we just had like an emotional gut punch.
Part 3, second half, Shun Akiyama and Haruka Sawamura.
The crossover.
This is a duo I was not expecting remotely.
Chapter 3, closing in.
I wonder if there will be a thing where one closes in on someone else. Yeah, woohoo.
Akiyama enters a messy office filled with unopened boxes, with empty cans and magazines lying all over the place, proceeding to light up a cigarette before lying down on one of the couches, only for his relaxation to get disturbed when he gets a call on his mobile, which he left on charge, the caller turning out to be Hannah.
Oh, yay, Hannah.
After answering and getting his ear chewed off due to her having attempted to call him all night, as his claims they would be back in Tokyo by the end of the day led her to be stuck waiting at the office, we learn through their conversation that Akiyama is in Sotenbori as part of an effort to set up a second branch of Sky Finance, going to Osaka every month for the last 2 years. Though Hana reckons if he was actually serious about it, he would have gotten it finished in less than a month.
That sounds just like Akiyama.
Their conversation is then interrupted by a knock on the door, at which point a bunch of men enter the office led by a guy named Hakamada, who's apparently been trying to get in contact with Akiyama for a while due to him starting up a business in their turf without checking with them first, revealing themselves to be from the Omi Alliance. Hakamada, knowing about his loans being limitless, indefinite, and with no interest, requests he give them 1 trillion yen, helping Akiyama understand what's going on, with him asking a group to leave as he's busy. Hakata then punches one of the boxes, causing the pocket tissues inside to spill out, Akiyama bemoaning he hadn't even torn off the seal yet. The Yakuza threatening that won't be the only thing getting teared if he keeps messing with them. Akiyama retorting that he thinks he's the one being messed with, picking up that the group are here to try and get protection money out of him, and that the wrecking his office at the crack of dawn routine isn't working, and instead is just pissing him off.
And you won't like me when I'm angry.
Hakata questions if he's asking for a fight, Akiyama retorting that he's the guy that was smashing his stuff, but would be glad to give him a workout. After Akiyama successfully kicks out the Omi men, warning they won't forget about this, he gets another phone call from Hana, who tells him about how she just got off the phone with Hori, who told her about Park's death, as he wants to know what they should do about the money she was lent from them, with her telling him that Akiyama is in town, him deciding to head over to Dynachair to talk things over.
Oh, interesting. I don't know what this will lead to, because that's the way stories go.
When he gets there, Hori catches him up to speed on what happened. The cops having ruled Park's death as a suicide after they discovered a note which they've taken in to evaluate the handwriting of, though at a cursory glance it appears to be her writing, the situation apparently pairing well with a recent rise in suicide rates among executives of smaller companies. The only thing written on the note were 2 sentences: "I'm tired, I'm sorry." Them both agreeing that it sounds nothing like Park, though Hori's unsure of what could have gone down, since while she had a lot of enemies in the industry, none of that was ever enough to make her do something that drastic.
I was wondering if there was foul play.
He then brings up another problem, namely that the money Park borrowed from Sky Finance has disappeared from the safe it was kept in, Akiyama suggesting that someone might have stolen it, with the same person potentially being responsible for Park's death, though Hori also mentions the possibility that Park simply moved it somewhere else, but he's not sure where, as the account book has also gone missing, with him just wanting Akiyama to know on the off chance it has been stolen, in which case they likely don't have any way of paying him back.
I'm wondering if this is all linked somehow.
Oh no, don't be silly, this isn't linked at all.
Akiyama says it's fine, as he lent the money to Park, not Dynachair, despite how large the sum was, with him then asking what the agency plans to do going forward, Hori being a bit of a loss since Park effectively ran everything on her own, before mentioning an idol Park had been putting all her energy into, so he at least wants to keep the place running so that her efforts didn't go to waste, with them also both agreeing that she didn't kill herself, Akiyama deciding he'll have to do some poking around town, if for no other reason than to figure out where the money went, and since the police seem to be unhelpful, he'll have to find the truth behind her death on his own. He decides to begin his investigation by talking to the last person who saw Park alive, Hori telling him to head up to the studio to speak to the new girl. When he heads inside, he finds her sitting on her own with the lights off, not responding when he asks if he can speak with her. As he gets closer to ask about Park, Akiyama and Haruka both recognize each other, and both are confused as to what exactly the other person is doing there. After Akiyama takes in that Haruka was the new idol Hori was talking about, he tells her that he's here due to Park taking a loan from him after being turned away from every moneylender in Kansai, having come down to Tokyo to see him about a year ago. He elaborates she wasn't desperate for money, but the amount she was asking for was insane, requesting 300 million yen, with him beginning an investigation for it after it was stolen.
Okay, there's something missing here.
There's more details to be disclosed, I presume.
Haruka asks if he thinks Park's suicide was over the money disappearing, him saying it's possible, but he doesn't buy it, explaining his method of how he determines if people deserve the loan is by giving them a test depending on how much money they're asking for, meaning Parks was naturally really tough. But through the whole thing, she refused to bend, possessing the willpower to fight off an entire army to achieve her dreams, even if it meant risking her own life. Him believing that she was the person most sincerely deserving of any loan he's given out, and it's exactly because of that hardcore determination to see her dreams fulfilled that he refuses to believe that she would have ever taken her own life. He tells Haruka that it won't be easy, but he'll need her help to find the truth, given she was the last person to see her before her death, needing to know if there was anything she noticed that day. Haruka is similarly adamant that Park didn't kill herself, believing that the only option that makes sense is that she was murdered, and because of that, requests that Akiyama let her help in his investigation, needing to see the truth for herself, and when his question of if she'd listen if he said no is answered with a glare, he picks up she's going to come with him regardless, reckoning he shouldn't have expected anything less from Kiryu's daughter. The pair start their search by going to the roof where it's believed Park jumped from, and after having a small talk with Yamura, they start their look around with Akiyama asking a few questions about what happened. Park's death is believed to have happened that morning at around 6, with people nearby having heard the impact.
Oh god, that sounds horrible.
She specifically jumped from around the top of the stairwell at the backside of the building, with her leaving her shoes on the roof, making it the textbook example of a suicide. But Akiyama thinks doing that doesn't exactly seem like something Park would do. Based on how high up the building is, the only way you'd guarantee death would be if you fell head first, with a feet first drop likely leaving you with compound fractures, but otherwise you'd likely be fine. Plus, there's the question of whether a jumper would want to risk hurting someone else by doing the act near such a busy street, overall making the spot a pretty poor choice to commit an act like that.
I thought this is very in detail, a bit disturbing.
Akiyama reckons that they can't really find much else up here, things definitely seeming fishy, but there's no definitive proof of it being faked. The pair then head back to the office where they tell Hori about their plans to work together to figure out what happened, with him figuring that given what went down, Haruka's likely not in the right position to be continuing the Princess League, him catching Akiyama up to speed on the competition and how Park was arranging for her to hold a concert in Tokyo afterwards. Akiyama insists that Haruka should continue with the Princess League in order to help keep Park's dream alive, revealing that the money he lent her was to fund that concert, and given she went to him for a loan over a year ago, that means she was confident Haruka was going to win the moment the two first met.
Damn.
Oh wait, don't tell me they killed her over something petty, like Park's gonna help Haruka win the fucking princess thingy, so we have to...
Murder was T-set.
Please don't tell me that's what happened.
He tells Haruka that he won't stop her from helping look into her death, but asks her to continue with the Princess League, to which she agrees as carrying on Park's dream is just as important to her as finding out the truth, with Hori agreeing to it as Akiyama's search will likely help uncover the missing funds to support the rest of Haruka's journey. The pair question what the next move should be, with Akiyama believing they might be able to find something with the suicide note, which leads Haruka to remember that due to Park injuring her right hand, if the note is real, it must have been written with her left hand. Or alternatively, if the note was written with the handwriting style of her right hand, it has to be fake. The pair then decide to split up for the time being, with Hori saying he'll let them know when the police contact him after they finish examining the note. Later in the evening, Akiyama gets a phone call from Haruka, who states that Hori should have come back from the police station by now, and he's not answering his phone, with them both deciding to head over to Dynachair to see if something's wrong.
Oh my god. This has happened so many times where it's like, this character isn't picking up their phone. Oh shit, they're dead.
When they head inside, Hori is nowhere to be seen, with them deciding to check Park's office for if the note was returned. They head head in, and after finding the infamous note on her desk, they start rummaging to find something that has her left handwriting, Haruka recalling the memo she wrote for Hori before they went out the previous night. Akiyama decides to check out the safe on the wall, reckoning there could be something in there, along with pointing out the oddly shaped keyhole, it being big enough to fit a pencil inside, leading Haruka to take out the pen she was gifted, which turns out to be the safe's key. Inside, they find the letter from Park's ex, and the account book. Whilst Haruka has some flashbacks to their night out, Akiyama flips through the book until a note slips out, which turns out to be the memo for Hori, and when they compare it to the note, the handwriting is completely different, confirming that the note is fake and Park was murdered, with the suicide just being a cover-up.
It's not very comforting considering that she's still dead, but hopefully we'll find the bastard who did it.
The pair's investigation is then interrupted when they hear a loud thud outside. Akiyama heading over to the window, only to find Hori lying face down on the ground.
Fucking knew it, I knew it.
They rush to the stairway where Akiyama manages to spot the attacker, chasing him down the flight of stairs, jumping down a level to grab him, with the attacker turning out to be Haruka's former dance instructor, Ogita.
Oh, I hate that guy.
He accuses him of killing Park and attempting to kill Hori, with Ogita insisting someone else forced him to do it, begging to be let go, and when Akiyama refuses, he pulls out a knife leading to a fight.
最初からその気だったんだろう。
After taking down Ogita, Akiyama runs over to check on Hori, who's been rendered unconscious as a result of the fall, with him proceeding to attempt to call an ambulance. As he looks back into the alley, a large, muscular Yakuza has a gun trained on him, not answering questions on who he is, as it won't be any concern given where he's going. Before he can shoot him, the large man gets hit in the head with a fire extinguisher courtesy of Haruka, causing him to drop the gun, with Akiyama running in with a kick to the face, to which the mountain of muscle barely even flinches.
バケモンか。
After the two of them fight for a while, neither of them being able to take down the other, Ogita slowly limps away from the scene, only briefly looking back when Haruka calls out to him, with the large man picking his gun off the floor, telling Akiyama that he'll remember him before leaving as well. Haruka then runs down to check on Hori, the loan shark stating he believes Ogita was the one responsible, but their priority for now is to get Hori to the hospital.
なんとしても助けなきゃ。
I guess, just as a starting point, how do you feel about Akiyama's integration into this story?
I guess you could, it is a bit forced, but I think it actually is quite natural, surprisingly. More so than I would have expected.
It does feel slightly forced.
Not to give too much away, but with Akiyama, it's not so much that I don't like the fact he's here. I just kind of get the feeling that the only reason he is here is because the developers didn't want to alienate fans by having you play an entire section of rhythm minigames with Haruka, and they were too scared to let Haruka actually fight people.
To be fair, I don't think every character needs to fight people. I think it could be good to have like a different approach to different things.
That's true. But yeah, as far as Akiyama's introduction to the story goes, it's fine. Whilst it can be a bit of like a tonal whiplash, I do like that he adds some level of lighthearted brevity after the tragedy we had beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Chapter 4, Beyond the Dream.
I wonder if there will be a dream and we'll be beyond it? What? These chapters are getting progressively harder for me to make jokes out of.
Back over at Sky Finance, a detective assures Akiyama that they've got people looking for Ogita across Osaka due to him being a key witness in the attempted murder of Hori.
Which I think is fair enough, because what an arse.
However, they won't be charging him for Park's death, as despite the two's history, the case has already been declared a suicide, and there's not enough actual evidence to warrant reopening it.
Oh, come on.
Brushing off Akiyama's mention of the Yakuza Ogita was with by saying they can look into that once they find the dance instructor, requesting he leave the situation alone for the time being as it's too dangerous for a civilian to be getting involved, with him leaving just as Haruka was returning with the shopping. Akiyama informs Haruka about the cops not believing Ogita has any involvement, along with thanking her for getting food and drinks for him, though she's more concerned about what they should do. Him figuring they can't exactly just sit around and hope the cops find Ogita, but at the same time it wouldn't be an efficient use of their time to do the same thing. Haruka suggests they try to look for a forger. Recalling back to when she first met Kiryu, he talked about professional forger in Kamurocho, believing there must be someone like that in Sotenbori that made the suicide note, and that if they can find who made that note, it could lead them to Ogita and the large Yakuza.
Yeah, I don't remember any of this.
This was in like the third to last chapter of Yakuza 1.
We'll take your word for it.
Just then, she gets a phone call from Yamura, who tells her that Hori will be fine, but he's going to be in the hospital for a while, so he can't continue his position as Haruka's manager for the time being, with her offering to fill the position in his stead, showing an ambition to fulfill Park and Hori's dream, ending the call by requesting she come to the office so they can head off for the second round of the Princess League finals. The producer Manda knowing what happened to Park, but still requesting she come on.
I can't wait to see T-Set use this traumatic event as psychological ammo against Haruka.
Once her call wraps up, Akiyama then gets one from Hana, which he uses to ask her to find a forger in Kamurocho, her initially flatly denying the request until he offers to get her 100 steamed buns in exchange, telling him that she'll have it done in the hour.
That's a good bargain.
The pair then split up, with Haruka heading off to the Princess League, whilst Akiyama stays behind to wait on Hana's call, the pair agreeing to meet at Diner Chair once he has more info. When they arrive at Soten TV, Yamura admits she's a bit nervous due to not going to a TV station for a while, and after being comforted by Haruka, apologizes as she should be the one helping her. She then heads off to check if her changing room is ready, at which point Haruka is approached by Nakai, who after questioning her arrival following Park's death, asks if she thinks she really committed suicide, pointing out that the woman had a lot of enemies in the industry, some of which would be glad to see her gone.
He's like the Giovanni to T-Set's Team Rocket.
Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. That's a good analogy.
He then continues prodding by suggesting she's going on for sympathy votes, along with throwing out the idea she might have been killed by someone from Diner Chair, at which point Haruka requests that if she manages to beat T-Set, he has to promise to leave them alone and never speak to them again, which he humors and agrees to under the condition that if she loses, she'll switch agencies and join Osaka Talent, Haruka accepting the bet. In the changing room, Yamura reprimands Haruka for giving into Nakai's shit-stirring, but sees the bet as further motivation to crush T-Set, being fully confident Haruka is more than capable of doing so. Once Haruka is done changing, the second round of the finals is ready to kick off. Dolce Kamiya once again hyping the audience, recapping the rules, and reintroduces the contestants for the dance round.
Ready, go! この涙があなたを振り向かせ
After the performance, Kamiya announces the round's winner, gives them an opportunity to speak to the crowd, and ends the second round of the finals. Back in the changing room, Yomura commends Haruka for her performance, but reminds her that she'll have to go all out in her last concert battle against T-Set, with the two then heading back to Sotenbori to meet with Akiyama, along with suggesting she squeeze in some dance and vocal lessons when she has the time. When they get back to town, Yomura suggests Haruka head home for some rest, but not too long after, she gets a call from Akiyama, who requests they should meet up at Dynachair, along with Yomura. The discussion not being in relation to the Forger, but something else. Once the three are together, Akiyama explains that after looking through the account book, he's found out where the money went, her having spent it all for Haruka's debut concert, with the high price tag being due to where the event is being held, the Japan Dome.
So where Park was supposed to do her concert.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize that.
Yomura being shocked she would ever pick such a large venue for a kid's debut, with Haruka explaining it was important to her that the concert be held there, given that's where she almost got to perform when she was an idol, feeling the place is where all her hopes and dreams revolved around, her being fully ready to accept the challenge of performing there. Yomura is still fairly hesitant about it, as she has next to no experience in organising a concert, at which point Christina then enters the room, who offers to help given he has experience running even larger concerts in other countries, asking what kind of professional doesn't see their job through, his job right now being to make Haruka a star, along with assuring that knowing Park, she's likely already hired all the staff necessary for the event, suggesting Yomura look into it, which finally gives her the courage to feel she can do this, requesting the account book to find out who to contact, accepting her position as the acting leader of Dynachair. Just then, Akiyama gets a phone call from the Forger in Kamurocho, with him offering compensation to the mysterious Forger if he can tell him someone who could forge a suicide note in Sotenbori. The caller suggesting he head to a small business called Crest Bar, located in the cramped alleys of Hoganji Yokocho. Akiyama decides to investigate alone, as it's getting late and the bar is in an area Haruka realistically shouldn't go to. When he gets there, he's shut down by the bartender who claims to only sell drinks, before kicking him out as they're closing soon. But after wandering around for a bit, he gets a call from the bartender, who states that he's not the Forger, but requests he comes to the Shofukucho parking lot. As soon as he gets there, Akiyama is cornered by the bartender and some goons, who question why he was after a suicide note, the loan shark asking if they're acting this way due to someone else putting in a similar request recently, causing tensions to rise between both parties, leading to a fight.
悪いけど、こっちも色々あって気が立ってるんだね。遠慮せずにやらせてもらう。死んでも文句言うなよ。
After beating them down, he's able to get the guy to confess that he introduced someone who wanted a suicide note made to the Forger, though he doesn't know who as they only talked on the phone, with him agreeing to introduce Akiyama to the Forger, with him then calling Haruka to come to the bar to help out. Once she gets there, Akiyama reveals that the Forger not only lives in the apartment above the bar, but he's also the bartender's father.
Huh?
I'm a bit confused of relevancy.
When they head upstairs, they see his room is filled with various computer monitors, one of which features a picture of Haruka, with Akiyama using his connection to her to get the Forger's interest, who agreed to answer their questions if he brought her over, with the Forger turning out to be the old man that attended Haruka's civic event the previous day, her being fairly familiar with the guy as apparently he's a regular at her shows.
I did not expect that. I mean, I expected something with him, but it wasn't that.
The Forger admits that he faked the note, and whilst he doesn't know the client's name, as it's rule in the business to never exchange that information, based on the guy's description, it was likely the large Yakuza that was working with Ogita. He explains that he came to him on the night she was murdered, requesting he make the note to match the handwriting from her notebook, believing she was already dead by the time they asked him. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have any other strong strong leads as to who it might be, but apparently he did see the guy in town once before, specifically spotting him driving a car with someone else in the back, likely being the guy's boss, the passenger being someone he recognized from TV, that being Naoki Katsuya, the president of Osaka Talent.
Are we surprised? Maybe a tiny bit.
Akiyama theorizes that since his and Park's agencies were rivals with each other, it's possible Katsuya was the one who had her killed, and whilst the Forger can't offer any more info, he does wish for Haruka's success in the Princess League, explaining he actually used to be a fan of Park during her idol days, going on to say that he's developed an eye to spot fakes within the industry, with practically everything on TV being manufactured these days. But because of that, he can also tell when a person is being genuine, that being able to make his heart sore, with Park and Haruka both being such people, telling her she was meant to keep Park's dream alive, so he'll be watching and supporting her journey. With a meeting with the Forger wrapped up, Akiyama decides he'll pay a visit to Katsuya tomorrow, figuring a surprise attack at his office will be the best way to go, and since the people there likely already know who Haruka is, he'll be doing this alone. But before the night is up, he offers to have some food with her, if only to do something together that isn't doom and gloom, the pair eating at a crab place before calling it a night and splitting off, with Haruka soon after getting a call from Yamura, who's just got on the schedule for the grand final tomorrow, telling her that she'll have her last couple of dance lessons and vocal training before competing for the last time, along with reminding her of the bet she made with Nakai, with Haruka being adamant she'll win. The next day, Akiyama heads over to Osaka Talent, the receptionist initially asking him to fill out a form, to which he just requests to speak with Katsuya about Park's death, to which she makes arrangements. He's brought up to the president's office, and after introducing themselves to each other, Katsuya offers him a seat, with the pair sitting opposite each other to discuss.
I don't want to assume anything, but he looks like he could be part of the Yakuza.
He admits that he's had dealings with Dynachair before, but claims to not know what her death has to do with him, to which Akiyama brings up his past as an actor, him confirming that he apparently was pretty well known in America for his work in action movies, until he was forced to retire after getting injured, leading him to his current career of behind-the-scenes work. Akiyama reckons that based on that past, he must have top-notch acting skills, claiming he's got everything down to pull off the appearance of an entertainment executive, to which he retorts he was mainly an action star, a field not known for its acting, with him flatly requesting he get to the point. The loan shark then tells him that he has reason to believe Park was murdered, prompting Katsuya to ask what his relationship with her was, and after getting the answer that he lent her money, he agrees with his notion, claiming anyone who knew her would know she would never take her own life, him personally still having trouble believing what happened. He then asked what he would say if he had evidence that the note was forged, and that the man who requested the note be made had some kind of connection to him, leading Katsuya to piece together that he's here to accuse him of having Park killed. When he suggests his motives for doing so, with the rivalry between their agencies along with the Princess League, Katsuya questions if that's really enough grounds for murder, refusing to entertain the sick joke, and that whilst it's certainly possible that one of the many people he's crossed paths with across all different walks of life as part of his job may be responsible, he had no knowledge of the note. He then proceeds to take out a checkbook and slides one written out to Akiyama, declaring it's not his admittance of his involvement, but instead being an attempt to stop the spreading of baseless rumors that could jeopardize his business, fulfilling his role as president by stamping out the sparks before they spread, money just seeming to be the most efficient way to solve things. Akiyama tells him that if he thinks he's here for a handout, he's got the wrong idea, along with stating that he's a much better actor than he gives himself credit for, to which Katsuya retorts that if that was the case, he'd still be an actor, leading to Akiyama having to admit he came underprepared, figuring he'll have to call it quits for today. As he leaves, Katsuya states that whilst his position hasn't faltered, he's still no better off than when he first walked in, but Akiyama claims that he did at least learn that he's much harder to crack than initially thought, before finally exiting the office. When he gets back to the lobby, Akiyama thinks to himself that the only path he has left is to try and figure out where Ogita went, with him suddenly getting a call call from a familiar voice he doesn't recognize. The unknown caller saying he wants to discuss Park's suicide back at the Sky Finance office, only telling him for now that he's not an enemy.
At least he's on our side, I think.
Back over to Dynachair, Haruka goes through her last round of training for the Princess League, both Yamura and Christina reminding her that failure effectively means the death of Dynachair and Haruka's career. And after going through practice, she informs the two about Akiyama's plan to meet with Katsuya. Once she's ready, Haruka and Yamura head for Soten TV, with Christina staying at the office, with him reminding her what he said when they first met, about dancing being about expressing your feelings and letting others see your heart. So if she enjoys her time on stage, she'll be sure to win. Just before the pair enter the changing room, they're approached by T-Set, who know about the bet with Nakai, but they're not bothered as they reckon no matter what happens, Dynachair is finished. Yamura attempts to get rid of them, though that just leads them to prod about Hori being out of commission, claiming Haruka seems to spread bad luck to everyone around her. Haruka just tells the two to stop before they regret it, with both parties being confident in their own assured victories. In the changing room, Yamura, being shocked how their fans can't see through T-Set's obvious facade, makes it an order to take them down.
Fuck him up.
Kill, I say.
Once Haruka is all dressed up and ready to go, Yamura decides to pull her aside for a small warning, that once she leaves that room, she can never go back to having a normal life, regardless of the end result. Winning guaranteeing her position as a big idol and the constant attention of the public, and losing meaning she'll have to live with that feeling for the rest of her life, with the public's reaction to it being unpredictable. Because of that situation, Yamura tells her that if she's not 100% sure this is her dream, this is her last chance to walk away from it and be able to continue living a normal life. Ultimately, Haruka decides that no matter how hard things get, she doesn't want to live the rest of her life regretting that she didn't even try, with her now fully embracing Park's dream as her own. The show then kicks off the final round, Dolce Kamiya welcoming everyone for the final show and hyping people up to see who will win the final battle, before introducing both contestants and kicking off the Princess League Grand Final.
Ready, go! しく長い道の果てにゴールがある私は行くよ夢に見てた次のステージたとえどんな辛いことがあってもちゃんと乗り越えられるそれはきっとここに君がいるからたとえどんな距離が離れててもきっと寂しくないはずさいつでもここに君はいるから
Once the results are in, and he's done asking how the competitors feel they've done, Kamiya announces that the Princess League 2012 winner is... He then approaches the winner for any final messages to the audience at home, her thanking everyone for helping a regular girl like her win an event like this, along with teaching her that no matter how far apart you are, your feelings can always reach those you love. Kamiya then ending things off by thanking everyone involved, hoping to see them all again next year for another exciting season of the Princess League. Once everything's wrapped up, Yamura congratulates Haruka on her win, claiming she definitely has what it takes to fulfill both her own and Park's dreams, before figuring they should head back to the office to tell Christina the good news. Just as the two head for the exit, they're stopped by T-Set, though they're not here for further prodding. Instead, after watching the taping of her final performance, they couldn't let her leave without telling Haruka that her performance moved them, their journey making them more than aware of how hard it was to even get to this point, admiring the amount of practice she did and the guts she must have. As they head out, Haruka thanks the two, as she feels that she couldn't have given it her all if she wasn't competing against them. The pair joking that if something like this is making her cry, she won't get far, figuring that might be her charm, but are sure they're gonna get big as well, Haruka agreeing with them, prompting smiles all around, including from Nakai who's hiding around the corner. The idols then give their goodbyes, T-Set having managed to turn Haruka and Yamura's opinions of them around, the diner chair talent then heading out for a party at the office.
That's nice, and also rather, I guess, very subtle arc, kind of.
Back over to Akiyama, he heads to the office to speak with a mysterious caller, who turns out to be Serizawa, though he never actually discloses his name to him, only stating he's with the police. He brings up Ogita being the one who killed Park and attempted to kill Hori, but adds that there's a certain organization involved with both events which he's currently in pursuit of, namely a front company for the Omi Alliance called Osaka Enterprises, the group being hard to catch a hold of, with most of the dirty work being handled by their executive director, Kamon Kanai. He then confirms that not only was Ogita working for Kanai, but he's also the one responsible for getting the fake suicide note, and after the incident, the two have been put under surveillance ever since, along with informing Akiyama about the Omi's current power struggle over who gets to be the next chairman, meaning it's not exactly a good time to be getting involved with their business, though Akiyama feels that he's trying to convince him to do the opposite. But before he gets any further answers, Serizawa leaves. As Akiyama ponders just what Park could have done to get involved with the Omi, Hakamada ends up returning to his office for revenge, initially pissing off Akiyama until he remembers that he's from the Omi, making him appreciate his impeccable timing and ask if he knows where he can find Osaka Enterprises and Kanai.
I actually have a reason to beat you up now.
Leading Hakamada to ask where he heard that name, and because of that, he's just taken things beyond revenge.
なるほどね。やっぱりそういう感じの間柄なんだ。
何を調べようとしてんのかわからんけども、その名前が出た以上、しっかりその口塞いでおかんとな。死ねえ!
After taking them down again, Akiyama once again demands to know where Kanai is, Hakamada confessing that the Osaka Enterprises office is an hour drive from Sotenbori, the long distance from town being due to the kind of place it is. And given Kanai's position, he'll likely be in the office whilst his men do the heavy work out front. Akiyama remarking he has a hard time imagining that guy doing desk work, but figures to head down anyway, with both parties agreeing to never see each other again. After catching a cab and looking around, he eventually finds the place, which turns out to be a waste disposal site.
That's very Mafia-esque.
A short while after entering, he's approached by a couple of the site's workers, who questions if he couldn't read the keep out sign. Akiyama states he's here to meet with Kanai, with one of the grunts stating only two groups of people know Kanai's position in the business, people who work for them and the Osaka Police's organized crime division. Akiyama figuring the detective knew this would happen if he came knocking, leaving him no other position but to fight his way through.
そこまで分かっとんなら話は早い。お前の死体、そこのスクラップの山に生ゴミとして放置したら。
おいおい、嘘だろ。お疲れさん。
As he travels through the disposal sites, he spots a small area where he finds a bloody Ogita, the man being alive but missing one of his arms, explaining his situation as kunai happening to him.
That's worrying.
He slowly limps up to his knees and begs Akiyama to help him, promising to tell him and the cops everything. He confesses that he was the one who murdered Park, however his work grievances wasn't the reason he did it. Instead, he owed money to loan sharks from Osaka Enterprises, and because he didn't have enough money to pay them back after Park cancelled his contract, they gave him a job to do instead, forgiving his debt in exchange for stealing something from Park, namely the letter from her ex-husband, as the group are trying to track him down for some reason.
Oh.
He and Kanai broke into the Dynachair office to look for it, but after their search turned out fruitless, they decided to wait until Park returned, and when she did, he grabbed and tried to make her tell him where the letter was, but she stayed quiet, and Ogita, in a panic, knowing if she got away he'd be done for, ended up chasing after her, ultimately killing her by accident after smashing her face on the floor.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
The suicide cover-up being entirely planned and handled by Kanai, since the appearance of a murder would mean the police would confiscate everything. He also states the attempted murder of Hori was also entirely Kanai, having captured the guy to find the letter's location, but he kept answering that he didn't know, and after a small tussle, he threw him off the roof. Whilst Ogita doesn't know the identity of Park's ex, he promises to tell the police everything if Akiyama helps him escape, him questioning how Park could be at peace whilst he's claiming to be a victim, ultimately telling him to take the opportunity he's about to give him to escape, explaining he originally came here just to chat with Kanai, but now he's going to kick his teeth in, the bloody dance instructor stating the guy's a tank and to just escape while he still can. Akiyama then steps out to deal with the Osaka Enterprises goons that have approached them, telling the group he's heading in to meet with Kanai before continuing his fight through the facility.
よう言うたわ上等や
Once Akiyama reaches the warehouse, he sees the trash compactor used on Ogita.
Oh my god, that's metal.
Shit.
Before being called to by Kanai from a higher level. He asks what a moneylender from Kamurocho wants with him, Akiyama answering he wants to kick his ass, considering it a special greeting from Park.
Hell yeah.
Kanai questions if he knows where the letter is, with the answer of no leading him to state he doesn't need him anymore, with a thud then being heard, which turns out to be Ogita, now dead on the floor. The Yakuza then proclaims that if Akiyama won't tell him where the letter is, he'll just ask Haruka, revealing his boys are getting her right now.
Oh no.
Kanai planning to have a nice, long chat with her.
家内やめろあの子に手を出すなくそどけ
Once he takes the group down, he tries to call Haruka, but the phone is answered by Yamura, being too late to stop the kidnapping. And whilst Yamura and Christina are okay, they threaten that they would kill Haruka if they tried to report them to the police. We then shift over to the captive idol, with Kanai entering the room, his associates saying they haven't found the letter because she refuses to talk, causing one to get punched out by Kanai. He then crouches down to speak to Haruka, demanding she tell them where it is, or else she's making the same leap her president did.
How many roofs do we need for all these people?
Kanai is then grabbed on the shoulder, him initially telling the person to go away before getting punched to the ground, the man turning out to be Katsuya, who states that Kanai has been testing his patience for too long, Kanai referring to him as chairman, with Haruka passing out upon seeing Katsuya. When Akiyama gets back to town, he decides to head over to Dynachair, where he speaks with Yamura Yamura and Christina, catching them up to speed on Osaka Enterprises and the letter, and in turn why they went after Park, Hori, and Haruka. As they try to think what they could do, Katsuya then enters the room, with him placing Haruka on one of the couches, easing their worries by stating she's unharmed, just unconscious.
Oh. Okay.
He then offers apologies, as someone this precious to the agency should never have been put in harm's way, with him then confessing that whilst he is the president of Osaka Talent, he goes by another title which he keeps hidden, revealing he's also the Omi Alliance's chief of HQ and chairman of Osaka Enterprises.
Huh?
Admitting Kanai is one of his underlings, and that his words can't express how sorry he is for what happened. Akiyama doesn't buy the apology, Katsuya attempting to explain that he only just learned of Kanai's actions not too long ago, and that he only wanted the letter so that he could track down Park's ex, revealing the man they're looking for is actually the high-ranking Tojo officer, Goro Majima.
But what?
Oh my god, you can't see me right now, but my jaw is agape.
He explains that despite his reported death in Sapporo the other day, he's confident that he's still alive, his organization all scrambling to find him, with that letter potentially having information to help them with the search. Akiyama once again states he knows nothing about it, but Katsuya's sure Haruka does based on her possessing Park's fountain pen, knowing it was one of Park's most prized possessions, meaning she must have trusted her with everything. He goes on to say that him and Park have been industry friends for decades, considering them to be comrades in arms, and because of that, her death has been incredibly painful for him, proceeding to request that when Haruka wakes up, that the others ask her to give him the letter, believing it to be the best option for all parties. And when Akiyama retorts that it sounds more like a demand than anything, Katsuya returns that he wouldn't be much of a Yakuza if it didn't, so he hopes they make the right choice.
Okay, this is, I think, the biggest plot twist of the game so far.
And they all happened one after the other in quick succession.
The three then leave the room to discuss what they should do, Akiyama reckoning that for now they should wait until Haruka wakes up, but regardless of if she has the letter or not, they need to skip town as it's too dangerous to stay, planning to take her back to Kamurocho at the crack of dawn the next day, reckoning the Omi would be less potent there due to being on Tojo Clan turf, with the move also bringing her to Tokyo so she can still do the Japan Dome concert, reckoning she's come too far to drop it now, and they still need to make Park's dream come true. As they discuss outside, Haruka then wakes up to her phone getting a text message, it being from an unknown sender, which instructs her to call a phone number included in the message. Upon doing so, she ends up speaking with Katsuya, who requests she give him the letter, her refusing as she believes him to be responsible for killing Park. And upon picking this up, Katsuya decides that as much as he doesn't want to, he'll have to resort to threats. He explains that he's looked into her background, discovering the orphanage she was raised in, and in particular, who the facility's previous manager was, being surprised that she had ties to the legendary Dragon of Dojima. And that was the war with the Tojo transpired years ago, there are still plenty of people in his organization that hold a grudge against him, some that might even attempt to get revenge if they found out where he is, potentially even using the orphanage to lure him out.
He's just gone, don't make me send out the Orphan Grinder Mark III.
He then offers the trade of the letter in exchange for Kiryu and Morning Glory's safety, adding that he appreciates Haruka's idol career and under different circumstances he would be rooting for her, but he can't afford to let that hold him back. Haruka ultimately agrees to give him the letter, but asks him to promise he'll leave them alone forever, to which he says he can't do that given the entertainment industry is a small world, and that if you can't put on a smile when crossing paths, you won't make it far, figuring she should know that's how the industry works by now. He then instructs her to meet him at platform 23 of the Shinosaka train station to exchange the letter, apologizing for the odd location and needing her to see him, with it being a side effect of his busy schedule, adding the request that she come alone, promising he'll do the same before hanging up. Just then, Akiyama, Yamura, and Christina re-enter to find Haruka awake, the loan shark apologizing for letting her get kidnapped. He then asks her if she knows where the letter is, her saying it's in the safe in Park's office, handing over the pen to Yamura to get it out, with Akiyama then telling her the identity of Park's ex, and how Katsuya wants the letter for potential information on where Majima's hiding. Yamura then returns with the letter, Haruka requesting she hold on to it, brushing off concern from Akiyama by stating she has a plan and to let her handle things. She then decides to head home due to being tired, turning down an offer from Yamura for a lift back, leading Akiyama to get suspicious of her actions and behavior. He pieces together that Katsuya has likely already made his move, Christina recalling that before he entered the room, he heard her say something about Shin Osaka Station, and whilst he's not 100% sure that's what she said, given it's their only lead, Akiyama grabs a cab and heads after her. Over at the station, Haruka arrives at platform 23 just as the train pulls in, only for Kanai to step off alongside a whole swarm of grunts, telling her the train is chartered for Osaka Enterprises, and that Katsuya isn't coming before demanding the letter, to which Haruka refuses due to Katsuya breaking his promise.
He really is Kiryu's daughter.
Due to Kanai believing the chairman's gone soft and he's been chasing the letter for way too long, he's not wasting any more time, and he's not leaving with a fake one. When Haruka still refuses to hand it over, he figures he'll just have to take her with him, claiming her debut isn't happening, so she should give him a tour of Tokyo, calling her greedy due to still believing she has a shot. He then snatches a bag off her, finding the letter inside, with two Yakuza then beginning to drag her into the train. Just then, Akiyama arrives, who is completely winded from the amount of stairs he had to climb, reckoning he really needs to stop smoking.
He's bound by mortal ties.
Kanai questioning why he keeps insisting in getting involved with their business. Akiyama retorting that this is his business, namely that he's doing it to help fulfill Park and Haruka's dreams by getting her to perform at the Japan Dome. Kanai calls it a crock of shit, but Akiyama likens the situation from a Yakuza boss's dreams being passed down to his men, asking if they don't teach them anything nowadays, and it's because dreams can get passed from person to person that he has no choice but to stop them from getting in Haruka's way. Kanai tells him that he can dream all he wants, but none of that means shit when faced with real strength.
Oh, お前らこのガキいてもうたれ
準備はいいか
After taking them down, Akiyama tells Haruka she is getting a long lecture for trying to run off and sell things on her own, before informing her of his and Dynachair's plans to head to Tokyo so she can do the concert to fulfill his, her, and Park's dream, asking what good are dreams if you can't make them true, along with also letting them finally escape the grasp of the Omi.
Dreams? Is that the entire theme of the game?
It is! How did you know? It's not like the game's been beating you over the head with a mallet about it. Haruka agrees to head to Kama Roadshow, along with telling him the promise she made to Park to meet her ex the day of the concert, but they're now needing to tell him of her passing. Akiyama figures that if they grab the train, the Omi will probably be waiting for them at the other end, suggesting they instead travel by taxi. And as the two head out, they're watched from another platform by Katsuya. Over in an office, Kanai begs for his boss's forgiveness, Katsuya asking what why he acted on his own, as Haruka had already agreed to give him the letter if he was alone, him having been fully aware of that. The man attempting to explain that he was worried Akiyama would crash the party, and when questioned if he thinks the chairman couldn't handle him, he states that he thought it'd be safer if they went instead, to which Katsuya points out that not only did Akiyama beat every single one of them, but they still don't have the letter.
That takes a special kind of stupid.
It's due.
He decides that since he still had their best interests in mind, he won't scold him, saying it's his own fault for letting his Yakuza duties fall to the side due to being busy with other work. He then stands up and starts walking towards Kanai, explaining that they still have a chance to make things work, provided they don't slip up again. He then offers and lights a cigarette to Kanai before grabbing him in a chokehold from behind, telling him that in the entertainment world, your biggest asset is your face, idols being illusions where fans don't care for what's on the inside, only wanting to see the pretty face. So when he's screening for new talent, he's always looking for a unique charm that can pull people in. He then states that Yakuza are similar, that no matter how big a game you talk, if you don't have the face to back it up, no one will fear you, especially not the adopted daughter of Kazuma Kiryu, reckoning Haruka has seen enough Yakuza to last a lifetime. He then grabs the cigarette out of Kanai's mouth, asking what happened when he tried to threaten her, that she didn't cower in fear and hand over the letter. Instead, she dug her heels in even harder. In other words, Kanai isn't scary enough, and Haruka thinks he's a joke. Katsuya asking what good is a Yakuza that can't even intimidate a little girl, and that if he's going to make a threat to do it right, before jamming the lit end of the cigarette into Kanai's face.
Holy shit.
As Kanai holds himself in pain, Katsuya states that they need to get that letter no matter the cost, so they're going to follow them into Tokyo, going on to remark that he never expected to care this much. Yakuza business never interesting him this way before, but with the Omi chairmanship now being in reach, he can't help but go for it, making the promise that he'll deal with Majima. We then shift back over to our heroes, Akiyama having fallen asleep in the cab whilst Haruka reads the letter, Majima stating he hopes to see Park at the concert and promises that he'll come alone.
真島五郎
社長。
So yeah, I guess what are your end thoughts of part 3?
Okay, so for starters, I went in thinking that, oh, this was just going to be chill office drama, a little bit of like commentary on the idol industry. Then we get Park's backstory. I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be like a really heartfelt thing of like Haruka having like a mother figure in her life, her like having the daughter she never had. And then she dies immediately afterwards. And then Akiyama shows up and it goes full back into Yakuza style.
Yakuza murder mystery.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the various reveals that have gone on over this part?
If I were to give a criticism, I guess it would be to like spread it out a little bit more, because I feel like we've got all this information and we're just giving it all at once. At least for me personally, I found it to be a tad overwhelming.
I want to say part 3 is kind of a middle ground for me. It's better than part 2, but not as good as part 1. The main reason for that is that with part 3's cast, I think the supporting characters are pretty good, and I even like the villain characters, even for as simple as they can be. My main issue is that I think the leads are a bit weak. Haruka's not bad, but I feel like she's missing a lot of the agency and street smart she had when she was like a 9-year-old kid in the first game.
I think another contributing factor to that is that Akiyama is there.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Don't get me wrong, I love Akiyama, I love his banter, I even think he's well written in this game, but it's kind of blatant that the writers had no idea what to actually do with him, because it's a case of not only does he just not show up until like halfway through, but he's also the only character who doesn't get any kind of like major character arc.
He didn't need to be here.
I also feel like I'm getting kind of tired of like everyone's kind of separate and they're just doing their own things, you know what I mean? I feel like a more connected story would do well.
That might have been a bit difficult to do because the characters do kind of have their own lives to kind of go to, but I think the thing that links them together, it doesn't really have a lot of emphasis during each part. It's kind of like they go through their own individual story and at the very end they're like, oh yeah, did you hear that Majima died?
This isn't necessarily connected to part 3 specifically, it's more so a general fault with 5's story as a whole. As we've caught on by now, they're basically using the same plot structure as the last game, where it was like, you have 4 chapters with one character, then 4 chapters with another, 4 chapters with another, so on and so on. The main difference is that 4 was a fairly small scale story that only takes place in like one place, Kamurocho. 5 is telling a massive story spread across 5 cities with a bunch of storylines that don't really have anything to do with each other until the finale.
Kind of a common thing in media in general is having a bunch of disconnected stories and then scrambling to make them connect at the last second.
Problem with 5 though is that because of how big a story it wants to tell and how much time it dedicates to each part, an unfortunate side effect of that is by the time you do get to the finale and these pieces do start coming together, it becomes really easy to just forget what happened in the earlier parts.
To be fair to us, we do take big breaks in between these recording sessions.
Yeah, although we do take breaks, I think we also focus on more significant details, and if certain characters don't leave enough of an impact, I think it might be a bit of a problem going forward.
We open on a baseball game being played between the Nagoya Wyverns and the Tokyo Gigants.
You know shit's gonna go down in a baseball game.
And from the game's commentators, we learn the Wyverns are sending in a pinch hitter, with number 47, Tatsuo Shinada, being sent up to bat. The game currently being at the bottom of the 9th inning, the Wyverns already being on 2 outs, and neither team has scored a run. This attempt being the 22-year-old Tokyo boy's first appearance in a professional league game, being substituted in place of Sakai, a key player in the team's defense.
Wait, the score's 0-0. That's shit. You could have just done nothing and get the same result.
Baseball is weirdly entertaining even when nothing's happening.
As Shinada steps up on the home plate, he stares down the Gigant's pitcher, Yuki Sawada, and on the first pitch, he throws a curveball, which is then fouled off by Shinada. He then continues throwing his precise curveballs for the next 5 pitches, all of which get fouled by Shinada, the count remaining 0-2. With him seemingly trying to zero in on them, getting better at swinging with each throw, the 7th pitch is then thrown, Sawada switching to a fastball, which Shinada manages to hit and score a home run. The commentators commending the batter for managing to get a walk-off home run on his first time at bat, managing to make a hit on a play that most players would choke on.
今夜誕生しました。ワイバーンズ品田達夫
Part 4 Tatsuo Shinada. We then transition to the present day, where Shinada is now living in a small shack on a building rooftop, being woken up when an older man named Ueno starts banging on his door demanding money from him. Upon looking through the door's peephole to see who it is, he tries to quietly sneak back to bed to pretend he's not home, only to give himself away when he bangs his shin on a table. Making Ueno continue in his persistent demands, leading him to question if that's how he should treat a friend, getting the answer that he wants him out of his life as soon as he gets the 30 grandiose. Shinada then says he wants Ueno to be in his life, remarking how relationships often die the moment money runs out, so holding out is his way of maintaining their friendship. Ueno isn't buying his excuses to not pay him anymore, so he keeps banging the door, until he's pulled aside by a Yakuza-looking man named Koichi Takasugi, who apparently is also here for Shinada's money, his presence causing Ueno to freeze up before deciding to leave, warning Shinada to get up as the real thing is here.
He looks like an 80s Japanese celebrity. I don't know how to describe it.
He is one of the characters in the game who's modeled after their actor, so you're probably right.
He looks like a very disgruntled worker in an IT department.
Takasugi then unlocks the door with his own set of keys, telling the former baseball star that he just had a run-in with his landlord, who apparently just gave him them after offering to help collect rent, to which Shinada claims he was going to deposit it today. He then tells him about his run-in with Ueno, Takasugi having figured he should have known to not mooch from civilians if he doesn't want to lose friends, Shinada calling him a modern-day sage, with him then giving the advice that a really stupid move is to borrow from pros and not pay back whilst kicking trash bags in his face. He then asks if he remembers what today is, Shinada recalling he needs to pay the interest, and after shaking his head around, he empties out Shinada's wallet, only to find a bunch of loose change, remarking that his youngest kid has more than him and he's a third grader.
Can't even buy a Freddo for that much in this economy.
As Shinada scurries to put what little money he does have back in his wallet, Takasugi kicks over some cans to sit on the table, offering to get him a real job as opposed to his current career as a smut journalist, easing him by saying that he's not going to dump him on a tuna boat, by explaining he has a sheet metal shop that's short on staff, explaining all he needs to do is run some sheet metal across the press, the only steps being to get on their payroll and then just lose a few fingers in the machinery, the workers' compensation giving him about 300 grand in insurance for each digit he loses, so he only really needs to lose about 3 of them, meaning he'll still have enough to pick his nose afterwards.
What the fuck did I just hit?
Shinada, terrified at the prospect of losing fingers, shows him he's got an interview booked for tonight and he can pay him as soon as he hands in his work. Takasugi agrees to the proposal, even though they both know that cash alone won't be enough to pay off all the interest. But as if he is aware of that, what the hell is he doing lounging around in bed, causing him to scurry around and get dressed? Though just before he leaves, he reminds him that he's working with a pro, so consequences could be dire, suggesting he could always bring the Nagoya family into things.
やだな、高杉さん。ご冗談を。
冗談で済ませてほしけりゃ、さっさと仕事してこい。
Chapter 1, Abandoned Glory.
I wonder how you abandon glory.
You just leave it behind at the train station. Due to him oversleeping, Shinada ends up having to haul ass through the town of Kaneicho to get to his interview at a club called Futomomo. Along the way, getting stopped a few times by some barkers, seeing a news report about the gig ants currently searching for a new manager, and a pharmacist giving him a sample, which he accepts as dinner. Once he gets there, the manager complains about him being late, with Shinada excusing himself due to the amount of calls he's gotten from loads of other places, but now he's ready to interview one of the club's girls named Milky, but it turns out she's not in right now. The smart journo snapping that the manager doesn't even know why, the man apparently not liking to get too personal with the women who work for him, figuring it might be something to do with her being in her 40s, like getting hot flash. Shinada insists he has to get the story done tonight or else it won't hit the printers, and despite apparently literally knowing her inside and out, he can't just make up the interview and needs to see her in person.
What a disgusting term of phrase.
Especially since it's supposed to be an apology piece after the editorial office got in hot water for using old pictures of her in a previous interview, the choice for doing so being a request from Milky herself, his job being on the line if he doesn't do something, along with his fingers that he can't afford to lose, lest he be made unable to stroke her creamy thighs. Oh, shut up. Ultimately, the manager agrees to call her, but Shinada is the one who'll have to do the convincing. Milky explains the reason she's not there is due to her younger brother, who works at Kubota Security, is being held responsible for apparently breaking an expensive good they were transporting. The boss apparently making death threats and has locked him in his office.
That was a good sign.
She apparently can't count on the police due to the boss having ties to both the station's top officers and the Nagoya family, the whole panic rendering her unable to do the interview. So seeing no other option, Shinada decides to head over there to rescue him, telling her to come to the club whilst he goes to Kubota's security, getting directions from the manager to go to Icho Street. Once he arrives and introduces himself to some of the staff, he explains he's here for Milky's brother, causing some confusion as the staff don't know who Milky is, and Shinada doesn't remember her real name. But they try to get him to back off as they're not giving up Toriyama, eventually threatening to end more than just his career. Shinada questioning if he came up with that threat on his own, leaning to a fight.
I love how excited you were when you read that.
After taking them down, Toriyama is brought down alongside another worker called Ono, who expects him to pay for the damages, though Shinada instead points that incidents like that are covered by company insurance, not the employee. Though apparently Toriyama has made similar mistakes before, with it now being at the point where the insurance can't cover it. He then shows what exactly he broke, a baseball bat that was used by a famous player named Koji Kakagawa, which he used to set his home run world record. The bat having been on track to go to the Baseball Hall of Fame until Toriyama dropped it, causing it to crack.
I wonder if they have like two different baseball records, with or without steroids.
Shinada then takes a closer look at the bat and says Toriyama doesn't have to pay a thing due to it being a fake, explaining that Kakagawa played using compressed bats, which were banned from pro games in 1981, then being able to tell it's not one since it's missing the resin that would make swings more powerful. Plus, it doesn't have any pine tar on it, which batters use to help get a better grip when swinging. So all in all, the thing is a complete fake, and realistically would only cost 10,000 yen max to replace. And when Ono accuses Shinada of trying to trick him, he tells him to get it appraised if he's still unsure. Just then, Kubota himself enters the room, and after finding out what happened, he reveals that he was never informed about this delivery, believing the whole thing was actually Ono taking on jobs in secrecy to steal the fee, proceeding to stab him through the cheek with a pen while stating he doesn't care what he does on his own time, but to never spoil his company's name when doing so. But before he stabs him again to teach him some manners in hospitality, Shinada says he doesn't need to do that as long as Toriyama is off the hook, Kubota deciding to instead force Ono to apologize. Once outside, Toriyama calls his sister to let her know he's safe, passing on the message that she's heading over to the market. Shinada being glad he can do his interview, with the boy then asking if he can tell him what supermarket his sister works at so he can swing by to properly give his thanks, believing Shinada is her manager, though he insists that they're cool, with Toriyama requesting he continue to look after Meiko before leaving. The journalist then heads back to the club where he starts taking pictures of Milky, calling her radiant as ever, though she's still insistent that no one wants photos of an old woman, asking why they can't just use older pics of her. Shinada explains they got in trouble for doing that, claiming they got hounded by clients that wanted to know why they used those old pics when the real thing is so much better, with him then asking her to face the camera, which she does whilst calling him a liar. Her look prompts him to share his opinion that women are like fine wine, only getting better with age, admitting that he thought she was pretty 15 years prior, but her beauty has only grown ever since. She then thanks him, and when he says he's being serious, she elaborates she was referring to saving her brother, which he brushes off as being no problem. He then sits up close with her, taking off some round plasters on her back, her being embarrassed that she forgot to take them off earlier, with her then grabbing him for a kiss on the cheek. He then asks if they should move on to doing the interview, with Milky offering to show her thanks by providing a little extra service.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, Shinada is canonically the first Yakuza protagonist who has had sex. After finishing off his in-depth interview...
Oh my god, this is the worst.
He starts heading over to the press to turn in his work, but on the way he runs into Uno, who still wants his 30 grand, so he decides to walk with Shinada to the office, as he's fully aware if he doesn't, he'll waste the money on himself or give it to Takasugi. On the walk down, he asks when he started taking money from that guy, Shinada reckoning it must have been when they first came to Kaneicho a year ago, with the two both being aware of the rumor that he's with the Nagoya family. Shinada asking if the group is really that dangerous. Ueno is confident they are given their Yakuza, but he's never actually seen one of them. Shinada being in the same boat, despite living in the town they're rumored to operate in for 15 years. However, Ueno tells him to keep his voice down, as he's sure they must be hiding out somewhere, bringing up a story of a food delivery guy losing one of his eyes after accidentally entering one of their offices. For civilians, the group are the law in the area, and borrowing from them could result in him being killed, which Ueno can't afford to happen as otherwise he won't get his money back, with the reason he's being so insistent about it being that a new girl apparently joined his favourite parlour, though Shinada ends up revealing she's not a newbie, instead being an older talent from a different business working under a new name, and when Ueno tells him to get out of here, he takes that as the opportunity to run away from the old creep. Shinada manages to turn his work in, but after getting outside, he looks through his payment and calls his boss to ask where the rest of his paycheck is, is, leading him to get chewed out due to how many deadlines he's missed in a row, and the fact he's turning in handwritten work, yelling at him to get another job if he can't follow the rules. After hanging up, he figures that he'll have to settle for conveyor belt sushi tonight, only for his payment to get snatched out of his hand by Takasugi, who asked about his talk of sushi when he promised to head over to him as soon as he got paid, Shinada begging he at least leave something for him as he hasn't eaten since yesterday. Takasugi questions if this is really all he gets paid for writing smut, it being nowhere close to being able to pay off what he owes, claiming his daughter gets more money for New Year's and she's in 4th grade, with him deciding he's got no options left but to send Shinada to the metal press, before getting Shinada to sign his name on his payment of 25,000 yen, him now owing 1,327,534 yen.
We'll get that. People get millions of yen out of nowhere in this universe, so you never know.
As he heads off, Shinada spots a promotion for the local banning center, entry costing 200 yen with a prize of 5,000, with him just barely having enough change to give it a shot. After managing to get the home run, he goes to get his prize, the attendant bemoaning it's him again. Shinada saying he's not thrilled with having to do this either, which pleases her as she's going to start making the pitching machine to win the challenge be the one programmed after Sawada from the Gigants, since that's the only machine no one has gotten a homer on yet. Just then, Takasugi shows up, complimenting his banning skills before taking the 5,000 yen voucher, explaining that this was the reason he let him keep the change, knowing ahead of time that he'd end up using it here. When he heads outside, he gets a phone call from a local chef named Fumiya Ushijima, who after being informed about Shinada getting paid, tells him to come for a drink and sell his tab, being left surprised he blew it already, but asking he come down as he made him some miso stew. When he gets to his restaurant, Shinada says he could cry because of how nice he's being, though Ushijima states he's not getting a glass of water until he pays his tab, though he does accept certificates, knowing about Shinada's winning due to being the Chamber of Commerce chairman, having asked the Bang Center to call him the moment someone gets a home run, offering to give the miso stew in exchange for the voucher. Unfortunately, Shinada doesn't have it, so he gets no stew, with his begging to have something to eat being answered with Ushijima flatly telling him to get out. The former baseball player's bemoaning of how he used to let him eat for free, leaning to ask if he even realizes how big his tab is, adding that everyone's struggling for money now, but they can all at least live happy if they help each other, claiming Shinada is just living off other people's generosity.
No water for you, loser.
The pair's chat is then interrupted by a Yakuza demanding to know where his spaghetti is, Ushijima assuring him it's coming up, but Shinada pointing out how weird it is to see Yakuza in this area, and how they seem to be dressed for a funeral, the chef quietly ushering him to not stare at them. He then explains that people from both the Tojo and Omi have come to town due to an officer from each clan being found dead in Kanecho that day, both being ruled as accidents, then coming to collect the bodies and hunt whoever caused it, upsetting Shinada as he specifically liked the area because he never saw those types of guys. Ushijima just being glad they're not freeloaders and actually pay the bill.
Man, Shinada cannot catch a break.
He then advises Shinada to look out for another odd character that's been spotted around town, a man hiding his face with a hat and mask who's looking for someone in Kanecho, suggesting he do his best to avoid them, before kicking him out to make space for a paying customer. To cap off the day, he has another run-in with Ono, pissed at him for ruining his scheme and causing him to get a hole in his mouth, though he just constantly taunts him about the whole thing, especially since he knew about his scheme to frame Toriyama for destroying the bat by swapping it for a fake that was already cracked, revealing he didn't need the history lesson of the sport to expose it due to the basic fact that baseball bats don't crack just from being dropped, leading to a fight between the two.
お宮の悲鳴でほっぺのうずき癒してもらおうか。
After a fairly crap day, Shinada decides to just go home, but as he heads down the alley that leads to his apartment, he runs into the mysterious masked man who mentions his search for someone in Kanecho. Shinada tells the guy he's creeping people out and that the town already has enough problems without him, heading past the guy to go home, at which point the masked man states that the person he's looking for has blended into the surroundings, no one being aware of his past as a baseball player, asking if that's sounds familiar. Shinada tries to leave, claiming he has no clue what he's talking about, but the masked man stops him, as no matter how hard he tries, he can't hide his Tokyo accent, knowing Shinada as Nagoya Wyvern's number 47, telling the man he has a job for him. Shinada once again tries to push him off, at which point he asks if he remembers the walk-off home run that cost him everything, explaining he wants him to find out what really happened. So yeah, I guess one of your logical questions for the events that are transpiring is, what the fuck does this have to do with the previous parts?
Yeah, that was exactly my first question.
Well, you remember how Ushijima mentioned that Tojo and Omi were in town because 2 officers died in Kaneicho on the same day, mysterious accidents? Well, they actually mentioned that before, all the way back in the 3rd chapter of Kiryu's part. And the only time they referenced it again was during, like, the last cutscene of Saijima's part.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We kind of touched on it already when we were giving our overall thoughts of part 3, but this is one of the most famous examples of so much time can pass between the setup and payoff in Yakuza 5 that you can end up forgetting there was a setup in the first place.
I feel like it would work better if the chapters were woven into each other, you know what I mean? So, like, maybe not all of the stories, but if, like, multiple stories were happening at the same time.
But yeah, I guess what are your first impressions of both Shinada and part 4?
I think he's cool. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop when it comes to his relevance to the plot.
He's kind of a loser, I won't lie.
He's a loser, but I love him. Chapter 2, Confronting the Past.
I wonder if he will confront the past. I'm trying to find new ways to go about it, but sometimes things are exactly what they say they are, you know?
We've kind of run this joke into the ground. The next morning, Shinada smokes by himself while staring at a baseball, specifically the one he scored the home run off of, featuring his signature and the match's date, 8th June 1997. Going back to his run-in with the masked man, after telling Shinada he wants him to find the truth of what happened, he chucks over the signed ball, leading him to ask who the mysterious man is, but upon hearing people looking for him, he tells the former player that they'll continue talking later, and ignores Shinada's questions of where he got the ball from, and his insistence that he got that home run fair and square, there being nothing else to say about it.
I mean, it's not like I achieved it under mysterious circumstances, wink wink.
Shinada's thoughts on what happened last night are interrupted by a knock at the door, him telling Takasugi to go away, only for the masked man to let himself in to get an answer. Shinada snapping that he already told him there was nothing out of the ordinary about his home run, the stranger firing back by asking, if that's the case, why is it that the very next day he was permanently banned from the sport on accusations of sign stealing and match fixing, having no idea that his first time at bat in the majors would also be his last. Shinada asks him to leave, at which point he presents a briefcase, offering in exchange for finding the truth of what happened, cash equal to the salary he would have been paid for his first year, 20 million yen, stating that whilst he can't explain who he is, the truth of what happened 15 years ago is just as valuable to him.
It flew so far, it hit Majima in the head, and that's why everyone thought he was dead.
Despite the large sum of money being offered, due to that home run being the event that ultimately ruined not just Shinada's life, but everyone that was even remotely involved with it, he just wants to forget that it ever happened, and getting rich won't change that. But before he can turn down the offer, a voice from outside tells him to accept it. This turns out to be Takasugi, who the masked man pulls a gun on, with the loan shark remarking, "That's not how you say hello," telling the man to consider him Shinada's main stakeholder, owing him more than he could possibly imagine, and because of that, he's going to force him to take the job. Shinada bemoans that things are already complicated as is, so he doesn't want him getting involved too. Takasugi retorting that he's not in a position to tell him what to do, and that if he's not going to take the deal, then his fingers will be covering the debt after all, picking up a hammer suggesting they get started with one and tell the doctor it got caught in the press. And when Shinada points out that won't work since he's not an employee there, he shows him an employment form, having lifted his signature off of the receipt he got from him last night. And when Shinada tries to wriggle out of things, he states that even if they had a million years, his job as a 2-bit porno writer isn't going to cut it. So he either finds the truth of what happened, or he loses his fingers.
What is with this part and fingers? I don't like it. Freaks me out.
Well, you know, sex, fingers.
Shinada remarks that his home run was legit, that after Sawada threw out 6 curveballs, he ignored the catcher's signal and threw a fastball down the middle, claiming he read it perfectly without stealing signs, his ban from the league coming from him getting stuck with match-fixing accusations, which he also denies, meaning it must have been a setup. But then that raises the question of who would go through all that effort to get rid of a no-name bench warmer brought over from the minor leagues. The masked man states someone must have gained something from Shinada's exile, and he wants to know who, believing he's the only person who could track them down, promising to hand over the cash when they find out, even providing some spending money for the investigation and contact info, asking they not let him down. Takasugi agreeing to serve as their witness, with the mysterious man then leaving. Takasugi remarks that he didn't know he was dealing with someone who made nationwide news, and that if he's really innocent, they should get to work, as he'll not only get the truth of what happened, but he'll finally be able to pay off his debts. Shinada calmly tells him that he needs to process things, and when the loan shark reminds him that they already took the job and the alternative is losing digits, he states he needs to think things over. Takasugi allows him some time to himself, albeit with the warning that he will catch him if he tries to run. After staying by himself for a while, Shinada decides he needs to head outside to clear his mind, where he ends up overhearing a conversation between 2 businessmen, namely that Fujita, his manager whilst with the Wyverns, has been signed to be the new manager for the Gigants, with them telling him the story is being played on the big screen in the middle of town. He takes their advice and heads over to the big screen, which is currently playing an interview with Fujita talking about his plans for the team, 2 civilians watching it being surprised he's even been let back in after the match-fixing scandal, and by their team rival of all groups, calling it a slap in the face to Nagoya. Shinada ends up calling the pair morons under his breath, but they end up hearing him and continue their rhetoric by stating that Fujita is a disgrace to Nagoya after the shit show he dragged the Wymans through, leading to Shinada proclaiming that there was no proof and that he was just taking the blame like any manager would. This then prompts the 2 men to drag Shinada into an alley to beat the shit out of him, the older one calling it a good stress reliever to deal with how crap the Wymans have been lately.
That's how we should all solve our problems, with great amounts of violence.
Shinada reckoning that's what he deserves for getting worked up over baseball, but the pain he feels now is nothing compared to what Fujita had to go through. After lifting himself back up, he gets a phone call from Milky, who offers some leftover cake from her club's Christmas campaign, with the 2 arranging to meet on the roof.
I swear to God, if one of them dies, I'm going to be so pissed off.
When he reaches the meeting spot, Shinada looks down on the city from the railing, Milky soon coming up to meet with him, asking what happened to cause the bruises on his face, which he attempts to write off as being nothing. He then asks if there's anything she wishes she could forget, Milky remarking that given the type of work she does, it'd be harder to list things she wants to remember, admitting that sometimes she dreams of starting over somewhere new and being able to reinvent herself. Shinada understanding her, given that's why he came to Kaneicho 15 years back. The thought leads the pair to recall their first meeting, Shinada stating it was the loneliest day of his life and he needed to talk to someone who didn't know who he was, ending up at the club where he was paired with Milky for 50 minutes, her just holding him the whole time without saying a word. It just being another job for her, but for him, getting to feel her warmth saved his life.
That man doesn't need to pay off his debt, that man needs therapy.
Shinada then suggests the 2 of them should run away together, heading out on the first train the next day and build a new life in a new town. Milky gets caught up in Shinada's optimism, spinning around with him while saying if she gets to start over, she'll fulfill her childhood dream of becoming an elementary elementary school teacher, Shinada answering that nothing can stop her from getting a fresh start, and as he thinks what he could be, the moment is interrupted by Milky getting a phone call for a job. She then hugs and thanks Shinada before getting back to reality, leaving him on the roof with her thoughts that it's too late to run away, with the camera then panning to reveal that Takasugi had been listening in on them the whole time, with Shinada deciding to just go home. The next morning, Takasugi heads over to Shinada's place to start the job, commenting that he seems to actually be cheerful for a change, asking if he got a happy ending.
Oh my god.
Him reckoning it was something like that. After getting the confirmation from Shinada that he's ready to take on the job and he's done running from his past, Takasugi asks for a quick refresher on what exactly caused him to get banned. Shinada recaps the baseball game we saw earlier, where he was brought out as a pinch hitter and managed to score a home run against the Gigant's pitcher Sawada, when after throwing 6 curveballs, he switched to a fastball, helping the Wyverns win the game at the last second. The next day, he was struck from all records following accusations of sign stealing, a method of cheating by having knowledge of the opposing team's hand signals ahead of time, allowing him to know what Sawada's next pitch would be. Despite the accusations, the only actual evidence of that happening was one person claiming that he asked him to steal the signs and relay them to him from the stands, causing both the league and the police to investigate the matter. The accuser in question being someone he knew from his high school team, who told them that he took the deal because of the money being offered, but couldn't stand the guilt of what they did. Shinada claims the guy was lying and that he hadn't met him in years, but when he tracked him down, he refused to say anything, and before he could visit again to try and get any more info out of him, he was suddenly reported as a missing person.
He's invisible.
Him not being sure if he was made to disappear, but either way, his only lead was gone, leading him to decide to try and move on, and to his current career as a nightlife journalist. Takasugi questions why were the police looking into the sign-stealing accusations, with it apparently being due to the claim getting linked to match fixing, where instead of it being just one player wanting to pad their stats, it was part of a larger conspiracy of teams losing on purpose for large gambling payouts, with everyone on the Wyverns getting looked into. This leads the loan shark to suggest that it might have been a plot to destroy the Wyverns, but if that's the case, it didn't work, as the only consequences the team faced was Shinada getting banned, along with their manager Fujita being forced to resign. Despite everything that happened to him, Shinada believes Fujita was the one who got screwed over the most, having a strong respect for the man as it was directly thanks to him that he ever got his chance to play in the pros, coaching him personally to help him reach the potential he struggled to reach whilst on a minor team, with Takasugi's suggestion leading him to think that someone might have used him to get rid of Fujita, leaving him upset at the idea that not only was he unable to pay back his mentor's kindness, it was also his fault that he got fired.
Oh no.
That's gotta suck.
Takasugi then asks if he'd ever talked with his teammates to see if they knew anything, though due to the team getting suspected of match fixing, Shinada wasn't exactly popular amongst them, though there is apparently one member he's still friends with, namely the team's massage therapist at the time, who turns out to be Ueno, the man nowadays being an erotic massage addict that runs an acupuncture clinic. The pair decide to start their investigation by speaking with Ueno, but when they get to the clinic, they find out he's not there, Shinada reckoning he's likely hitting up a massage parlor. When Takasugi suggests they just wait for him to get back from blowing his load, he explains that Ueno doesn't have the money to actually be using their services, so he's likely just going place to place looking at the pictures of the girls working there. With this predicament, Shinada reckons it would be faster to try and track him down themselves, being able to limit the search more by only checking out places with new girls due to Ueno's preference for amateurs. After getting info from Barkers and jumping between a handful of clubs, they're eventually able to find him, but he just ends up demanding Shinada give him the 30 grand he owes so he can use the place's services, and when Takasugi offers to foot the bill, he just runs off due to not wanting to take money from shady people. Takasugi, now fed up with the wild goose chase, asks Shinada for Ueno's work number, which he then calls and requests for the clinic's longest course whilst putting on a voice, lamenting after he hangs up how he almost threw up due to how giddy Ueno was about getting paid so he could get laid. The pair then head over to Ueno's clinic, and along the way, Shinada almost gets injured in multiple near-fatal accidents, with him getting pushed in the way of speeding cars and objects from high places almost falling on top of him.
This man's in a Looney Tunes episode.
Once the pair arrive, they're able to convince Ueno to give Shinada the massage for old time's sake. As he does his job, he gets to talking as to why he's no longer with the team, him initially writing it off as him leaving so he could get the early morning discounts at the establishments he enjoys, before confessing he got fired, apparently getting dropped over the phone not too long after Shinada's ban. An odd move given they'd already renewed his contract to work with them over the season. Never mentioning before as he was in a similar thought process to Shinada, wanting to move on after losing his dream of working in baseball before settling into a new routine.
I guess you could say he was Uno reversed.
He then asks if Uno believes there was anyone who would have benefited from his ban, to which he answers that no one benefited from it, with apparently even the Yakuza losing out from the scandal, as the match-fixing allegations caused a crackdown on baseball gambling, leading the two families that controlled all the gambling in the area to pull out of Nagoya entirely after the move left them in the red, those two families being the Tojo Clan and Omi Alliance, with him warning Shinada that people from either group would likely kill him if they knew he was here, but he reckons he'll be fine as Uno is the only person in town fully aware of his past. Once he's done with the massage and Shinada gets ready to leave, Uno realizes that he accidentally left his phone by the table, which then leads him to remember something. Not long before his firing, he found a phone in the massage room that had been left behind by another player named Kanji Manabe, the team's cleanup hitter at the time. After finding it, he went over to the locker room where he heard Manabe freaking out over not being able to find it. He then snatched it out of Uno's hand while shouting at him to know why he has it, and after frantically checking through it, he then asked if Uno went through his texts, the player not looking right in the head. Uno doesn't know what the messages said due to not owning a cell phone at the time, but based on his weird behavior, the group theorized he might have been getting messages in relation to match fixing, likely instructions on what to do during games, with his fears of Uno potentially seeing those messages being what caused him to get fired out of nowhere, leading Shinada and Takasugi to decide to pay Manabe a visit, the man having retired from baseball 5 years prior, with him currently running a yakiniku place in Karibacho, Uno stating he actually tried eating there once, only to get kicked out by the former player. Shinada and Takasugi head off to get a cab to the yakiniku place, along the way having a few more near-death encounters. When they arrive, they head into the kitchen to speak with Manabe, him initially not recognizing Shinada until he mentions that they only shared a bench for one day, claiming he could never forget him, but it was initially mistaken given his scruffy look. Manabe makes it clear he doesn't want to talk to him, and when Takasugi makes mention of match fixing, he threatens that if he says those words again, he'll promise to make them his last, the loan shark retorting that him pulling out a knife is making him beyond suspicious at this point. Manabe figures that Uno told them about what happened between them 15 years back, and they want him to clear things up, with Shinada going on to state that he doesn't believe the Wyverns would ever participate in match fixing, along with insisting that he didn't steal signs, instead being here to get confirmation from a core player that no behavior like that was happening. Manabe agrees to tell them under the promise that they will not dig any deeper, before confessing that not every game was legit.
God damn it.
He doesn't know who was sending the instructions, but he was constantly getting texts ordering him to steal signs and throw games, with anyone who disobeyed those orders getting shuffled off the team within months, him and the others only playing along so they could stay in the pros, Shinada having no idea about it as apparently only the starters were getting instructions to cheat. He goes on to liken baseball to meat, that before it's served, someone in the back has to tear out all the blood, guts, and parts that aren't fit for consumption, the customer only seeing the clean and pretty parts that reach the table, with the sport similarly being home to things that can't be dragged out into the open, the parts that nobody watching could stand to see. And just like how no one likes imagining the screaming cows that are slaughtered to produce the meat, he suggests it's better that people not know about the shady deals that go on behind the scenes of baseball. Shinada retorts that he can't walk away after all he's said about the thing he loves the most, with Takasugi Takasugi questioning if he ever tried to figure out who the mastermind was, as he's not part of the league anymore and he can't be jailed for the match fixing due to the statute of limitations passing. Manabe claiming he thought about it, but not enough to put his life in danger, explaining one Wyverns player tried to be a whistleblower after they got traded to another team, only to end up being killed in an accident, this being why he wants Shinada to stop looking into things, as their lives are already at risk just from having this conversation, correctly guessing he's already had a few near misses already. Shinada gives him one last question. Why does he feel comfortable telling him all this after keeping it a secret for so long? Manabe saying that all the match fixing stopped after he was banned, which is why he believed if anyone deserved to know, it was him.
It seems as if Shinada was a scapegoat of sorts.
Though after that, he's done answering questions, as any further digging will be a huge mistake. When Shinada and Takasugi get back to town, they head over to Ueno's clinic to discuss what they found. The group attempt to figure out who was responsible for the match fixing. The Yakuza are initially seeming like the obvious answer, but the scandal is what ultimately led them being ran out of town, with their departure not really helping the average civilian, as the power vacuum left behind is what allowed the Nagoya family to rise to prominence. That's when Shinada realizes that the people who benefited were the Nagoya family, suggesting they set up Shinada's home run to cause a chain of events that led to their competition leaving town. Ueno stating that if that's true, it's too hot to handle, telling Shinada as a friend to stop his investigation. However, he instead turns to Takasugi to ask he introduce them to the head of the Nagoya family. However, he too also tells him to stop looking into things, and after Shinada's insistence that they have to keep going, he confesses that he's not actually part of the Nagoya. Instead, he's just been lying that he's part of them to scare people into paying money they owe him. The bluff working thanks to no one actually knowing anyone who works for them.
Oh my god.
This ends up pissing off Ueno, realizing he was scared of the loan shark for no reason, with a fight almost breaking out between the two of them, with Shinada stepping in to ease things, saying they just need to get the truth from the group's boss and they can all go home happy. Takasugi stating that doesn't change the fact that no one knows who the Nagoya family are, or if they even exist in the first place. Before they get talking about a plan of action, they notice a strange smell in the room, Takasugi recognizing that there's been a gas leak, with Shinada spotting the person responsible outside the building before chasing them around Kaneicho. After catching up to their would-be attacker, they immediately ask just what the hell he was doing, the man proceeding to apologize, only for Takasugi to look up and shout at Shinada to move, a crane above them suddenly dropping a pile of metal girders that crushed the attempted gas attacker, with the ex-ball player just barely jumping out the way.
That's subtle.
By the time Ueno arrives, a crowd has already gathered around the accident. However, Shinada states what happened was no accident, him managing to catch a glimpse of someone on the building's rooftop, revealing it to be a man in construction gear overviewing the scene, who turns out to be another former Wyvers player named Atsushi Sakai, who upon being asked if he killed that man, leads the group to a more secluded area. He then asks that whilst it's not fair, that Shinada forgive them, as he picks up a metal pipe off of the ground, proceeding to tell them that the most beautiful play a batter can make is the sacrifice fly, an act where a player sacrifices themselves for the good of the team, not reaching a base, but contributing more than anyone.
品田、お前のことは絶対忘れせん。許したってちょ。
After taking down Sakai, Shinada asks he tell him what the point of all this was, his answer being that when Shinada got called up that day, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, as him being the only one on the team unaware of the truth made him convenient, stating he believes they did him wrong, but he's never regretted sacrificing him, explaining they threw him to the wolves for the good of Nagoya. Shinada demands to know what he means by that, however Sakai notices a piece of machinery rolling off of the nearby rooftop behind him, pushing Shinada out of the way, with it crushing Sakai instead, the impact instantly killing him.
俺が名古屋の犠牲になったってどういう
One thing I want to mention is that earlier, that scene with Shinada and Milky on the roof, I know a lot of people tend to really like that scene, because it's just a genuine display of two people stuck in really shitty situations who, at least for a brief moment, are able to temporarily escape to basically dream of a better place they can go to and reinvent themselves, only to then have reality crush them down and put them back on the trail they already were on.
I think, sadly, it's a very relatable scene.
But yeah, I guess any other thoughts on the chapter or anything?
This is a very cool story on its own, but what does this have to do with the rest of the game? like I get that there's like this whole suspicion of like people dying in accidents, but like there hasn't been any mention of like Kiryu or Saejima or Haruka or Akiyama.
The more they keep putting it off and the less they keep showing it, you know, like the more they keep saving it for a lot later, the more disjointed it might feel and the more rushed it might feel if they're not careful.
Chapter 3, The Price of Truth.
I wonder if the price of truth is pricey.
Flashing back 15 years, we see Shinada signing the baseball he hit for a fan, telling the guy he's fine to keep it, as he can always score more runs later in his career. Plus, he can't stand people who pressure viewers that manage to catch the ball to give it up, promising his first fan that he'll do his best so he can sell it for good money someday. As he's handing it over, the ball gets snatched out of his hand by a detective as evidence, before taking in Shinada for questioning.
That escalated quickly.
In the interrogation room, the detectives try to pressure the player into confessing to his crimes, but Shinada retorts that he can't confess to something he didn't do, just wanting to leave as the Wyverns are set to play Hiroshima tomorrow for a playoff spot. One of the detectives then pulls out a photo, apparently showing him meeting with someone to steal signs, and while Shinada claims that he does recognize the man in the picture, he adds that he hasn't seen the guy in years. Plus, given the positioning and framing of the picture, they can't even prove it's actually him there and not just someone else wearing a copy of his uniform, begging to know why they'd ever believe such flimsy evidence.
He has a twin brother.
He's pushed back into his seat when he tries to leave, which is when they talk about rumors that he bet $2 million on the Wyverns' victory, him refuting the accusations of match fixing by stating that even if he did know what pitch was coming, there's no way he could have guaranteed a home run. The cops then tell him to calm down as he's already been punished, offering to drop the charges if he just admits to the crime, proceeding to drop the bombshell that the league has already decided on his permanent ban from professional baseball.
This is clearly a setup.
It is suspicious.
Back in the present, Shinada is looking through his laptop whilst Takasugi is talking to a client over the phone, getting in a small spat when a girl he got to work at a bathhouse to pay off her debt complains about her jaw hurting, eventually leading to Shinada to shout at him to shut up, with the loan shark sheepishly agreeing to before hanging up on his client. He then asks what he's doing on the laptop if he's not working, his answer being that he's looking through Sawada's pitching data from the last 15 years. After looking over how intricate and detailed all of it is, having more info than an average scorer, he ends up admitting that this is all stats he's been recording in his spare time, as no matter how hard he tries, he can never leave the sport behind. And I'm actually having done this for not just Sawada, but for every pitcher from the 12 major clubs. His reason for doing so being that not being able to hit a home run by knowing what pitch is coming is only half true, as the way you score runs in the pros is by learning what the pitch will throw at least 80% of the time, the best players being the ones who can turn that knowledge into hits, explaining that it was thanks to knowing Sawada's general pitching behavior during the situation he was in that he knew he was going to switch to a fastball after 6 curveballs. Takasugi then asked what exactly he's looking for amongst his dataset, Shinada explaining he was using it to see if what Manabe said about match fixing coming to an end following his ban was true, the data backing it up as the Wyvern's behavior ended up changing completely afterwards, it not being super obvious to the average average viewer, but any weird pitches and random bench changes stopped altogether. Not to mention, the team ended up completely changing the roster following his exit, going from favoring local talent to chasing after foreign players and engaging trades. Takasugi points out how that seems to contradict what Sakai said about him being sacrificed for Nagoya, as they end up screwing over the local players, with Shinada reckoning it's possible he wasn't talking about the team, he meant the city, more specifically the town of Kaneicho. But given they're still fairly in the dark about how the group operates, they're going to need to search beyond just baseball if they want more info on the Nagoya family, with him figuring he knows someone who could give them a solid lead, that being Ushijima, since given his position as chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and a long-time local chef, he would likely be the kind of person to know about the town's secrets.
And he's a chef, so we'll probably make a nice snack for us when we show up.
The pair head over to Ushijima's restaurant, who asks if Shinada's come to settle his tab as he's still banned from his business until he pays it off, ultimately accepting Takasugi's offer to pay, as anyone who pays their bill is a valued customer, with him adding the tab to his loan after being surprised at just how much he managed to rack up. Once that's sorted, they ask him if there were any abrupt changes in town 15 years back, giving the example of it being around the time the Nagoya family rose to prominence. However, Ushijima refuses to say anything about them, as he believes everyone owes their livelihood to the group. He tells them prior to then, Kaneicho was a living nightmare, the streets being home to turf wars between the Tojo and Omi, the fighting and crimes committed by both groups being rampant. Whilst handing over a drink to Shinada, he explains that the Tojo and Omi controlled the baseball betting business at the time, and given that Nagoya is sandwiched between Tokyo and Osaka, it meant that any conflicts they had spill over into their lives. Then after a certain incident, the two groups were suddenly forced out of Nagoya, that incident being the match-fixing scandal. Going on to say he doesn't remember all the details due to not being a sports person, but thanks to the scandal bringing baseball betting to the law's attention, it ended up being the thing that managed to get the Tojo and Omi out of town for good, with the Nagoya family then stepping up to clean the mess left behind, the group protecting the town ever since. And whilst they're still Yakuza, they don't start conflict or charge for protection. The people of Nagoya are effectively getting to live in peace, all in exchange for one major league incident.
Oh my god, that's actually so smart.
Takasugi then asks if he knows who the boss is, Ushijima suggesting they not pursue that answer, saying he doesn't know and doesn't care to know, given all the family has done to protect people and businesses like his. Just then, Shinada gets a phone call from Milky, who's in a panic state as some men just kidnapped her brother, one of them apparently having a wound in their cheek, going on to say she's followed them to Warehouse 62 at the port, before getting captured herself.
Oh no.
Shinada decides to head out to save them, with Takasugi saying he's going with him, with him asking Ushijima to tell them anything if it comes up, along with getting confirmation that the coffee isn't being added to his tab. Not too long after they leave the restaurant, Shinada ends up getting another phone call, this time from Ueno, who tells him to get out of Kaneicho before getting attacked himself.
We spin Ueno reverse carded not once but twice.
The two take a detour to Uno's clinic, where they find the old man knocked down on the floor, with Takasugi deciding to stay behind and call an ambulance, while Shinada heads to the port to save Milky, promising he'll come as soon as possible, and demands that he not find him dead. When Shinada gets to the warehouse, he finds Milky tied up and gagged, taking off the tape covering her mouth to find out where her brother is, with her then saying she's sorry before he gets knocked out from getting hit in the back of the head. Shinada eventually wakes up to find his hands tied, with Ushijima, Milky, Fudomomo's manager, and the batting center's attendant standing over him, the chef telling him that they've gotten orders to kill him for not heeding their warnings. Milky remarking that it wouldn't have come to this if he had gotten scared off from the incidents in town, Ushijima saying that if he wants to know about the Nagoya family so badly, now he has his answer.
Wait.
Shinada refuses to believe what's happening, Ushijima giving him the courtesy of last words, given they've all known each other for 15 years, with him simply telling the group that he knows they're all good people and they can stop playing the villain, that he might have been too stupid for school, but he understands people, and he knows they've all opened their hearts to him, so he's not buying their gangster act. He questions if they really caused the accidents and Sakai's death, that they all sold themselves out to the Nagoya family. Ushijima states stating they are the Nagoya family, the group in actuality being a bunch of regular citizens putting up the front of a Yakuza organization to protect their town.
Oh my god, that's actually incredible.
Shinada tells them that if they wanted him dead, they could have done it at any point, figuring they're only doing it now because someone is forcing them to, demanding to know who's giving the orders. The four then discuss who should do the deed, with Ushijima ultimately stepping up, proceeding to slowly walk up to Shinada with a knife to his throat, who refuses to break eye contact with his attempted killer, the people in the room all having deep regret on their face. Just then, Kubota, the man running the security company that Shinada raided just a few days prior, enters the room with a few men, telling them to hurry up and finish it, reminding them this is for the sake of Kaneicho. He proceeds to snatch the knife from Ushijima's hand before swinging it at Shinada, but just before the knife lands, the scene is interrupted by a forklift crashing through the warehouse's shutter. The vehicle then parks up beside the group, revealing the driver to be Takasugi, telling the group that you don't kill someone with no life insurance, especially when that person is his client. He then makes the group disperse by spraying a fire extinguisher into the room, taking the opportunity to grab and free Shinada, the two proceeding to run out of the warehouse, where they then fight their way through the port against the Nagoya family.
マジかよ。品田、こっちで。こっちだ。早く。大丈夫か。 知ったやつには消えてもらう。くっそ。しつこいなもう。 くっそ。 またかよ。 くっそ。
After taking down Kubota and the last of their forces, Shinada is left winded, taking the downtime to ask how Uno's doing, Takasugi assuring him he'll be fine, before remarking over the shock of the Nagoya turning out to be a bunch of regular civvies that have been watching them the whole time. He finds some positivity out of what went down, as they're now closer than ever to finding out who the boss is, but when he goes to help Shinada get off the ground, he pushes him off, before getting up to walk away, proclaiming he's leaving Kaneicho. When to go somewhere he can be sure no one recognizes him. The whole incident has left him distraught and unable to trust anyone around him, now fearing that for all he knows, the boss could be his landlord, or even Takasugi. His belief that he finally found somewhere he belongs all crashing down, telling Takasugi that if he wants the money to just take his fingers, saying he always thought that someday he'd be able to play baseball again, but now realizes he was never a player, he was just their pawn.
Again with the fingers, why is that a common trend?
Takasugi pushes Shinada's hands away, telling him that whilst he may have gotten used and he only had one play at bat, he was definitely a pro, and that the home run he hit was inspirational, asking if the dumbass gets it, leading Shinada to realize that Takasugi was the fan he signed that baseball for all those years ago.
Oh.
He explains that when he came for a loan a year back, he could barely believe who he was seeing and the condition they were in, being sick at how low he's fallen since his pro days. The only benefit being that it made it easier for him to hound for payments, with this also meaning the masked man came to Takasugi before his run-in with Shinada to get the signed ball, him agreeing to play along and assure he took the job in exchange for taking the cash as payment, though he definitely didn't anticipate all the shit they ended up seeing. And when Shinada has a brief moment of anger, realizing that pretty much everyone in town knew who he was from the start, Takasugi says he wants them back, both the money and the ball he treasured for 15 years. The pair then hear a phone ringing, realizing it's coming from the still unconscious Kubota. Shinada heading over to grab the man's mobile, only for it to be grabbed out of his hands by Manabe, who proceeds to tell the caller that Kubota failed to finish the job, guaranteeing that he'll get it done this time, and he'll call back when it's done. The pair question why he helped them if he's also part of the Nagoya, Manabe recalling that he only told them about the match fixing and to not look any further into it, before supposing he knew deep down that Shinada wouldn't listen to him. He then remarks that they may be past their playing days, but no one likes seeing things end in a draw, so one of them needs to win. Shinada remarking that he's still the same batter that he used to look up to.
そろそろゲームセットにしようまいか、品田。
Shinada ultimately takes him down, and recognizes that Manabe came there knowing he would lose, given his history as the Wyvern's cleanup hitter, and the fact that the best batters can always read what's coming next, so he knew well ahead of time he was not going to win that fight, and in turn, that his warning to not dig deeper would do the exact opposite, suggesting he actively wanted Shinada to figure out the truth of the Nagoya. He then asks who the family's leader is, and in turn, who is responsible for setting him up 15 years back, and who keeps forcing honest people like Manabe to do terrible things. Manabe proceeds to take out his phone and calls the boss, handing it over to Shinada, saying he'll understand when he hears who picks up. He takes the phone and puts it up to his ear, and just as Manabe said, he immediately recognizes the voice on the other end.
Manabe, どうした? おい、返事をしろ。Manabe.
どうしたんだ品田。おい。
藤田監督だ。
Oh my god, that is crazy.
So yeah, I think for a while we were wondering where the fuck is this going, and I think the reveal that the Nagoya family is just a group of civilians putting on the front of a Yakuza to scare away legitimate Yakuza, that is fucking cool, bro.
That's incredibly smart as well.
Could you imagine just suddenly everyone you know just reveals themselves as being part of some sort of conspiracy and you're the only one who's not a part of it?
On top of the Nagoya family thing being cool, with it having like a lot of setup for it and it paying off in in a great way. This is also where, if he wasn't already, Shinada kind of becomes a fan favorite character for a lot of people. I want to say that Shinada is kind of like the idea of, what if we just made a regular guy the main character of one of these games? And I also love what they do with the dream theme, because like every character has a kind of spin on dreams. Like Haruka's figuring out her own dreams, Akiyama wants to keep the dreams going, Kiryu is sacrificing his own dreams for someone else, Saejima is like helping others realize their dreams. Shinada's is the question of, what do you do when you can't follow your dreams anymore? And I think that's like a really poignant bit. So yeah, I'd definitely say chapter 3 is really good. And bear in mind, we still got one more to go. The party ain't over yet.
Oh no, I feel like someone's gonna die.
Wait, actually, are we finally going to get a link to the main story?
Chapter 4. Fleeting Triumph.
I wonder if there won't be a fleeting triumph.
How did you come up with that? Over in his office, Fujita is talking on the phone with someone, telling the person on the other end that he understands the situation, and he's aware that there'll be more to come. And whilst he has handed off some things, his sworn duty to protect Nagoya hasn't changed. He ends the call by saying precautions have been put in place to personally dispose of Shinada. He then proceeds to call someone else to discuss the news regarding a big trade, requesting they squeeze it into the evening edition, as his life in baseball depends on it. Back over with Shinada, he reports to the masked man that he's found out what he wants, but he decides to see him in person to get the intel, the man heading over to his home to see him. Once the pair meet again, Shinada tells him about the truth of the Nagoya family being a neighborhood watch group trying to protect local interests, with the group's leader being Fujita, his expulsion being part of his plan to get the Tojo and Omi out of Nagoya, the man resigning as manager to keep the truth hidden and made the townspeople put on the appearance of a legitimate Yakuza group to keep any real Yakuza out of town. However, since the secret has now been revealed, they've lost all of their power. The people who attacked Shinada apparently having all turned themselves in that morning after being persuaded to do so by Ushijima and Milky, the masked man commenting it must have been hard on him, Shinada agreeing, though he remarks that he can't go feeling sorry for himself until he finds the person who's truly responsible, explaining that whilst it's true they were following Fujita's orders, he knows that most of them aren't killers, and weren't capable of staging the various accidents that have been happening, believing there must be a group of real criminals attached to all of this, or in other terms, that the Nagoya family was just a front for an actual Yakuza group.
Oh no.
The masked man believes he knows someone who must be involved if that's the case, explaining that he was investigating the Nagoya to see if the man he was thinking of is linked to what's happening, but supposes he'll need to hear the rest from Fujita, with him proceeding to head for the door whilst handing over the money to Shinada, explaining he's finished his task and he's going back to Tokyo, suggesting he clear his debt and find a new job. Shinada insists that he come along to see Fujita, as he has his own set of questions for him. The masked man then removes his disguise, telling him that from this point on, the job is his, and Tatsuo should stay out of it, revealing himself to be Daigo Dojima.
What?
You've got to be fucking kidding.
The two knowing each other as they both went to West Camaro High together. Shinada goes to grab his high school yearbook after remembering a Dojima from Homeroom 1 who had the best grades in class. Daigo confirming he's right, but he won't find him in the yearbook, as he was expelled. Specifically, he caused a major incident in the summer of 3rd year, and ended up graduating in juvie. He ended up in a scuffle with a gang from Camaro Tech High, Tokyo's worst bad boy school, whom Shinada recalls playing in the East Tokyo finals. The situation came about as some punks from Tech High were threatening them to forfeit the regional final, but thanks to Daigo's interference, they were all sent to the emergency room, and West High got to play in the nationals, and when they reached Koshien, they lost 2-1 in the first round to Sawada and Chukyo Academy, the only hit they scored being a home run from Shinada. Shinada, Daigo catching it on TV whilst in the waiting room at family court.
It's all connected.
Shinada then asks why he went that far, Daigo explaining that seeing their baseball team make it to Koshien was not just his, but everyone at West Kamuro's dream, and Shinada was the one who gave them that. So when an opposing school was about to unfairly shatter that dream, knowing full well that only he had the muscle to protect it, he did what he had to for that dream to survive. Elaborating, he was fully ready to get expelled, as people entrust their dreams to others, offering what they couldn't do on their own to someone who can, and by watching them march forward with a bright future, it allows them to accept their own reality, and lets them believe they can achieve their own dreams one day. Daigo admits he had no dreams of his own back then, but he knew he could help someone reach their full potential, and since he was already destined to take over his family's business, he wasn't concerned with graduation, believing that helping the team get to Koshien and fulfilling everyone's hopes was more important, telling his former classmate that he'll never forget the home run he scored, that moment still giving him the motivation to always move forward, even to this day, telling Tatsuo he has no idea how grateful he is to him. Beautiful speech, Daigo.
Definitely better than Mine's speech at the end of Yakuza 3.
He then tells Shinada about his current position as the 6th chairman of the Tojo Clan, and how he's currently off the radar, with things now being too risky for a civilian like him to go any deeper, with him stating that he's given everyone enough to dream about, and now it's his turn to help him regain what he lost, and that once everything is settled, he'll use his connections to have the major leagues rescind his ban, and if he can't come back as a player, he'll negotiate to let him be a coach or manager, suggesting for now he use the money to put his affairs in order, promising to rewind the 15 years he lost. He tells him that he'll get in touch when he's in Tokyo, and as he leaves, Shinada grabs Daigo and punches him out of the door.
Oh my god, okay.
Going on to remark, it's all the same shit as 15 years ago. The Yakuza took his dream away, and now the Yakuza is giving it back. That using a thug's shady connections to get reinstated is not how he's saving his dream. Daigo is aware that his offer is a hollow victory, but as things currently stand, he'll be stuck living the rest of his life in poverty, telling him that he inspires people, that regardless of the method, he deserves to be in the spotlight, asking he open his eyes and realize that clinging to the past won't give him the time he lost back. Shinada then proceeds to remove his jacket, declaring that his story is not Daigo's to write, and that every day for the last 15 years, he's been doing 5,000 swings and 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups, never having a single day off, and that there's nothing he can say to convince him, as he's dead set on saving his dream with his own 2 hands.
失ったホームランをこの手でな。力で止めるしかないってことか。死ぬと分かっている場所に行かせるわけにはいかない。極道としてもお前の友人としてもな。
俺がそんなにやわな男かどうか確かめてみるんだな。
覚悟はいいな、達夫。
ああ。
After managing to make him kneel, Daigo admits his defeat and lets Shinada come with him to Tokyo, who then promptly falls to the ground.
I do like how, just in all fighting games, minor disagreements lead to a fight.
When they're ready to go, he decides to set something up in his room before heading out to meet with Daigo, the pair then getting on the train for Tokyo. Shinada comes back from buying some drinks for the ride down, taking out the change to give back to Daigo, him then being left ecstatic when he tells him he can keep it, before almost blowing his cover. Shinada then cracks open a newspaper, only to be left shocked when greeted with a report that Sawada has been traded to the Nagoya Wyverns. And upon feeling that he's made a mistake, he tells Daigo to go on without him before running off the train. Over in Kanecho, Takasugi heads up to Shinada's home, where he finds the money left on the table with the baseball and a note, telling him that they're both his and to use whatever's left to buy something for his kids. The loan shark sitting on the floor and lighting up a cigarette before saying he knows damn well that he's not even married. We then transition to the Wyverns' home stadium, where Sawada stands on the pitcher's mound whilst looking at a ball in his hand and the field around him. He then hears someone call out to him, which turns out to be Shinada. Sawada says he had a feeling that Shinada would find him, who in turn talks about how he never expected the best pitcher in the league would be traded to the eternal underdogs, it apparently being a promise he made to Fujita that he would take his position, this also being tied to Fujita's sudden return to baseball. Sawada then gets to talking about the strange coincidence of him being a Nagoya native that was brought into play for Tokyo, mirroring Shinada's path of playing in Nagoya despite coming from Tokyo, the end result being that Shinada had his career stolen for a place he has no connection to, whilst he became the league's undisputed ace. He confirms that the move was to inherit the Nagoya family, leading to Shinada questioning why he needs to go that far to do so, asking if there's something else he should be protecting, and that he was told by a friend that people like them help others dream, the men on the field doing more than just playing games. He then informs him about how the group has already turned themselves in, the family being finished, and that he wants him to stop causing any further suffering using the Nagoya. However, Sawada retorts that he's blind to what's really happening, as he's fully aware that the group is done for, and he's instead come to Nagoya to finish one more job, to kill the man who's got the most dirt on them, brandishing a gun on Shinada.
What?
He goes on to say that everyone that turned themselves in have already been released with no charges, thanks to things being controlled by someone more powerful than he could imagine, one who can play the police like puppets. Shinada asks who's really holding the gun, Sawada pointing him to some men in the dugouts, observers from the Omi Alliance, specifically a Kobe offshoot called the Kuraha family, who built the Nagoya as a puppet organization to drive out the rest of the Omi and take the city for themselves, both Sawada and Fujita having sold their souls to the Kuraha to make their dreams come true.
Oh, god damn it.
He confesses that he was never the baseball genius or hero that others made him out to be, that even as far back as Koshien, he only got as far as he did thanks to the Kuraha, who would bribe coaches and threaten players from other schools to ensure he would win games, them also being responsible for sending the Kamuro tech goons that Daigo would end up fighting off, meaning his and Shinada's first round game together was his only legitimate match, him viewing the first round as the true final, only needing to hold off the slugging machine of Shinada to win the tournament. Luckily, he was successful, which led to Shinada getting buried in the draft to the Wyverns, while Sawada got signed as the Gigant's first pick, the Kuraha going these lengths to help him win the Nationals so they could enable match fixing for every game he pitched for between the Gigants and the Wyverns, allowing them to gain complete control of baseball betting. He goes on to explain that fixing a baseball game isn't easy, since if you pay off a pitcher but the opposing batters can't score, you can't force a win, and if you pay off the batters but the opponents can't score, you can't force a loss. But since the Wyverns starting lineup and manager were all in on it, as long as they were facing Sawada, they'd have full control over the results of matches. However, despite how near flawless the plan was, there was one time it failed. The game where Shinada scored a home run.
And here we are, this is the main thing, isn't it?
The Kuroha had planned the game to end with the Wyverns losing 1-0, but at the end of the 9th inning, the Gigants had failed to score a single run, them not being able to account for if the Gigants batters couldn't score, and they couldn't use an error to give the Gigants an advantage as it would give the scheme away. So backed into a corner, Fujita made the call to swap out Sakai for Shinada, someone with no major league experience, to make a pinch hit, suggesting he did so because he thought he wouldn't be able to get the hit, knowing his player's strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else, which is also why he instructed Sawada to throw curveballs at him. Shinada then questions why he then changed to a fastball if that's all true, wondering if he ignored orders to settle their showdown. Sawada revealing that the pitch change was another order from Fujita. Before he can explain why he made that call, the conversation gets interrupted by one of Sawada's handlers, who tells him to hurry up killing Shinada or he'll just have to kill both of them. Sawada then gets ready to fire, saying that the other members of the Nagoya family have no idea they've been pawns for the Kuroha this whole time, putting their full trust in him and Fujita, following all their orders for the sake of Nagoya, hoping Shinada believes that at least. He then asks if he's ready, with Shinada then catching him giving a signal with his other hand, which he successfully reads, falling back as Sawada fires the gun, the bullet hitting the handler.
Oh, that's cool.
From his dodge, Sawada realizes that he knew the Gigant signs the whole time, Shinada remarking that learning the opponent's signs is batting 101. The Kuroha family then begin to storm the field, with the two ending up back to back surrounded by Yakuza. Shinada asks why Sawada tried to save him, who admits that he's always wanted to know how he managed to read his fastball, not being able to let him die without knowing the truth, with the pair agreeing to give each other the answers they want if they make it out alive.
よし、それじゃ行くぜ。あ？
まとめて片付けましょうかね。
これで終わりだって。
After successfully taking them down and catching their breath, Shinada agrees to tell how he read the fastball if he tells him why Fujita gave the order to throw it. Sawada explains that the man was conflicted, the pair discussing at a Kanecho bar the night before the game, where Fujita stated the last 4 years had been hell, struggling to live with making a pitcher like him resort to deception. Sawada initially attempting to write it off as being them doing what they had to, so there's no point in regretting it. Plus, even if he does end up playing Shinada, he'll just do what he was told to by throwing curveballs. Fujita recognizes that he struggles with breaking balls, but asks that he be honest, that he wants to see if he can handle his fastball, knowing full well of his and Shinada's rivalry, questioning if he really wants to throw that away. Despite recognizing that failure would mean potentially jeopardizing their careers, Fujita was adamant about not wanting Shinada to become another tool for match fixing, believing he was too special for that, taking retirement from the league over tarnishing his talents. Sawada states that even if he failed to get that home run, the world would have discovered the Wyverns match fixing eventually, the Kuroha planning on doing so at some point anyway to get rid of the Tojo and other Omi families in the area, so Fujita made the decision to make up for selling his soul to the Kuroha, he'd protect the one thing he cared for the most, his love of the game, and the man who could keep that love alive, Shinada, who he saw as a ray of hope, the one clean act in the Wyverns lineup, the only light in a world of dark. So he embraced his and Sawada's rivalry, letting them go for real, as before he walked out on the love of his life, Fujita wanted to see it one last time. Pure, genuine baseball.
That's beautiful.
God, we're turning into a sports anime now.
I think you could have have just done an entire game on this.
Sawada then gets up, suggesting they move before more Kuroha arrives, allowing Shinada to tell him about the home run later. Without saying a word, Shinada looks around and starts dragging the unconscious Yakuza off of the diamond, asking Sawada to help him move them, as they need to settle their rivalry. With the field cleared and the stadium lights on, Shinada practices his swing, this all being part of his way to help Sawada learn how he scored the home run, as long as his pitching hasn't gone to shit after 15 years. Sawada throws his first pitch, which is a fastball, Shinada being too slow to hit it, leading the pitcher to remark that the ball was nothing compared to the one he hit back then, before preparing to throw a real fastball. He throws, and Shinada fouls it, leading him to ask what happened if he was itching so bad for the rematch, and if that home run was just a fluke, but Shinada just demands he throw the next ball. The next 3 fastballs thrown are all fouled off, and when he goes to throw the next one, Sawada slips up making for an easy hit, but Shinada chooses to foul it, not explaining why he didn't take the easy hit. Sawada then readies himself up for the 7th pitch, planning to end things. Sawada asks how he knew he was going to throw the curveball, to which Shinada explains it wasn't that he knew, it's that he was waiting for it, before going on to thank him. He says that he's been waiting on that curveball for 15 years, explaining that back at Koshien, he was struck out from Sawada's fastball, so for the next 4 years on the Wyvern's farm, he spent every day thinking about how he'd get the next one, with him finally getting that opportunity during their big game, but he just couldn't get a read on his curve. He admits that if Fujita hadn't given the signal to switch to a fastball and Sawada kept throwing curves, he definitely would have been struck out eventually. Despite his initial belief that he got that home run because of his hard work, he only did it because Sawada and Fujita took pity on him, there being no glory in that, so he's thankful he finally gave him the chance to legitimately score that run. That it may have took a while, but it was worth it in the end.
俺もやっとこれで引退できる。ありがとな、沢田。
I guess, should we talk about the Daigo of it all?
Oh yeah, sure, feel free to give your feelings on Daigo and everything.
He introduced in Yakuza 2, and he was very cool in that. And then for 3 games in a row, he just kind of is kicked out of the story and then has a dramatic reintroduction.
I want to say part of that might be because he's played by a film actor, though I'm not sure if that's like 100% the reason why.
I'm waiting for like the Yakuza 2 storyline where it's like Daigo's a consistent thread throughout the entire story, because I think he's a cool character, but I just wish we had more time with him in these games.
To give overall thoughts of part 4, writing is phenomenal, Shinada is a fantastic protagonist, I love all the twists and turns with it, the character moments are excellent. Really the only thing you can fault part 4 on is that it is arguably the least relevant to the ongoing story, but I'd argue that plays into its strength, weirdly, because it helps create this like nice little more compact story that's not too concerned with connecting to everything, and it doesn't lose focus like it can during like part 2 and arguably part 3.
I'm kind of of the same mind as Finn, where like part 4 was absolutely incredible, but the problem with it is that it's not super linked to the main story. But at the same time, because it's not linked to the main story, it has a lot more freedom to do its own thing.
In his office, Fujita has a smoke whilst looking over at a note he's written. An unseen man enters the room, Fujita commenting that it's funny, as had he done this earlier, none of this would have happened. The hidden man then picks up the note to read it, Fujita explaining that it's his confession, which is set to be on the front page of the next day's paper, telling him the best thing they can do is put an end to things. finale.
I wonder if it's the finale.
The part title cards were already not working. It's gonna not work even harder without a subtitle.
I don't know whether to let it die or not. I think I might let it die.
Chapter 1. A Legend Returns.
I wonder who the legend is. This time it's actually not me saying the joke. It's me asking questions about the chapter.
We then transition over to Kamurocho, with Kiryu having just arrived at the Tenkaichi Street gate. And as he looks around, he manages to catch a glimpse of Baba, who tries to hide his face. Recognizing he's possibly being tailed, Kiryu decides to start off his time back by figuring out if there's been any major changes since he's been gone. After finding that New Serena isn't open, he heads over to Stardust and gets to chatting with a host outside, who comments that things have been weird lately, namely due to the odd lack of Yakuza in the last few days, the Tojo's presence in town seemingly vanishing overnight.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
After Kiryu is able to confirm from his stops that he's definitely being followed, he decides to lure the tailor into the vacant lot in Tenkaichi Alley, along the way overhearing an enthusiastic couple, which helps him learn that Kamurocho Hills has opened. Within the lot, he tells his pursuer that he knows he's there, so to stop hiding and face him. Baba reckoning he shouldn't be surprised he got spotted, confirming he knows who Kiryu is, along with explaining he's here on orders to look out for him should he come to Tokyo, being fully aware of what happened in Fukuoka, commenting how the Dragon of Dojima is breathing fire again. Kiryu figures that he's working for Morinaga, to which Baba says they're more so collaborators, as he's not being paid long term, the pair coming together as they have the same goals. Baba then says there's something he wants to ask him, whether his arrival means he's come to get involved in whatever is going down, as it goes deeper than he thinks. Kiryu flatly tells him that the dramatics don't work on him, which Baba takes as a yes, which he sees as a good thing, since if Majima's death wasn't enough to draw him out, they would have had to change plans. The dragon then questions if Baba's group were the ones who killed Majima, and when Baba asks what he would do if he said yes, he states that he'll drop him where he stands, and then make him spit out the name of his boss through his blood.
Holy shit. I mean, fair enough, but my god.
Baba remarks that he was hoping he would try to understand, but since he's gone straight to violence, that means they'll have to fight each other.
Ikimasu!
After getting beat down, Baba comments how he'd heard the legends, but wasn't sure if they were true, before Kiryu states that he left him with some of his face intact to give him information, not to kiss his ass, leading Baba to say that he's just like Saejima, and that he believes he might have what it takes to stop them, before giving a proper introduction to himself. Kiryu demands he just get to the point, with Baba agreeing to fully inform him about everything going down, and what Morinaga has planned for the future, though before doing so he asks if they can discuss somewhere more private, promising not to run away given his promise to Saejima, just needing the spot as he'll be killed if he gets spotted blabbing, with him deciding to take him over to New Serena.
Are we finally going to figure out how all this stuff's actually connected?
Yeah, sure.
Oh no.
Once inside, and after getting permission to use the bar for an hour from the owner, Kiryu gets Baba to start talking. He starts off by explaining Morinaga's plan, beginning with a recap of the reasoning behind the Tojo going around the country trying to arrange alliances in preparation for a potential war with the Omi, with Lieutenant Azumi going to Nagoya, Majima to Sapporo, and Daigo to Fukuoka. Shortly thereafter, Daigo would end up disappearing after picking up an Aoyama and Morinaga's plan to betray him, the original idea being that they would kill both him and Madarame, but after they managed to escape, Aoyama went off script and tried to take the Tojo for himself, going against his and Morinaga's stated mission of selling out the Tojo to the Omi Alliance. The pair of them had two specific missions: to kill off the Tojo leadership such as Daigo and Majima, along with monitoring former members like Kiryu and Saejima, in order to lure them to Tokyo and kill them there. The reasoning behind behind them having to kill the dragon and tiger in Tokyo is because, from the Omi's perspective, the Tojo were built upon those two legendary figures. So by having them be killed on the clan's home turf, it would demoralize them to the point of making them an easy buyout. Them wanting not just the Tojo's turf, but also the Tojo's soldiers. So they want to avoid a war as to not kill their future troops.
That's actually a pretty smart plan, I won't lie.
Kiryu asks if Saejima is already on the way to Tokyo, Barbara admitting it's possible before running through how he and Saejima met, his role in controlling his prison sentence, and how they eventually bonded and broke out together, him also being under orders from the Omi like Aoyama and Morinaga, with the bond he ended up building with the man being why he's now here giving all he knows.
Another redemption arc in this series. I feel like some people need to stay evil.
The thing is that, like, it doesn't even matter if Barber's redeeming himself. He's been so annoying throughout this entire game that, like, I don't care.
Kiryu then asks who specifically he's working for, with them running through the three most likely candidates. Captain Masaru Watase, patriarch of the Watase family who are based in northern Osaka and have the most muscle. Lieutenant Hiroshi Takachi, who has a strong level of trust with the chairman and is based in Hyogo. And Chief of HQ, Naoki Katsuya, who runs Osaka Enterprises, which built an empire out of a waste disposal in southern Osaka, with Watase being the most likely to be made successor. Kiryu states that it can't be Watase as the scheme doesn't fit him, and he seems to be mostly unaware of the wider conspiracy, and it can't be Takachi as he died in Nagoya, which leaves only one suspect.
It's Majima.
We then transition over to Saejima, who's on the opposite end of town stood outside Kamurocho Hills, where he's soon approached by Serizawa. He asks the detective what took him so long, him answering that there's some trouble at his work, namely some internal dissension, it apparently being pretty common for there to be at least one or two people that want out of a case when it's dragged on for so long. The situation leaving him to do the cleanup, leading him to say that the kids need to grow up and stop dreaming. And in that if Saejima had tried to make a run for it, he would have just gotten the Metro Police to capture and send him back to jail. Saejima fires back that he must not be familiar with the area, as there's plenty of places that the police can't find you, with Serizawa then asking if he's referring to the sewers and purgatory, saying he knows more than he thinks, and that he should give the police some credit. He then tells the big man he's been brought here to help look for Morinaga, the man apparently having come back to Tokyo following the incident in Fukuoka, his act of shooting the acting chairman making a return to Tojo HQ a no-go, with them believing he's hiding somewhere in town, with the fact he's on the Tojo's hit list suggesting he literally went underground, and the police can't go there as he'd be given plenty of warning time and would just slip away again, which is why they need Saejima to do this. The two then spot a car driving into Kamurocho Hill's parking lot, which is carrying Katsuya. Serizawa explaining to Saejima who exactly that was, leading him to ask what an Omi man is doing in Kamurocho. The detective figuring that given his stance as a public figure, he can pretty much do whatever he wants, it being fine if he's here on business for Osaka talent, but if it concerns Osaka Enterprises, there could be trouble. He decides they should split up. He'll keep an eye on Katsuya while Saejima hunts down Morinaga, stating he'll contact him tomorrow. Saejima decides to begin his search by heading for Purgatory, immediately heading over to meet with the florist of Sai once again, who's already aware of his prison break from Abashiri, and that he's here for info relating to the Yakuza conflicts across the country and the death of Majima. Saejima adding he has a lead, asking if he knows where Morinaga is. The florist is taken back a bit, as by sheer coincidence, he had someone else drop by earlier that day who asked for the same thing, with him being willing to make an exception to tell him who that was, instructing Saejima go to the underground Coliseum. When he gets there, the florist states that one of the men in the ring, namely the one with the black koi tattoo, came asking for Morinaga's location, who turns out to be Aizawa.
Wait, what?
In his match, Aizawa proclaims he can't die until he finds him, before rushing towards his opponent, who pummels him against the ropes. Saejima saying he won't be able to get up at that rate, whilst the florist just chuckles. As his opponent gloats to the audience, Aizawa slowly gets back up, proclaiming he isn't dead yet, and that when he comes at him, he should be ready to kill. He manages to turn the battle's tide and knocks him to the floor, proceeding to get on top of him, brutalizing the man way past the point that he can fight back. The crowd slowly going quiet as Aizawa continues to go overboard, spraying blood all over the ring and himself, only stopping when his fist is grabbed by Saejima.
Jesus Christ.
After the fight, Aizawa explains how he was abandoned by Morinaga and of his plans to betray Daigo. After he took Morinaga to the hospital when he was shot by Aoyama, he was in critical condition and scheduled for surgery, but suddenly disappeared the next day, leaving a note for him which read, "Get away. Go back to Tokyo." Aizawa, confused by the message, started looking around Fukuoka for him, and the next day he learned about Aoyama's death at Morinaga's hands, that being the moment he knew he had abandoned him and everything they stood for, not understanding why he would do that after working together to climb through the ranks. Saejima asks if he's looking for him to get those answers, but Aizawa won't get them, as his behavior in the ring led the florist to decide not to give them to him, leaving him unsure of what to do or even think anymore. The breaking of a bond between sword brothers ends up enraging Saejima, as he views that as being sacred, with him then asking if Aizawa's still got some fight in him. Saejima proceeds to enter the empty ring before removing his jacket, demanding Aizawa join him to take him out and find Morinaga, and if meeting the man isn't good enough, pummel him until he's satisfied. That he can wallow in self-pity all he wants, but when your brother starts going down a wrong path, you have to be the one to set them straight. Aizawa agrees to the battle, the pair fighting to help give him the motivation to find his anarchy.
I actually do kind of love this because it gives Saejima more badass moments.
Yeah, he was solely lacking that in his chapters, I think.
行くで相沢。
Whilst Aizawa loses the fight, Saejima can tell the bond between him and Morinaga isn't broken yet, and it's because of that he needs to put his faith in him, it not being about whether or not he was casted aside, what matters being if he's going to accept that. The florist then walks in, applauding the two men, saying the fight was one of the liveliest he's seen in years, and in return for that, he'll tell the two of them where Morinaga is, albeit with the warning that the truth can be cruel, so they need the courage to face reality. Aizawa declares that whether fate has taken him, he needs to know where he's gone, otherwise he'll never be able to get his shit together, it being a path he can't walk alone.
わかった。話そう。森永の今の居場所、それは警視庁カムロ署地下2階の霊安室だ。
So they go looking for a guy, and he's dead.
Well, unfortunately, it's not Baba.
I think right off the bat, we're starting to see a problem this finale is going to have. That being that so much stuff has been set up in the first 4 parts that the finale just kind of struggles trying to give everything a proper resolution.
Yeah, also, because all of like Kiryu and Saejima stuff happened in the first 2 parts, and now we're at part 5, it's really hard to remember everything that happened before leading up to the final part.
If you got nothing else to add, then there's actually one other thing I want to mention about this, and that's the fact that, not counting remakes or non-canon spin-offs, this game marks the final appearance of the florist.
Oh,
really?
Is that it?
Yeah, after this game, he just never shows up again.
I fully expected him to be in Gaiden.
I want to say I'm kind of mixed on it, because it's a case of, on the one hand, it kind of sucks that he doesn't really get any kind of proper send-off, but on the other hand, I do imagine that trying to write a compelling crime mystery when a character whose entire shtick is that they know literally everything that happens in Kamurocho is really hard.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of a cheat code.
So is that an in-universe explanation for why he doesn't come back?
No, they just stop acknowledging he exists.
Huh.
That's so bruh moment.
We'll get to that when we get to Yakuza 6. Chapter 2, A Hidden Past. Oh, we have genuinely retired the joke. Okay. Over at Fujita's office, the police have started their investigation of the scene, amongst the officers present being Date, who finds the Omi pin on the floor.
We don't see much of Date.
Yeah, like, he showed up once during, like, the prologue to part 2, and then he basically just disappeared.
Yeah.
Another officer then enters to urgently tell him they found a second set of fingerprints on the gun, and they seem to match the prints they found on Morinaga's body, whom they found the previous night at the Shibora Wharf. He says they've been able to identify who they belong to, but the answer is fairly strange, with him handing over a picture of the man, Date recognizing him as the talent agency president that's been on the news recently, as it's none other than Katsuya.
Interesting.
I'm not super surprised about that.
The organized crime division having managed to dig up his connection to the Omi Alliance, with public security having their eyes on him for the last few years. Date asks where he is now, with the cops knowing he's staying at the Kamurocho Hills Hotel. We then shift over to a meeting between the Watase family, the group's patriarch being informed that Katsuya is apparently the one responsible for the events in Fukuoka, Sapporo, and Nagoya, and how most of his men are apparently already in Kamurocho. However, he's more enraged over the fact that the Tojo isn't doing anything about it, one of his men suspecting he may have struck some kind of deal with them, with Sotenbori being left deserted outside of a few holdouts, leaving his home turf exposed for a takeover. Watase comments that for someone who acts like they couldn't care less, he's taking a lot of extremes, with him then standing up, barking at his men to get ready as they're heading for war in Tokyo, refusing to let Katsuya get away with this.
He's not gonna get away with it.
Up in his hotel room, Katsuya speaks on the phone with someone, who informs him how Watase is now on the move, telling them not to worry as it's too late for him to interfere, before asking how the other issue is going, with the answer he gets letting him know that all that's left is to wait for all the players to come on stage, before hanging up. He then sits down to talk with someone, apologizing for the call as he has a lot on his plate, proceeding to ask Akiyama what he thinks of his proposal, the man being presented with 4 briefcases filled with cash. The money being offered is 500 million yen, being enough to cover what he lent to Park with 200 million left over, it all being Akiyama's if he agrees to cancel Haruka's concert at the Japan Dome, which is just 2 days away.
I feel like we just hear all these like big amounts of money and we just don't even blink. We're just so used to it.
Katsuya adds that will be easy, as he's already contacted the event organizer, so he won't need to worry about things like ticket cancellation fees, stating he'll cover all the cost, meaning all the money is for Akiyama and no one else, so he's free to use it however he wants. Though Katsuya suggests he consider Haruka's future living expenses, as cancelling the event would also be career suicide for her.
Honestly, a career sounds so stressful. Is it even worth it?
I mean, this is kind of something that she's been dreaming of since she was a kid, if I'm not wrong.
And also she's doing it to fulfill Park's dream.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Akiyama asks why he's going to such lengths to crush a teenage girl's dreams, though he states that he's only doing this because he doesn't want her to perform a concert there right now, hinting something might happen to her if she gets on that stage, stopping himself himself before he gives any further details, and to consider this a simple business transaction, a move to stop her from gaining traction over T-Set, stating they'll be the ones performing at that show instead.
I have a feeling that in order to link all these stories, she's going to end up performing anyway.
He then asks if Akiyama is accepting the offer, who gets up before stating that Katsuya is a strange one, that the more he talks, the less he understands him, complimenting his acting, but he can't see him as the bad guy he's trying to make himself out to be. And when he brings up all the things he did back in Osaka, he admits they were bad, but he feels it was mostly Kanai that was responsible for those moves, not Katsuya, having figured out he was operating on his own. He recalls their first interaction when they discussed Park back at Osaka Talent, and even then, just from the look on his face, he could see the real emotion that cracked through his facade, realizing he was genuinely sad and angry over Park's death, with that making Akiyama curious about him. Katsuya snaps at him to get to the point on if he's taking the money, to which he answers no, as it was Park's dream for Haruka to perform there, being ready to make an enemy out of all of Osaka Enterprises for the sake of a dead woman with no hesitation, with him then leaving the room. Akiyama heads back to Sky Finance, finding no one's home, with him crashing on one of the couches, only to discover there is someone in the office, and it turns out to be Shinada. Akiyama asks what they're doing here, with Shinada stating he's been waiting for 2 hours for someone to show up, explaining that he's here for a loan. Akiyama explaining that the branch is currently being ran by Hana, so he's not at liberty to give out money on his own, leading him to reckon that he's screwed. Akiyama then asks how much he needed anyway, figuring that if he's here, he got turned away from everyone else, with his answer of 320 million yen causing him to accidentally drop his cigarette on his crotch.
Oh my god, we really needed that detail.
With Shinada pleading for the cash, as whilst the extra 20 mil can wait, he needs the 300 mil by today, or else a lot of lives are going to be in danger. After reaching the point of banging his head on the table to beg for it, Akiyama says he can tell the guy is being serious, but asks what exactly he needs that money for, with him explaining he needs to get a debut concert at the Japan Dome cancelled by any means necessary, and the cancellation fee is 300 mil. Shinada informs Akiyama about what went down in Nagoya and his run-in with Daigo. He was told by Sawada that the Kuraha family are apparently planning to do something at the concert, though what exactly he's not sure, guessing it's likely a bomb threat, and when he tried to report this to the police, they didn't believe him since he has no evidence. So backed into a corner, he sees the only way to stop them is to cancel the concert. Akiyama commenting about how Katsuya also wanted it cancelled, wondering why one Omi group is trying to do something at the show, whilst another is trying to shut it down, with him reckoning it's likely due to some kind of infighting, theorizing that since the Kuraha are the family that the Omi's current chairman comes from, they might be trying to consolidate power before he dies, and Katsuya is trying to stop it so he can take over. He also explains that the other 20 mil is to pay back the money Daigo gave him, not wanting it as he's already satisfied when being given another chance to fulfill his dream. Akiyama calling it a stupid move to go into debt again to return money gifted by the Tojo chairman, but recognizes that his heart is in the right place. Akiyama believes all the events going on are somehow linked. However, he still refuses to cancel the concert, revealing his connection to Haruka and their shared goal of making sure the event happens, with her currently doing lessons in private with the people from Dynachair. And whilst he realizes the dangers that presents, he's not giving up that easily because of how many people's dreams are riding on that show.
Dreams will be ruined all over the place if we do this.
Unlike the amount of dreams that could potentially be ruined by seeing Haruka die on stage.
Oh yeah, that is definitely what I would definitely put a damper on the relationship.
He does agree that they should do what they can to try and eliminate any potential threats, promising Haruka will live her dream and he'll do what he can so she's not in danger. Shinada questioning how exactly he plans to do that, with him stating the first step is to find out what their plan even is. They don't have any leads on the Kuroha family, but Akiyama brings up the Katsuya mention that he'd been in contact with the event organizers about cancelling the show, and he must have used a lot of money and potential violence to put on the pressure, given it's for an event at the Japan Dome only 2 days in advance. Unless the organizer was already working with him.
Oh no, it's an inside job.
Akiyama then figures it's time to do some detective work, explaining that the organizer runs a company called Mao Inc., its location being a complete mystery with no one, including industry insiders, having any idea where it is. It being possible to call the company, but whenever you ask for their location, they'll tell you to ask the president before saying they don't know where he is. Since they don't have time for the normal avenues, even if they did work, he decides they should ask the people around town if they know where he is, specifically the homeless population. Once outside, the pair grab a whole bunch of liquor from a convenience store and then head to the hotel district, where they then trade the liquor, along with change to use a payphone, to one of the homeless in exchange for asking his friends if they know where to find the president of Mao Inc. After giving them some time, Akiyama eventually gets their call, with the homeless guy informing him that the president can be found on the top floor of the building next to the MEB info booth on Shichifuku Street, them gaining the info as apparently the area is one of the best places to get thrown out food. Before the pair enter the building, they get surrounded by Yakuza wearing sunglasses, effectively confirming they found the right place, with the loan shark and ball player working together to take them out. After reaching the president's room, they quietly open the door to see him bagging up money from a safe before storming in. The Mao president says he doesn't know anything, which since they haven't asked anything yet, is a dead giveaway he knows something important. With him stating he's only doing what Katsuya told him, that a moneylender would show up and to give him the brush off. Him not knowing exactly how he figured he would do that, but that it would concern Haruka's concert and to stop him if he could. Akiyama accuses him of trying to run off with the 300 mil Park paid him, but the president explains that he was actually taking it to Osaka to return the money, along with using the opportunity to visit Park's grave, which Akiyama doesn't believe as he thinks he's breaking his contract with her to switch sides for Katsuya. The president states that he's not even close to the truth, as Katsuya told him that he's already cleared the transfer to her, and when pressed on how she could do that when she's dead, he reveals that Katsuya and Park have actually been close allies with each other for over 20 years, being sure the man would be the last person to betray her, him knowing all this as he used to be Katsuya's manager, meeting the two back when they were both trying to make their breaks into show business, and then being friends ever since. He then hands over a picture of them from 20 years back as proof he's not lying, it even featuring Park's then boyfriend Majima, elaborating it was taken just a bit before Katsuya received the injury that ended his acting career, with Park and Majima proceeding to help him recover and find his new job, the latter of whom being the one who helped him get an in with the Yakuza so he could set up his agency in Osaka due to the competition being too fierce in Tokyo. Soon after, Majima and Park would end up splitting ways, her also heading to Osaka to establish Dynachair, working with Katsuya to get a slice of their dreams to work in the industry, the rivalry between their businesses all being faked as a way to generate publicity for both of their agencies, with even T-Set switching over to Osaka Talent just being one of those moves, it all being Park's ideas so they would get the strong competition needed to motivate them.
That's genius.
Akiyama is taken aback by the idea that Park, Katsuya, and Majima all knew each other, the president reckoning Majima likely wasn't in touch with Park when she died, but apparently he kept in contact with Katsuya, the two still meeting with each other whenever they both happen to be in Tokyo, meaning they're still close friends to this day.
I love that. I love that so much.
And he's not dead. He's here now.
This just ends up confusing Akiyama, as it means he must have had a different reason for cancelling the show, which shocks the president as Katsuya never told him he wanted it cancelled. Instead, he just wanted it pushed back by 1 day, as they apparently needed more time to work on the choreography for a new song.
あの勝也って男、一体何を考えてるんだ。
I genuinely cannot tell if Katsuya is the antagonist or not.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of this chapter. It sets up the initial thing of, oh, maybe Katsuya's the big bad. But then towards the end it goes, actually no, maybe he's not.
I like how it's like, oh, we're not sure that we can trust this guy. And it's like, actually, you know what? I'm a close friend of this couple. It's like, oh, okay.
I think that the one thing that I also do kind of love about it is that it really attests to Majima's character, where, like, he's true chaotic neutral. He's willing to stab one of his own men in the eye on a whim, but then at the same time, he will help set up his friend's entire career.
Majima's just that guy. He's him. Chapter 3, The Survivors.
Survivors? Who are the survivors? I will survive!
Up in his hotel room, Katsuya does some push-ups completely naked.
That sounds about right.
Showcasing the crane tattoo on his back.
The crane tattoo is very cool. I don't understand why he had to be naked for it.
Why not, I say? Why not?
Stopping when he gets a phone call which tells him about Akiyama's visit to Mao Inc.'s president, telling the person on the other end to proceed with the plan. Over at New Serena, Kiri was smoking by himself before Baba enters the room and turns the TV on. It shows a news report of Katsuya announcing that Haruka's concert has been cancelled, with T-Set stepping in as a replacement act whilst answering questions from reporters.
T-Set are the sacrificial lambs to make sure Haruka doesn't get killed.
Oh no.
Saejima is also watching the report in Purgatory, with Aizawa and the florist. The group all gaining the information via leaks that he's the top suspect for Morinaga's death. Aizawa tries to head up to Kamurocho Hills, planning to beat the truth out of him, but Saejima recognizes the bad state he's currently in, so he decides that he'll go after Katsuya, and suggests Aizawa go to the police department to collect Morinaga's body, as he should see his sworn brother off. Kiryu takes the announcement as a message to declare he's in Tokyo and is ready to take over the Tojo Clan, it being a call to gather both enemies and allies. He tells Baba to stay behind whilst he goes to visit Katsuya, as there's something he wants him to do for him, that being to find Haruka and to pass on the message, don't give up. Both the Dragon and Tiger head for Kamurocho Hills, fighting their way through Osaka Enterprises as they slowly climb the building. The two end up arriving at Katsuya's room and demand he explain what he gets out of luring them here, but says before doing so, there's one more person that needs to arrive, with Watase then storming into the room, demanding to know just what the hell the sneaky fuck is playing at.
Whoa.
With all the pieces in play, Katsuya suggests they head to a more open space, leading them up to the building's rooftop.
And no one will fight, I presume.
Especially not on the building rooftop, we've never done that before. Watase demands that he explain everything that's gone down, asking if it was all part of a plan to take over the Tojo. He states to them all that he's not the culprit, and that he lured them all there to enact his plan to find out who the real mastermind is, explaining that the attempted assassinations of Daigo and Madarame, Majima's death, and the accidents that killed top officers from the Tojo and Omi are all parts of a greater plan to destroy both the Tojo and Omi. Unfortunately, he can't even imagine who would go to such lengths to make them fight each other, leaving a brawl between the four of them as the only option, elaborating that whoever's responsible plans for all of them to die, specifically by manipulating them into a battle to the death, as the leaders of the Omi's two biggest families and the Tojo's two most legendary figures wiping each other out would allow them to overtake both organizations with minimal effort.
Okay, this is where I see the stupidity in the plan, because there's no way in hell that Kiryu and Saitama are going to kill each other.
Kiryu then asks, if he knows this, then why is he still playing along with it? Katsuya answering that the enemy will never show themselves otherwise, due to how overly cautious they are, believing they'll only show themselves once the fight is over, there being no point in speculating on who it is, so anyone who survives will get to learn the truth.
Oh, that's stupid. I'm sorry, but that's dumb.
It is dumb, but it is going to create a hype moment, and as we all know, hype and aura are the best parts of storytelling. Katsuya then removes his jacket, prompting Watase to say he's not used to seeing him pick a fight, so he must be fired up. Him answering that it's not every day something like this happens, and logic aside, a Yakuza could never turn down a fight like this. That logic aside is doing so much heavy lifting right now.
Yeah, it's working overtime.
Watase supposes he's right, before taking off his sunglasses and jacket, before asking Kiryu if he's ready to play into the enemy's hands, as the two of them were going to fight each other at some point, so it might as well be now. Katsuya then takes a moment to remind the group that at least one of them needs to survive to find out the truth, with whoever does so gaining the responsibility of saving the Tojo and Omi. After some silence, Saitama proceeds to take off his jacket, agreeing to the proposal, though he does warn that if he ends up being the last one standing, he's just as likely to crush both groups, since subtlety isn't exactly his style. Katsuya saying that's fine, as whoever wins gets to settle it however they wish. Kiryu then tells the idiots they should listen to themselves, and if they all think they've been itching for a fight, they've all forgotten one thing, that amongst them, no one has waited longer to fight than him, whilst asking who's first, as he's ready to take on any of them.
I mean, Kiryu, you're right, they are all stupid, but not for that reason.
Watase accepts Kiryu's challenge, leaving Katsuya to take on Saitama, them all being ready to put an end to things.
蹴りをつけましょう。
はあ、誰が一番強いのか、それに
誰がこの事件の幕を引く男なのか。手加減はなしだ。殺すつもりでかかってこい。
行くで、キル。
久々の喧嘩、手加減しませんよ。
おい。
残ったのは俺たちか。
ああ、そうやな。
冴島、悪く思うな。
お前とは本気でやりおうてみたいと思うとった。行くで、桐生。
Eventually, Kiryu and Saijima's battle turns into a stalemate, both being left exhausted and on the brink, but understanding they have to keep going until the mastermind shows themselves. After managing to get back up, a voice from the neighboring rooftop tells the two there's no need, before shooting Saijima in the shoulder and Kiryu in the gut.
They'll live.
The shooter is revealed to be Detective Serizawa, who says he's glad that Kiryu made it to Tokyo.
The cop guy, he's the main villain.
The Tojo men ask what a cop is doing here, but the Omi men interrupt, explaining that man is no detective, as he's in fact Tsubasa Kurosawa, the 7th chairman of the Omi Alliance. He then takes 2 more shots, managing to hit both Watase and Katsuya in the leg before bemoaning about his aim getting worse. And when Kiryu tries to get back up, he states that he hasn't said his piece yet, demanding he stay put, and that with the 2 rounds he still has left, he'll put him out of his misery once he's done talking.
Catch a monologue in, that's what you have to do.
Watase asks why it has to be him, cluing Kurosawa in how they had no idea he was behind everything, remarking that he knew making him captain was a good idea, as making a moron like him second in command would make it easier to fool everyone below him, even if Katsuya caught on in the end. Kiryu questions what the point of this is, as whilst him destroying the Tojo makes sense, why would he betray 2 of his best men that depend on him? Kurosawa coldly retorts that he's never cared about those 2 clowns, not sparing a thought to them the moment he became chairman, viewing them only as sacrificial pawns, whose only purpose was to die alongside Kiryu and Saijima, so in that regard, they played the part well. Watase climbs to his feet, screaming at the boss that he has to know one thing, what the point of this all is, telling the man that he's breaking his heart, and that he followed every order given no matter what, only living to make him proud and be the best soldier in the land, so he needs to know why he never asked him to help. Kurosawa answers that he's too likable, that he doesn't kiss ass or backstab, only romping around and doing whatever his gut tells him, yet dozens flock to him as he's able to win people over easily, the same being true for Katsuya, accusing them of believing they can run a family on charisma alone.
This just seems like projection to me. It's like, I'm not charismatic, so I'm taking it out on you.
He states that he despises Yakuza that are scared to fight dirty, especially punks like them who act like they're above it and get by on charm. Kurosawa believes that most Yakuza are idiots, so it's the leader's job to rule over the simpletons, and due to that, character counts for nothing, with anyone like that being a stain on the organization, with anyone who follows them being nothing more than cannon fodder.
He seems to be like the antithesis of Kiryu with this whole monologue.
He's basically the antithesis of Yakuza characters.
He feels like the antithesis of basic decency as well.
To him, things like fighting strong opponents, protecting allies, passing on dreams, and laying your life on the line are all idiotic beliefs, and the dumber shit you believe in, the dumber the flies you attract, and you can't run an empire with only pests under you, which is why he won't tolerate their stench any longer.
This is like Nishiki levels of cartoonishly evil, but it doesn't have the build-up.
Kurosawa aims his gun squarely on Watase, telling his captain that he gets to go first, before firing his weapon, only for the shot to get blocked by Katsuya, the bullet landing in his back with him soon collapsing.
Oh no.
Kurosawa is left mildly annoyed, whilst Watase shouts asking why he did that, Katsuya whimpering out that the Omi needs him, and he has to be the one to become 8th chairman, with him screaming that Kachan not die on him, getting more desperate as he falls unconscious. Kiryu and Saijima then get up to walk towards the edge, the dragon promising that he'll make the Omi chairman pay for what he's done, whilst the tiger declares he's going to head over to him right now, Kurosawa calling it big talk from someone falling apart at the seams, before telling the two he's got 1 shot left, asking if one of them wants to volunteer. A voice from behind suggests themselves, going on to comment that it's been a month since they last met, the voice being none other than Daigo, who's come with his own firearm.
Fuck. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you, Daigo.
He explains that he's been on Kurosawa's trail ever since he realized Aoyama betrayed him in Fukuoka, things falling into place when Azumi and Takachi were both killed in Nagoya, which didn't make any sense as the Omi were trying to stop them from forming alliances in other regions, only for high-ranking members from both sides to get murdered by the Nagoya family, a group that had remained invisible for so long suddenly coming out from the shadows, so he had to find out why, hence why he had Shinada look into them. He needed to know who was controlling them, as he knew that would help him find who orchestrated everything, with it all pointing to him. Kurosawa asked what his first hunch was, it being the moment he told him he was sick, as whilst his face was pale and he looked weaker than ever, his eyes told a different story, specifically that he was a man with a big task ahead of him, not that he was on the verge of death. He then questions why he bothered with making the alliances if he was already suspicious of him, as he should have known they would end badly. The Tojo chairman explaining that he saw the opportunity to weed out any potential traitors within his organization. Him and Majima are agreeing to play along for the time being, and unlike him, he thinks about more than just the short term, having the Tojo's future in mind, understanding that at some point he'd have to face the heads of the other Yakuza groups around the country, learning a good deal from them. He then tells Kurosawa that once the two of them fight, everything will come to an end, knowing that the man isn't long for this world, based on him shooting at the others from across rooftops as opposed to taking them head on, meaning he's lost his strength and is now scared to take them on directly. Since they both lead organizations that are 30,000 men strong, he proposes they settle things man to man, promising to pay the man's way to the afterlife.
Whoa.
Kiryu shouts at him to not do this, though Daigo tells him and Saejima that he leaves the rest in their hands, and that maybe after this, he can finally say he lived up to his title as the 6th chairman. God, Daigo is so cool in this game.
Genuinely, this was his redemption arc. I'm so glad to see it.
Daigo and Kurosawa have their quick draw, with the Tojo chairman managing to disarm the Omi's leader, who then asks why he didn't kill him. The 6th chairman then walks towards him and makes an offer. He can either take responsibility and end this like a real Yakuza, or he can put the weight of that responsibility in his hands, telling the man to make the choice as he aims the gun at him. Kurosawa says that neither of those options suit him, and that he's still too green, as showing mercy is the surest way to get killed.
Oh my god.
Daigo is then shot in the back, the attacker being Kanai, the man having betrayed Katsuya to work for the 7th chairman. Kiryu screams for Daigo, running towards the rooftop's edge in a vain attempt to jump over to the other side, with Saejima having to step in to hold him back.
God damn.
Kurosawa figures that things have been wrapped up, and when Kiryu demands to know where he's going and that he's going to tear him apart, he states that he can throw all the tantrums he wants, but it won't help in the end, suggesting he worry about what's to come, especially for that cute little girl of his, refusing to answer questions when he shouts to know what he's planning to do with Haruka, with him and Kanai leaving the roofs.
Oh god.
Oh no.
答えてくれ桐生どうしてなんだどうして俺が来るとこうなるんだどうして誰かが犠牲にならなきゃならないんだなんでなんだ
Okay, the fact that Kurosawa is the big bad, okay, but there wasn't a very good setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it'd be good to have like the idea of a bad guy. That's like a common thread throughout the entire story, and we know they're the bad guy, and it's not revealed at the last moment.
There could have at least been some kind of indication that he had ulterior motives, but it was kind of just like he shows up, does the police stuff, and then nothing else. It just feels very out of left field to reveal him as not only the big bad, but the chairman of the Omi.
I guess we're kind of hitting, like, that thing with Yakuza 5 where it's kind of a game where it's got a lot of really cool moments, or at least it has a lot of cool ideas, but a lot of them just end up being executed really weirdly. Like, the idea of the four-way fight between Kiryu, Saejima, Watase, and Katsuya is cool, but their justification for it is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't have a good reason to happen. Like, I like the concept, it's just the idea is, like, not strong enough.
Chapter 4, Crossroads.
Crossroads. Crossy Road.
We're gonna learn why the Kiryu crossed to the other side. In a small studio, Christina is taking Haruka through the last few rounds of dance practice, before their flow gets interrupted by Yamura on the phone talking to people demanding compensation for the show getting cancelled. Her stating that they've been over it not being their fault, before promising that Haruka will have a live show in Tokyo soon enough before hanging up.
Oh yeah, Haruka exists.
After apologizing for interrupting them, she talks about how they're being put through the ringer after the Tokyo companies turned on them following the concert's cancellation. Christina commenting that a lot of them will likely try to overcharge them due to the contracts being signed by Park, taking advantage of the woman not being with them anymore. Yamura bemoans about how they're struggling to get back on their feet after the event organizer cancelled on them, and how their reason for ditching them was that Osaka Talent was willing to pay more. Though Christina is insistent that they can't let Haruka down, and though she's likely struggling with motivation due to wanting to hold an event in Tokyo, they don't have a stage setup or location. Haruka says she's fine, but there has been one thing bothering her, proceeding to take out the letter from Majima, with her believing their planned meetup at the Japan Dome was supposed to be a form of closure for Park, allowing her to let go of the dream she failed to fulfill by helping Haruka achieve it. Christina sees Park's inability to leave her idle dreams behind as being commonplace across the entertainment industry, that one day you could be the object of everyone's attention, only to be lucky to even get so much as a glare the next. And when the work dries up, you leave as just another forgotten soul. The worst part being that the only person who gets to decide to end that chapter of your life is you. This is why Haruka is still adamant about doing the show, wanting to make Park proud and give her the closure she deserves, not caring if it takes years to do so. She's putting on that show for her, asking Yamura if she'll stick with her until they can hold a concert at the Japan Dome. Yamura answers that she knows Haruka will achieve her goals, and that she's supporting Park's dream too, so she's not going to let her rest until they get their shot at the Dome. Yamura then tells Haruka to get back to practice while she heads out to see some event contractors. But just then, T-Set enters the studio, shortly followed by Nakai, who apologizes for the intrusion.
And while T-Set has appeared.
Cool.
Yamura tries to get rid of them after all the shit they put them through, demanding they get lost if they're only here to cause trouble. Nakai explains that they've come in peace to tell them about their boss's plan. They're going to cancel T-Set's concert at the Japan Dome tomorrow, and instead hold one the day after, which will serve as the debut of Dreamline, an idol supergroup consisting of both T-Set and Haruka.
So it's going to be after the potential accident phase. But it probably won't go as expected because, you know, it's Yakuza.
The T-Set girls say that Katsuya apparently felt bad for Dynachair, especially with Park's death, so he decided to promote Haruka alongside them. The two girls being fine performing on their own, but were convinced after him and Nakai reckoned that teaming up would help create more buzz, with them both looking forward to the prospect of working together. Nakai then reveals that Park and Katsuya had actually been planning this before the Princess League even started, though he was only just told about it the previous night. Both him and Yamura being surprised at how far back this has been in the works, but he was shown information that Katsuya and Park had already signed with a major record label, complete with a debut single already being finished. Both sides are pretty annoyed about not being told about the plan until the last minute, but Nakai points out they can't really take it up with anyone given Park's death and Katsuya's recent hospitalization, the man currently being under surgery at Toto University Hospital.
So all in all, it's a great time.
With all he can say being that both of their bosses were dead serious about this, so it's up to them to make sure the event is is a success. Yamura ultimately agrees under the caveat that Osaka Talent handles the event coordination, whilst Dynachair takes over the creative aspects of choreography and chorus, an arrangement Nakai accepts as there's no one else who could get a song ready for the stage in a day, figuring he should be the one asking them. After the deal is sorted, with Tisa and Haruka agreeing to show Tokyo what they've got, the studio then gets one more visitor with Baba, who's come to pass on Kiryu's message to Haruka.
Fuck. I'm sorry, now every time you mention Baba, I just start seeing red.
The way you feel about Baba is how I feel about Nishiki.
Asking if they can speak somewhere quieter, telling her to meet him at Public Park 3. Despite not knowing who Baba is, and the proceedings sounding rather shady, Haruka decides to meet with him, given the message is from someone important, prompting some light teasing from T-Set wanting to know who it is before she heads out, with the girls telling her it's best to get this out of the way now so they can get as much time as possible to practice up to the 11th hour. When she gets to the park, her and Baba sit on the swing set. He tells her about how he and Kiryu saw Katsuya's TV interview the previous night, and about how a Japan Dome concert has been cancelled. The dragon telling him he had a few things to take care of, but asked him to pass on the message to never give up, reckoning there was probably more he wanted to say, but due to the lack of time, he's passed on what he thought was most important. And whilst he's not sure on the two's relationship completely, he has the feeling that Kiryu's been rooting for her for a while. Haruka confirms that he's been supporting her the whole time, with Baba commenting it's good to see she's already following his advice, before asking if she got some good news recently, but Haruka's answer that she's going to be putting on a show with T-Set at the Japan Dome leaves Baba shocked.
Oh no.
She then asks if he came all the way up from Fukuoka to tell her this, figuring it's like him to do something like this instead of taking the easy route and just calling her, which leads him to tell her that Kiryu is in Kamurocho, coming down on a short business trip due to some trouble with his old job, the man currently staying in at New Serena. He then asks, knowing that he just passed on that message, if she's really dead set on doing that concert, as he has the feeling something bad might happen, being suspicious of how out of nowhere the concert with T-Set is, especially given how hard it is to book an event at the Japan Dome.
I didn't tell you this, but there might be some Yakuza conspiracy going on. But you didn't hear that from me.
I would never suggest the stage might blow up. I'm just saying it hypothetically could happen. He then goes on to say Kiryu is in a rough place right now, as one of his close friends got in an accident and he's in bad shape. Not knowing who exactly, but he's not taking it well, so he might be on the verge of doing something reckless. And whilst he may be strong, losing someone close can cause even the toughest hearts to falter, throwing out the suggestion for her to visit him as her presence could do some good. Plus, given how young she is, she'll always have another shot at the whole concert thing. Despite his pleas, Haruka decides she can't see him right now, understanding that he's likely really upset about his friend, given how kind a person he is, but she also feels that if she goes to see him now, they'll both lose something even more important, something she's always had faith in. She states that she believes in Uncle Kaz, so she'll keep going down the path he sacrificed so much for, thanking Baba for passing on the message, deciding to head back to do her last bunch of lessons. Before she goes, he has one last question for her. How did she know she could trust him despite not knowing who he is or how he and Kiryu met? Her answer being that Baba seems like the kind of person he'd be friends with, over the years learning the common traits of the people he takes a liking to, so she could tell he wasn't a bad guy at least.
You know what? I'm gonna give this one to Baba. If Haruka thinks he's a good guy, that's gotta mean something.
Haruka then heads off, with Baba proceeding to take out a smoke, before asking himself what he's even doing. After a short scene of Watase solemnly looking over a still unconscious Katsuya, we transition over to New Serena. Kiryu is lying unconscious on the bar, the shot he took to the gut taking him out of it. Saejima staying there lucky to have even made it there, and when the bar's owner asks if he wants to go to the hospital, he explains he can't do that without getting arrested by the cops, and he can't afford that right now. He then apologizes for putting this on her, to which she says it's all fine, at which point Date enters the scene, asking how he's holding up. Date, he will always make my days brighter. Saejima asks how Daigo's doing, Date explaining that he's been put on life support, so it could be dicey for the next couple of days.
Okay, at least he's still alive.
He then talks about the sudden shock from the suspect of his murder case turning up at the hospital with Daigo, having figured that Tojo and Omi had gone to war again, before then finding out Kiryu and Saejima were involved too. The Tiger questions if he's going to get heat for sheltering them, him answering that he'd get his badge taken in a heartbeat, but he's fine with that happening, leading him to reminisce about his detective career starting when Kiryu was first arrested 17 years ago, him being there when he quit and when he came back, supposing that if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be a detective in the first place. Saejima figures the two are kinda partners from the opposite sides of the law, Date going to say they're not exactly friends, but they always end up working together somehow, the two somehow being inseparable, adding that the same goes for the bar they're in, it being the place Kiryu left to take the fall for a friend 17 years back, only to end up returning 10 years later when he got caught up in the 10 billion yen incident. In the 7 years since, he's continued to be a key player in Tokyo's underworld, with Serena being the ground zero, where new faces constantly come and go, the place effectively being the crossroads of Kiryu's life. And with that, he said the chapter title.
Hey.
Akiyama then enters the bar, agreeing with Date's views, seeing the place as the crossroads of both Kiryu and everyone who shares his convictions, them all eventually ending up there. He tells the cop and the convict that he's got some information on the situation between the Tojo and Omi, reckoning there's some things they should discuss, the conspiracy starting in Fukuoka before spreading to Sapporo, Osaka, and Nagoya, with the Tojo at the root of everything, the thing that connects it all being the Omi's 7th chairman, Tsubasa Kurosawa, and the 3 men who managed to figure out his plan, Daigo Dojima, Naoki Katsuya, and Goro Majima. He then shows the two the picture he got of Majima, Katsuya, and Park, believing the 3 of them risked their lives to find the evidence and protect each other. Akiyama then sits the 2 down and tells them his theory as to what's been happening. After recapping Kurosawa's plan to take over the Tojo and cleanse the Omi, and how he sorted arrangements to have the Tojo men in Fukuoka, Sapporo, and Nagoya murdered, he talks about how he didn't plan for what happened in Osaka, namely the letter Majima sent to Park, which sparked trouble between Osaka Enterprises and Dynachair. Saejima vaguely recognizes Park and Katsuya's names due to Majima mentioning them one time after his release, Akiyama believing they wanted to keep the relationship quiet given the positions they ended up in, so not many people would know Majima was married. He explains the letter's significance, as based on its postmark, it was sent after Majima was apparently killed in Sapporo, with it also having indications of his current location. So when Osaka Enterprises found out, they figured Majima was still alive and tried to get the letter in order to find him, unfortunately leading to Park's death and it getting passed down to Haruka, causing her to become the group's next target. Despite the postmark, Akiyama doesn't believe that Majima is still alive, as he thinks he would have come after Kurosawa the previous night were that the case, so it's likely he was already dead by the time Park got the letter. He suggests that he actually left it with Katsuya from the beginning, as that's the only way he could think of that Osaka Enterprises would know of its existence, as it couldn't have been leaked by anyone within Dynachair, the photo being what led him to this answer, informing the two of the trio's decades-long friendship. If his hunch is right, it would mean that Katsuya and Park were the ones who leaked the letter's existence, figuring Majima and Katsuya had caught on to Kurosawa's plan, so they set up a trap to leak info that suggested the Mad Dog was potentially still alive, then see who took the bait to get a trail to the mastermind, with Kanai eventually becoming the one to take it, along with Kurosawa, who under his detective alias got Akiyama riled up and kept Haruka from leaving Osaka, giving away both the chairman's role as the schemer and the fact that Kanai was secretly working for him behind Katsuya's back, which led to him trying to get the letter to hide his connection to Majima, along with eventually putting in the work to save her from Kanai and keep out of harm's way, likely due to his guilt over the plan causing Park's untimely death. He also believes Park was well aware of the dangers as soon as she got that letter, with her gifting Haruka the fountain pen that unlocked her safe to point them in the right direction if anything happened to her. Him believing she went along with the plan, despite not being with the Tojo or Omi, due to wanting to still feel connected with Majima after choosing to live the life of a lonely businesswoman, and that just like how New Serena serves as the connection between the three of them and Kiryu, Katsuya was the connection between Majima and Park. Date's impressed he managed to get all of that from just one photo. Before asking how he learned about what happened in Fukuoka and Nagoya, Akiyama answering that he happened to run into someone who knew about what happened there, namely a former pro baseball player who stopped by his office, though he's currently out visiting a friend.
Oh, Shinada!
Yeah, the goat. Back over at Toto Hospital, Shinada walks down a hallway and ends up passing by Watase just as he's leaving Katsuya's room. The Yakuza ends up stopping to ask the stranger a question. If he shared a dream with a friend and they got killed, would he prioritize getting revenge or fulfilling their dream? Shinada answers that he'd want revenge, but if he knew the friend wouldn't want him to do that for them, then he'd pursue the dream instead, as shouldering each other's dreams are what friends are for. Watase agrees with his sentiment before apologizing for the random question and heads out, with Shinada continuing on his way to Daigo's hospital room. Coming back to the idol girls, the group are working through their dance routine, which Haruka ends up tripping on partway through, her apparently consistently having an issue at that part of the song. T-Set understanding it sucks to constantly slip up right at the end, but she needs to memorize the moves, her apologizing for the mistake before asking Christina to start it up again. Yamura and Nakai get to talking, him saying that for what T-Set lack in personality, they make up for with their pro dancing and singing skills, the two being able to pick up new routines quickly with technique to pull them off.
They may be terrible people, but at least they can dance.
Both managers are aware Haruka isn't ready yet, but because Park has pinned her dreams on her, they need to get her to master the song before the day is up, no matter what, as they'll be performing at the Dome tomorrow night. Returning to New Serena, Akiyama tells Date and Saejima about how the concert is in danger and how it hasn't been cancelled, just pushed back one day with Haruka now performing alongside T-Set. He believes that Katsuya knew that Kurosawa was planning to target the concert, so he wanted to cancel it to keep her out of danger, the attack on Haruka being a backup plan in the event that they fail to kill Kiryu.
You know what? That makes sense.
But because holding a concert there was something both he and Park wanted for such a long time, he decided to instead change the day of the concert, hoping it would dodge the threat to Haruka while still allowing her to perform. Unfortunately, since he failed to end things with Kurosawa, the danger is still present, and given his condition, he can't make the necessary calls to cancel it. Stuck in a tough spot, Akiyama decides they either have to stop Kurosawa's men getting to the concert, or they'll have to either postpone or cancel it. And given it's an event that would see an influx of tens of thousands of people, it would be impossible to weed out all his men in a crowd that size, with the loan shark even admitting that despite how hard he's been pushing for Haruka to do this, he's been left in a spot where cancellation seems like the only option. Just then, Kiryu gets up and tells them they can't do that. The man barely being able to get up, having heard the gist of their conversation, and despite knowing the risks at stake, he insists that the concert has to happen, because he knows that even if she found out about all this, Haruka would still choose to go on that stage. He also knows that this is something Akiyama would already know before he came to speak with them, along with the fact that he's the only one who could convince her to stop. The loan shark admitting that to be the reason he's here, questioning if Kiryu is willing to let her go on stage knowing her life is at stake. Kiryu doesn't answer the question and instead heads outside, with Saejima deciding to follow him up to the building's rooftop. Up on the roof, Saejima catches on that Kiryu is having doubts, admitting that he's made up his mind, but it still scares him. What Kurosawa said about her still ringing through his head, the guy knowing how to get a rise out of people. The dragon then confesses that over the year that he's been without the kids, even with new friends and a girl at his side, he's felt alone. Something that even when he was locked up for over a decade, he never felt before. Guessing that he's just getting old.
Kiryu is just constantly getting kicked in the dick by life. That's the only way I can describe this.
Saejima tells him it's about family, that during his sentence, he had Nishiki, Yumi, and Kazama, so the 10 years felt a breeze despite how far away they were, as he had a home to go back to, a family waiting for him to return, that being all a guy needs to stay sane. That was also true for him, that during his 25 years, he never lost hope due to knowing Yasuko and Majima would be waiting for him, and whilst those two may be gone from his life now, he doesn't feel lonely because they chose their own paths, not taking life for granted, living and dying on their own terms. So from his point of view, all he can do is continue fighting and make them proud. Don't want to ruin the sentimental scene, but did Saejima just forget he was on death row?
Oh yeah.
Like, Saejima, I appreciate your sentiment, but I think you might have forgotten a bunch of stuff that happened last time. He tells Kiryu that Haruka doing the concert is his choice, and if he wants her to pursue that dream, they'll help out whatever way they can, reminding Kiryu that there's no shame in asking friends for help before heading back inside. When Kiryu's ready, he returns to New Serena, where Date has fallen asleep at the bar, while Saejima, Akiyama, and Shinada discuss a plan, the group explaining that they're looking over a map of the Japan Dome, which they've drawn a sketch of the concert's layout on top of, them having gone ahead as they got word from Haruka about Kiryu's message to never give up. Before joining in on their plan, Kiryu asks who the new guy is, Akiyama introducing Shinada as a friend of Daigo, who used to be a pro ball player before getting banned, and that he came to him for a loan of 320 mil due to being a nightlife writer in Nagoya. Shinada explains to the group that the only position that would give someone with a rifle a clear shot of Haruka would be the outfield stands, based on the stage being positioned over the home plate, which leaves the only viable spot as being the batter's ice screen, him being sure of it as the other spots either have too many people or the position makes getting the shot too hard, and when you factor in the scaffolding, lighting, and camera positions, it makes that the only spot where you can get a direct view on home plate. The group question how exactly he knows all this and why he's so confident in his answer, him answering that he may not be a sniper, but he knows that within the realm of pro baseball, it's apparently pretty common for home teams to plant spies there to steal signs from the other teams, as it lets them see the opposing catcher's hand signals, which they can then radio over to the bench, it being a useful tactic to intercept pitches at crucial moments. Akiyama then recalls that he got banned from the league on sign stealing accusations, leading him to ask if that's true, with him answering it wasn't the case as the Wyverns didn't have any spies in the center field stands that day, with him effectively scoring the home run because he didn't know the fastball was coming. Kiryu then asks if he knew the team had a procedure like this, then why didn't he say anything, as that knowledge could have easily proven his innocence. Shinada reasoning he didn't want to ruin the dream of the fans, fearing that the information going public would ruin the sport for everyone and effectively kill the idea of the public being able to see the dreams they couldn't carry out on their own be done by the players on the field, pointing out that he only scored one home run across his career, but for some that was all they needed to see. So in other words, Shinada is saying it's perfectly fine to keep people in the dark about people cheating at professional sports so that it doesn't ruin the end product. Shinada, I may love you, but what the fuck are you talking about, you delusional dickhead?
I love how like this has been like a full-on Yakuza conspiracy, and then this feels like at the same time Shinada's fever dream.
He views Haruka's concert in a similar manner, that the audience getting to see her achieve her dreams makes it less scary for them to pursue their own, them being something that are passed on from one person to another, like how Sawada inspired him, and in turn, he ended up inspiring Daigo. And since he's put his life on the line to protect his dreams, it's now his turn to keep it alive, Saejima being in a similar boat as he needs to support Majima's dreams. We then head over to an office within the Millennium Tower, the room being filled with unconscious Yakuza scattered across the floor, with Kurosawa being sat by a window looking outside, as an unseen man approaches him. The Omi chairman is surprised by how nice the view is of Kamurocho's nightscape, telling the man that he knew he was alive, figuring one of them would survive this and take him out, that being the deal deal he made with Katsuya.
真島
黒沢
さあ最後の一仕事手伝ってもらうとするか
I love how it was we just didn't believe that at all, ever.
Before we get to the final chapter, I want to mention my two major issues with the finale. First is just the general fact that it just doesn't really do a consistently good job of paying off stuff that was set up during the first 4 parts. Either a lot of it ends up having to get a rushed conclusion so that they can move on to the other 50 things they set up, or in some cases they just flat out ignore it and just hope you don't notice. And then the other thing is that seemingly at every opportunity, it's trying to give these like big rousing speeches that the series is kind of known for, except not only does it do it so frequently to the point it becomes comical, but half the ones it does do are either being given by the wrong character, it's being delivered to the wrong person, or the sentiment behind them is just fucking stupid.
Yeah. I don't really have any complaints for this chapter. Like, the setup was good. We have an idea of what the plan is. The reveal that Majima is alive, even though we kind of knew the entire time. Yeah, no, I think this chapter was pretty solid.
Yeah, it wasn't like, of all like the negativity in this part, it wasn't as like egregious or noticeable as in like other parts. So I think it was a relatively like calm chapter in comparison. I mean, obviously like aside from the Majima twist, quote unquote, because we all knew. But yeah, I think, yeah, I guess we'll just see how it all wraps up in the end.
Final chapter, Dreams Fulfilled.
It's the main theme of the story. We've come full circle.
After going over their plan, the 4 agree to split and get preparations done until the time comes to act. Essentially, this is just the game basically going, this is your last chance to do any side content.
Oh, right, it's getting like the Mass Effect treatment.
When the day of the concert arrives, the Tokyo Dome is buzzing with people. T-Set checking out how hyped people are for the event from Mai's phone, though Haruka seems to be spacing out a bit. And whilst the 2 girls are relieved that they've managed to bring in a large crowd, Haruka seems unsure about something. The girls check that she's okay, it being just 1 more hour before they go on stage, with her looking at her phone before whispering to herself that Uncle Kaz forgive her.
Oh no.
Concerned for Haruka and kind of for Kiryu.
Back at New Serena, the 4 get ready to head for the dome until the bar's owner suddenly runs in and demands they turn on the TV. The news is reporting that at 5 PM that day, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police announced that the Millennium Tower has been seized by an unknown group, and they're claiming to have taken Majima hostage, with them holding him on the top floor, leading the 4 to decide to head to the tower.
I thought, isn't the Millennium Tower always getting like under siege?
Pretty much.
They should just like have like a days without an accident thing.
Outside, the cops are keeping the crowd from entering the building. The group looks up at the tower until they hear tires screeching, the noise coming from a car speeding through Nakamichi Street, almost hitting them before being joined by another car. 4 men step out of the vehicles, who all take out submachine guns and fire at the crowd. Kiryu and Akiyama getting cover behind a police car, while Saejima and Shinada duck behind a plant bed.
Oh no.
Shit.
Within the window provided by the men reloading, Kiryu and Akiyama jump into and drop 2 of the men, before attacking the other 2, causing them to gun each other down.
Wait, I'm trying to envision that in my head.
As they try to figure out just what the hell happened, Saejima finds that the gunners are all wearing Majima family crests. Akiyama theorizing that the attack was part of an effort to drive the Tojo out of town by making it look like the Majima family resorted to violence to save their patriarch.
Okay. I can kind of see that working.
They then notice an army of Omi men closing in on them, led by Kanai. Realizing the whole town is now in danger, the group formulate a plan of attack. Saejima demands that he be the one to go after Majima, since now that he knows his brother is alive, he's going to to punch him in the face.
Based Saitama, now and always.
When deciding who should save Haruka, despite Kiryu's glares, Shinada volunteers himself, since on top of the fact that Kiryu would stand out too much, he knows the stadium's layout the best and the bad guys won't recognize him. And when Kiryu tries to join him, he fights back by saying he was the one that said they should split up. Plus, he owes Daigo for giving his dream back 20 years prior, so it's his turn to protect Daigo's dream. Ultimately, he's able to convince Kiryu to let him be the one to save Haruka, with the dragon and Akiyama staying behind to fight off the Omi on the ground level.
冴島、品田、ここは俺と秋山で守る。その間に地下からそれぞれの場所に向かえ。ああ、はい。それじゃ行くぜ。
冴島さん、
行くで、品田。
よくこれだけ集まるもんだ。
はよ楽にしたる。
Whilst Kiryu and Akiyama fight off the first wave, Saitama and Shinada begin their trek through the sewers, finding more men waiting for them in the undergrounds, which they battle their way through. Partway through, Saitama tells the former baseball star that when he reaches the dome, he might encounter Baba, with him requesting that he pass on the message that he'll be waiting for him for as long as it takes to swear their oath of brotherhood, with him hoping that he can not only save Haruka, but Baba too, with Shinada agreeing, albeit whilst also being left in disbelief just how far these guys are willing to go for each other.
As much as I hate Baba, if Haruka trusts him, I kind of don't want him to die, but this is only for Haruka's sake.
We performed so many villains, we need to finish some of them off.
After the pair split up at the end of the sewers, we cut back to the concert, just 1 minute away from starting, with Haruka looking at the fountain pen she was gifted by Park, decorated with a sticker of their Prince Circle picture, her then placing the pen in her top, next to her heart. The T-Set girls ask if she's ready, viewing this show as just the beginning for Dreamline, reckoning they should all have a good time before taking positions. The lights then come on, and the 3 girls are lifted to the stage, Haruka taking in the gargantuan crowd's cheers before beginning the first song of the night. Off in the distance amongst the seats, Baba looks on at the show before opening a case which houses his sniper rifle.
Oh shit. Don't do it!
If you do it, I will justify your death.
Saitama reaches the Millennium Tower's rooftop, where he finds Kurosawa looking over the city. The old man figures he'd be here, stating that they're painfully predictable, that he just demands to know where Majima is. face.
That's just such villain speak. It's like, you're predictable. It's just, I feel like you should be stroking a cat while turning around in a chair.
Kurosawa signals to turn around, where he sees the Mad Dog locked up in chains being brought to the roof by his men.
He's alive! I mean, we already knew that, but he's alive, yeah.
He attempts to run over, but is stopped when all 4 men draw guns, the Mad Dog proceeding to apologize for letting things get to this point. Saejima shouts to know what's happening, Kurosawa answering he'll learn in good time, as the best part is yet to come, taking out a key to unlock Majima's chains, before handing over his knife and telling him to start the show. Majima grabs his weapon and slowly stumbles towards his brother, who questions what he's doing, with him once again saying he's sorry, as it looks like they'll have to try and kill each other, explaining that he couldn't do it, as she means more to Kiryu than life itself, so he can't let it happen. Saejima screams that he's not making any sense, at which point Kurosawa offers to clear things up, throwing over a phone which shows a live feed of the concert. The Omi chairman explains that the girl dies on his signal, figuring he can work out the rest. That if he wants to save Haruka, he has to kill Majima, and if he loses, he'll give the signal and they can go to heaven together.
That's why I thought if Baba kills Haruka, I will jump through the 4th wall and rip his head off.
The idea being that either Haruka dies, or Saejima spends the rest of his life behind bars, as he'll be framed for kidnapping and murdering him as retaliation for getting exiled from the Tojo, questioning his silence as he thought he liked rotting in prison. Saejima asks his bro if they're really doing this, Majima viewing it as either she and her dreams die in front of 50,000 people, or 2 Yakuza die that no one would bat an eye over. The Mad Dog then takes off his jacket, the tiger questioning if he plans to fight him all banged up, claiming he won't last 5 minutes against him, recalling what he told him 2 years ago, and that he's not what he used to be, so he doesn't stand a chance. Majima admits that he's right. 2 years ago, he couldn't fight him, because he was too weak. That from his fight at the banning center, he could tell that getting out of the slammer and returning to the Tojo softened him, and he was offering an easy way out because he knows when you go soft in their world, it's over. He then reveals that he's the one who wrote the expulsion letter, having sent it out when he was traveling to Sapporo, doing it because he didn't want Saejima getting dragged back into this, not knowing that the legend of him killing 18 men would make him such a big target.
The thing with Saejima is he's going to drag himself back in.
He then demands Saejima take off his shirt and prove he still has what it takes, wanting to see that his fangs still shine as bright as they did in the old days. Majima unsheaths his blade while Saejima rips off his jacket, Kurosawa smirking at the prospect. Majima asks his brother to forgive him, Saejima stating that if he was willing to let Haruka die, he would have killed him anyway. He then thanks Kurosawa for letting him take another real crack against his brother, and that if he had died before he got the chance, he would have taken that regret to the grave.
ほな、行くで、兄弟。ああ、俺らの最後の喧嘩の花、しっかり咲かせたらやないかい。
After a while, the two complement each other's fighting prowess, prompting Kurosawa to ask if that's all they've got. demanding they keep going, and when the two men just stare him down, he attempts to give the signal to shoot, only to find that his man isn't answering. Saejima then throwing back his phone, explaining it ought to clear things up. Back at the Tokyo Dome, Baba watches on as the concert continues. After considering everything, he decides to close the rifle case and leave, finally gaining the courage to leave Kurosawa.
Good man.
It only took him almost going to do it.
As he goes to leave, he runs into Shinada, who realizes he's the man Saejima told him to look for, and after seeing the camera on the floor in his case, he picks up that he chose not to shoot Haruka. Baba attempts to act ignorant and walk away, but he's stopped by Shinada, who suggests he not leave the camera behind, demanding he go back and pick it up before punching him to the ground, informing him about the areas used for sign stealing, so leaving the camera is asking for trouble, and that stealing signs may be low, but it's how the game is played behind the scenes. He recognizes that Baba is a behind the scenes guy himself, so why would he leave evidence behind? Nothing pissing him off more than someone doing a sloppy job, prompting him to ask just what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm just like, he's decided not to kill Haruka.
And Shinada's still beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, and it's just...
Shinada elaborates that he's giving him prompts for deciding not to go through with it, but attempting to walk away as if he was never going to do it isn't right, because it means he's running away from reality, so he needs to owe up to what he's done, demanding he man up and let them mark the error, and that he's going to make him pay for everything he's done until now, since if he doesn't, Baba will end up disappointing everyone who still has faith in him.
誰なんだそいつは。殴った後に教えてやる。おめえみてえなガキには言葉で説明しても伝わらねえだろうからな。
After Shinada successfully takes down Baba, he falls to the ground before looking over at the concert. He comments that they look so small down there, that the stage is where dreams come true, but this is the view from the crowd, wondering if he looked that small too, causing him to tear up. As he looks on at the show, Baba gets back up and takes out the rifle, intending to shoot himself, crying that it's too late for him, asking why he couldn't have met Saejima sooner, having figured out that Shinada knows him too, leading to ask that he pass on the message that he's sorry he can't go back.
What? No, that's not. No, don't do that.
Shinada runs in to try and get the gun out of Baba's hand, and as the song comes to a close, the sound of a gunshot is drowned out by the fireworks on stage.
Oh no.
Wait, he's actually done it?
When Shinada opens his eyes, he finds that Baba is still alive, the rifle having been shot out of his hands before he pulled the trigger, thanks to the sharp aim of Homura, standing alongside Oshima and Deputy Warden Kosaka.
Okay, thank God for that.
Oshima walks over and slaps Baba, asking what he was thinking by trying to throw his life away, Homura remarking it was worth bending the rules to get them to Tokyo. Baba asks what they're doing here, Homura explaining that after he escaped prison, Saejima got in contact with Kosaka to tell him about what had been happening, him requesting that they help Baba, informing them that he could tell that he was working under someone else's orders, with Kosaka passing on the message that he can atone for his crimes as brothers in Abashiri, the deputy warden telling Baba to come home, since he has people waiting for him, the hitman proceeding to break down crying as the staff announce a 15-minute intermission. Shinada remarks that Baba's lucky to have a place to go back to, before slumping down to ask himself what he's going to do, not having anywhere he can call home. Just then, he gets a phone call, answering to be met with Takasugi, asking how the sights are in Tokyo, who explains that he was worried after the guy bolted. Shinada asks what there's to worry about as he paid back the money, requesting he not be like that, before stating he was worried about him, along with passing on the message that Milky got released, who also asked he pass on that if he stops by, she'll give Shinada 90 minutes for 3,000 yen. Takasugi says that everyone misses him, asking him to come back, remarking he never gave him the receipt for his loan, though Shinada's left unable to talk back as he's too busy crying from realizing he does have a home and people who genuinely care for him.
That's nice.
Kurosawa is left dumbfounded upon seeing his video feed get taken over by a bruised Shinada, realizing that Baba's failed him and he's lost his leverage. He smashes the phone before taking out a gun, deciding that both Saejima and Majima die now, only for it to get shy of his hand thanks to the surprise appearance of Daigo and Katsuya, the Tojo chairman proceeding to gun down all 4 of Kurosawa's men on the rooftop, telling the Omi chairman it's over.
Hell yeah.
I think Daigo missed out on a career as a hitman.
I think he did.
Over at the concert, Tisa and Haruka enter the changing room to relax, but upon seeing that Haruka's gotten a really bad blister on the back of her foot, the two head out to get some help for her. When the two leave, Haruka catches a glimpse of the TV, her being shocked to see that the news is reporting on the events in Kamurocho, showing footage of Akiyama and Kiryu working together to fight the Omi invaders, the pair currently working through a group of them at Theatre Square. After taking them down, they're left exhausted, Akiyama commenting that he really needs to quit smoking, the pair wondering how Shinada and Saejima are handling things before looking over at the tower.
Be a good role model. Say no to smoking and drugs and peer pressure and withholding affection.
Kurosawa is now backed into a corner, Katsuya telling his boss that he can't win this and it's time he accepts defeat. Instead, he starts to laugh until he coughs up blood, declaring that Daigo has already lost and that time's almost up, before choking up a large pool of blood on the floor and himself. He confirms that his body is ready to throw in the towel, his terminal cancer being very real, leading them to ask why he would do all of this if that's the case, to which he answers that he had to see it with his own eyes the moment he hands over everything he built to see him inherit his power. Back on the ground level, Kiryu and Akiyama get surrounded by yet another wave of Omi men, with Kanai being amongst them, the loan shark bemoaning that they just give up already.
I know, let him breathe.
Before they can continue fighting, Kiryu gets a phone call from Daigo, who brushes past explaining how he's there as he informs him that Kurosawa's goal was to never kill them or take over Kamurocho. Instead, he wants to give ownership of the Tojo and Omi to someone else. There not being enough time to explain who, as Kiryu needs to get to Tojo HQ as soon as possible. Akiyama tells Kiryu that if he needs to go somewhere, he'll be fine on his own. Plus, he needs to sell things with Kanai, and this is his town, so he's going to make them pay for what they've done to it.
頼んだ。さあ、これで俺もこの町の伝説になれるかな。行くぞ、カナイ！
Akiyama manages to take them down, but Kanai manages to get right back up, who starts claiming that more of his guys will be there any second, and that the town is done. They look over to see a sea of men approaching, however Kanai's smirk starts to falter, as the soldiers approaching aren't his, as they're the Yamagasa family.
Oh.
Meanwhile, from behind, the Kitakata family starts to close in on him, with Theatre Square then getting filled in by the Watasei family, the Omi captain declaring that Kurosawa's boys have all been dealt with. Watasei tells him that whilst they were busy dreaming of building an empire, they were all working on big dreams of their own. The Yamagasa, Kitakata, Tojo, and Omi all sharing clashes with Daigo, Majima, and Kiryu, that being the bond that links them, stating this is where Kanai's scheme dies, as he's now on the shit list of every Yakuza in the country.
Good job, Kanai. You did great.
Kanai looks around, and upon realizing he has no way of coming out of this, he falls to the ground in defeat. Watasei then walks towards Akiyama, taking off his sunglasses as he tells the loan shark that the Omi Alliance has never bowed its head to anyone, that being what makes them the strongest. But today, he's willing to make an exception, the man getting on his hands and knees, telling Akiyama that they are in his debt, with every Yakuza in the area also bowing their heads in respect to the lifeline of Kamurocho.
Holy shit.
He then asks how he feels to be the only lender to stand above the Yakuza, Akiyama joking that he's had better days, going on to say that what Watasei managed to do isn't something most people could. He then takes out a smoke, saying that all that's left is to see how Kiryu wraps things up, then they can call it a day. When he reaches Tojo HQ, Kiryu finds the front courtyard littered with the bodies of Tojo patriarchs, blood sprayed across the snow. He heads inside and follows the chaos into the meeting room. When he goes in, a familiar voice tells the dragon that they've been waiting, him finding that sitting in Daigo's chair is Aizawa.
As in, like, the bodyguard dude?
Yes.
That makes sense. Aizawa seems like the type to sit in chairs.
Kiryu asks what he's doing here, the man admitting that he's not really sure himself. Not being too long ago that he was a dumb punk serving as the chairman's bodyguard, with him now sitting in the chairman's spot. Kiryu declares that he has no business sitting there, prompting Aizawa to ask that if he doesn't, then Daigo doesn't either, questioning if he truly believes that he's the right man to lead a force of 30,000, someone who only got the position thanks to being the son of a powerful patriarch and the backing of the 4th chairman, and coming into an already fractured Tojo thanks to the 5th chairman's betrayal. Aizawa believes the Yakuza put too much value in status, that regardless of how much money and power you have, you need connections to climb the ranks, that being why they still do outdated rituals like swearing oaths. Kiryu asks how he's tied into Kurosawa, Aizawa standing up, before revealing that he's Kurosawa's son.
What?
On the tower's rooftop, Kurosawa gets to talking about his time in the Yakuza. The first family he joined was a minor 4th tier group, with him climbing the ranks by doing the work no one else wanted to do, asking if any of the men around him have ever had to take the fall for a botched job by literally eating shit.
We didn't need to know that.
He says that people who reach the top with their pride intact could do so thanks to having the support of others, wishing he had the ability to keep his pride and integrity. To get to his current position, he had to murder his own anarchy and his boss, wading neck deep through blood and sweat, and after going through all that to reach the top, he found he was left with power and nothing else. His ascent to the top completely breaking him.
It would have been good if we built up to it, but like, where did this come from?
Then 6 months back, what he thought was a small case of pneumonia turned out to be full-blown lung cancer, causing him to panic for the first time in his life, realizing he had no one to pass his power on to, making him question why he did all this in the first place.
Yeah, I'm I'm also questioning that.
Yeah.
Back in the meeting room, Aizawa explains that due to his predicament, Kurosawa decided to try to pass on all his power to him, the man wondering what he would have done if he hadn't sworn up, reckoning people don't think straight when facing death. Kiryu points out that he still went along with Kurosawa's plan, before asking if he betrayed and killed Morinaga too. Aizawa explains that like him, Morinaga also questioned how the Tojo handled things, and was incredibly helpful to him, but not too long after Daigo went missing in Fukuoka, he tried to convince him to walk away from everything, telling him that he'll never have the strength to surpass Kiryu, so to cut his losses and get out.
And honestly, I think that's quite smart, to be honest.
Yeah.
He then admits it was a mistake to approach him back then, as he's too dangerous. Everyone he touches getting swept up in whatever his cause is at the time. But given his natural charisma, he never should have stepped down from the Tojo. Aizawa shares his philosophy that people shouldn't be judged by pedigree or natural talent, that the Yakuza world should be ruled by the strongest, it being moronic for their battles to be decided based on what people are born with. So whilst he and his charismatic friends took the spotlight, he trained alone in the shadows, because the strongest will win. Aizawa professes that he couldn't care less about whatever the old fuck plans to leave him, since for the first time, he's earned his shot as the man on top with his own two hands, proclaiming that if he beats Kiryu, that places him at the apex of their world, so he wants to find out, asking the fourth chairman for a fair fight. At the concert, Haruka and T-Set are getting ready to go back on stage after the break, the next performance being their debut song as Dreamline, the T-Set girls being ready to put everything on the line. They then ask Haruka if she's ready, since she's the main part of it, her initially being completely still, before turning back to thank the two girls, before heading on to meet their dreams on that stage. They head up to the microphones, where Haruka announces to the crowd that they're going to be taking their first steps as Dreamline, the path of dreams, her hoping that for everyone kind enough to listen to them, that their dreams can reach out to them, before introducing their debut song, Dream.
Oh my god, if I need to take a shot every time the word dream has been said, my goodness.
It's Inception.
As the girls perform their song together, we transition back to Tojo HQ, Aizawa declaring it's time to settle things. But before they start, Kiryu says there's one thing he needs him to hear first. That what he says about people being born with and without talent is true, but people who are born with it don't make it on talent alone. The dragon then rips off his jacket, continuing his thoughts by saying that they overcome, finding boundaries and breaking them, as the only way to grow is to be challenged. He says Aizawa's beliefs aren't necessarily wrong, so if he's the wall he needs to scale, he's free to try, but he may find it so high that he'll never want to try again, just the taste being enough.
Oh my god, that's Mel.
それじゃあ俺はあんたを倒し、名実ともに極道の頂点に立ってみせます。
ああ、超えてみろ。だが、俺も超え続けてきたということを、その体に教えてやる。行くぞキリア！
やりますね。俺がてっぺんに立つんだ。
As he lies on the ground, Kiryu tells Aizawa to continue fighting his way up, not caring how many years it takes him, but to keep fighting and then find him again, promising to be there whenever he's ready to try again. Aizawa then passes out as a result of the battle, with Kiryu soon collapsing himself, as his body has finally started to give up on him. Returning to the concert, the girls take in the audience's applause, with Haruka then turning around and bowing to T-Set, causing them to ask what she's doing as the next song is about to start. She then turns back to the crowd, whilst grabbing a microphone. She tells them that there's something she needs to get off her chest. The reason she stood on the stage is thanks to the help of plenty of people. The president and manager who always had her back, the coaches that stuck with her no matter how many times she got things wrong, the rivals she competed against in the Princess League, and the people who have always supported her. Everyone stood in the crowd.
Including Kiryu, who beat the shit out of the guys who were trying to kill me.
However, there's something she's kept hidden from all of them. Something regarding her family. That she grew up without knowing what it was like to have parents. Her only family being the other kids at her orphanage and the man who looked after them. But to her, they're just as real as any real family. Despite loving them all, she had to leave them behind to be an idol. The management now sending people in to shut her down. Haruka states that it's every girl's dream of being a star one day, her not being any different, but she's now realized that she already had what made her whole, that she thought if she became an idol, she'd be able to keep the orphanage running, but that came at a cost. She had to abandon and cut all ties from the man who raised her, the man who made her who she is today, confessing to the audience that he used to be a Yakuza.
Oh my god. No!
Oh no, don't. Wait, no. Put the mic.
That he may look scary to most people, but he treated her with respect and kindness, and whilst he was unconventional, she could always rely on him. She thinks of him as a father, and she loves him very much, but even as she speaks, she's not allowed to call him family. She doesn't regret what she's done, and she can't express how grateful she is to her president who opened the door to that world for her, and every day has been a new experience. Them both experiencing the joys and pains felt every day together, admitting that it's exciting to think of where this life could have taken her, but she can't continue living a life where she's forced to lie to her fans and herself. That her dream was to become a star, but there's something else she wants more than that, to live happily with the people she holds closest, finally realizing how important that is after getting on the stage.
だからもうこれ以上歌うことはできません。私は桐生一馬の家族です。
After the credits, we see Kiryu slowly walk through the snow, his wound now bleeding worse than before, the man struggling to even stay standing. Eventually, with his vision blurring, he collapses to the ground, and despite his best efforts to return to the people waiting for him, his body gives up, and he falls unconscious in the snow.
夢じゃないのか。
違うよ。私はここにいるよ。
Oh my god, I don't even know where to begin.
Aizawa being the final boss was a little too out of left field.
I'm of the opinion that Aizawa had all the potential to be a really good villain. Like, just with stuff like how he's another commentary on the dream aspect, how he has this big ambition that the game never says he's wrong for, instead criticizing how he kind of cheated his way to it thanks to his father basically passing everything to him. And I also really like how there's like this entertainingly soulless dynamic between him and Kurosawa, and how Kurosawa trying to pass on what he dreamt to his son so that he doesn't have to go through all the pain he did, but his son being too boneheaded and disconnected from him to understand the gesture being made. And I think we are all agreed, I did show them the footage for this, the actual fight against Aizawa is phenomenal.
I just think what it was missing was emotion, because I feel like for Aizawa, he was kind of like a good jobber, wasn't he? That only showed up like at the start, and then afterwards he just kind of suddenly reappears at the very last chapter as the main villain. It is a very big leap.
That's what I was getting to, because Aizawa had all the ingredients to be a really good villain, but because they don't set him up at all, and because he's only revealed to be the big bad at literally like the last second, it ends up creating this scenario where it's just like too out of nowhere and too sudden to where people are just never going to give him the benefit of the doubt to actually properly analyze him because they're too off-put from how poorly handled the twist was.
I do really like the idea of like a jobber becoming the main villain. You just need to do the work. You can't just do it.
I think the only part of this finale I'd say was done almost perfectly was Shinada. He has a genuinely beautiful send-off, and even though he has arguably the same thing with Tanemura, where a lot of people are upset he doesn't show up again after these games, unlike Tanemura, I think Shinada's conclusion is perfectly fine. Realistically, you don't need to bring him back after this. He's gotten his closure and there's nowhere really else you need to take him.
I personally think Shinada would have been infinitely better if he was like a main character of his own game.
I think the writers genuinely struggled with trying to incorporate him into the main story.
That's actually an interesting thing. This is one thing I wanted to save for the end. Originally, it was supposed to be a Kiryu solo game, but then the other characters got introduced as they were writing the story.
Haruka's speech at the end, absolutely, I think that was an incredible thing of like realizing that her family was far more important to her than her dreams. But I think outing your adopted dad as a former member of the Yakuza is a very dangerous thing to do.
I mean, I liked that speech up until she started mentioning that. I'm like, no, we've got a mic or something. She needs to stop. It's too dangerous.
They had some good ideas, but the execution was heavily flawed.
I think that is the perfect summation of this finale, actually. A lot of really good ideas, but the execution of it was flawed.
And it's not like they didn't have the time for it. I mean, there were chapters where really not much happened and you had plenty of time to go into more detail about it.
So I guess now we should get to what are your overall thoughts of Yakuza 5? And to give the general perception of 5, within the fanbase it's generally viewed as the game simultaneously home to both some of the best and worst moments in the franchise. Whilst that does lead to it having an overall mixed reaction, sort of like 3 and 4, I'd also argue that because of those high highs, it probably has the most die-hard fanbase of any specific game in the series. Like, the people who like 5 will constantly tell you how it's one of the best games ever made.
Yeah, I'm not sure I buy that. At most, it's like, I guess mid would be the word I would use.
I think it's upper mid. There were some very interesting concepts. There were very well written characters like Shinada. Looking back, I really liked Haruka's story arc, but there were things that could have been executed a lot better than they actually were, and that's what diminishes it.
Yeah, I thought there were characters that I wish we learned more about that we didn't, and there are characters that I didn't really care that much about as much as others that we learned a bit too much about.
It's one of those ones where I can look at it, I can see what people like about it and why to some people it is their favorite game in the series. but it's also just the kind of game where I more so respect it than actually like it. I think the main issue with 5 is that whilst I understand it is going for this very big scale and it's trying to be the biggest Yakuza has ever been, sometimes it's just too big for its own good. And because of that, it ends up introducing a lot of characters who, whilst they can be compelling, often don't really get much payoff or contribute to the greater story outside of their designated parts. And when it comes time to actually start wrapping things up, while some stuff gets paid off well, others either get very rushed conclusions, or the game just kind of forgets about them because they realize they don't have enough space left to actually fit them in. How would you rank the parts of Yakuza 5? My personal ranking is part 4 is the best, followed by 1, then it's kind of a vague tie between 3 and the finale, and then in last place I'd put part 2.
I think 4 is the best one, followed by 1. I agree with that. Then 3, then 5, then 2.
I'm of the same mind. Like, part of me wants 5 to be a bit higher, but did I enjoy Haruka's parts more than the finale? Yes.
Now to actually rank where this is compared to the other Yakuza games.
I think Yakuza 2 is still the best one, then 1.
I'd say it's definitely better than 3.
It's definitely better than 3.
Then it's a case of, do you prefer a good story that progressively becomes meh, or a story that just constantly bounces back and forth between amazing and terrible?
I've been struggling with 4 versus 5 for so long, but I think 4 had more consistency, and I think that slightly edges out, so I'm going to go 2, 1, 4, 5, 3.
I'm also of the same mind, because like with 4, you had a good idea of what was going on. When the characters came together, it made sense. With 5, I'm wrong, as great as Shinada was to the story, he was completely inconsequential to the entire plot. Akiyama was completely shoehorned into Yakuza 5. I love Saejima, but again, even he didn't have that much gravity in the story.
To go back to what I said earlier, you can definitely tell this started as a Kiryu game, and the others came in later.
Honestly, I think like if you just had Kiryu and Haruka, that would have been great.
I guess next time we come to this, we'll be looking at Yakuza 0, which in addition to being a prequel set 17 years before the events of Yakuza 1, it's also widely agreed upon as being the most popular entry in the series.
Ooh, exciting.
Whoa.
Are there any last parting words you want to give, either about the game or just to anyone watching?
Thank you guys so much for watching these. These videos take absolutely ages to do, but we really appreciate that you guys do watch them.
Definitely takes a lot of scheduling and changing time slots. That may or may not be my fault, but but yeah, it's been very appreciated, and hopefully the show will go on for a long time.
Well, yeah, I guess we're signing off there, so bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.